And what is going on, party people? This is not another edition of the Bird Rights Podcast. This is actually our first ever live show. But as you guys know, today is June 30th. It is almost 6 o'clock, which means, free agency is upon us. Free agency will be starting in roughly 14 minutes. And I am here. You guys know me. I am Stephen Bagel. I am the host of the Bird Rights Podcast. And I'm here with Mike Shearer, Basketball Poetry. You may know from Basketball Intelligence. You may know from a variety of things. First of all, Mike, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Thanks for having me here.
So, before we get started, I know free agency is 14 minutes away. I do want to give the caveat to people that are watching. I may have a power outage. There's a pretty brutal storm going on right now in the Philadelphia area. And as a result, if I lose power, we should have enough manpower. This is the only 15 minutes where there's only two of us on, both Mike and I. But otherwise, we will have at least three people on at all times. But I just want to give people that caveat now. So, Mike, let's get started. As people see on the bottom ticker, let's talk about the Mikal Bridges to Knicks trade. It ended up being, and somebody asked me this, they basically said, are the Knicks able to still make another move? The answer is yes, but this seems to be the big one. Like, I don't think they're going to be able to get, like, Jimmy Butler or, like, I don't know, the next Donovan Mitchell, next big star to become available, basically. I think they basically exhausted those kind of assets for Mikal Bridges. So, let's see. It was, as people see on the bottom, the ticker, Mikal Bridges to the Knicks for 5 unprotected first. Those happen to be, 4 unprotected first. The Knicks 25, 27, 29, and 31 first, as well as the Bucks 2025 top 4 protected first. Bojan Bogdanovic was salary matching, and I believe they got a second-round pick. So, Mike, on Basketball Poetry, you do the grades, the trade grades on your blog, Basketball Poetry.
That's right.
Kind of break down your opinion of this trade.
Yeah, so it was a fascinating one. I think one of the fun things about it was that it wasn't really on too many people's radar, I think, before it happened. Obviously, it completes the Voltron of the Villanova Knicks, which is always a fun off-the-court storyline. But I think it really comes down to the Knicks betting on this sort of chemistry and creating more than the sum of their parts. This is by far the biggest price anybody has ever paid for a true 3-and-D guy in a trade. This is comparable to what Kevin Durant got, what Rudy Gobert got, guys of that nature who may be, bigger name brands. And the Knicks have kind of decided that that's going to be where they lean into because they had the OG Anunoby contract, which is the largest dollar amount ever given to a 3-and-D guy. And I know you want to talk about that later, so we'll put that aside for now. But on the court, it makes a lot of sense. In a way, it's like the Knicks are trying to replicate what the Celtics did almost in having a team full of minimal weak links, right? They're trading a little bit of outside shooting for a little bit more rebounding, and that's what happens when you have a guy like Randall and a true center on the team. But they're basically trying to bulletproof their regular season team for the postseason in a way that I think is going to pay dividends, assuming they can stay a little bit healthier this year, right? You don't look at New York, you're not blown away by the star power, but there's just so much two-way depth on this team now at almost every position. And it's one of those fun moves, too, that opens up more questions than it answers. Like, I think there's a lot of people wondering what they're going to do with Julius Randle going forward now, right? Like, Dante DiVincenzo was one of the best shooters in the entire league last year. He's probably going to be bumped to the bench for Mikal now if Randle stays on the team. So I think it feels like the Knicks still might have something to do, but even if they went into next season with this roster, I think it would be a blast to watch. I think it would be one of the strongest top 6 or 7 guys in the whole league. And I think that they would just mow teams down, particularly in the regular season. What about you?
So you kind of took the words out of my mouth in terms of what's next, because there's clearly another move to be made. Whether that's Julius Randle, I can't say it's going to be Mitch Robinson. He seems like the most expendable one, but given they may not be able to re-sign Isaiah Hartenstein now, basically what this trade did from a CBA perspective is the Knicks now hard capped at the first apron, which is, I believe, 170-ish mil. Unfortunately, I do not have those numbers in front of me. The CBA was just, or not the CBA, the new salary cap was just posted by Shams. But either way, they are hard capped at the first apron. So as a result,
unless they add somebody else, I think, right? Like I one of the things that have been floating around was that they might add a lesser piece like a Jericho Sims or something in there, which would then move the hard cap to the second apron, I believe.
So I believe they needed to add 2 minimum guys, and you can no longer basically add 2 minimum guys to aggregate salaries anymore. So I think the best way to go about it was Prestes Achua. They did not pick up his qualifying offer, but if he were to do a sign and trade as part of this deal to the Nets, which I think makes a little bit of sense given the Nets lack a big man and given he's still young enough to help a rebuilding team, that's something I envision. Prestes Achua making, I don't know, $6 million starting annually in a sign and trade, along with Bojan Bogdanovic to the Nets for Mikal Bridges, and then that way they are on hard cap. That would free up an extra $11 million because they would then be hard capped at the second apron. That is a scenario, and I think that's why this trade has not yet gone official, because I think the Knicks are still trying to maneuver that aspect of everything.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need the extra money if they want to keep Isaiah Hartenstein, obviously. And we can talk about that in a little bit. But going back to Bridges first, I do want to spend a little bit more time on him. He's somebody who, one of the elite perimeter defenders, 1 through 3, and can hold up a little bit at the 4 spot if he has to. He's going to take a lot of pressure, I think, off of the perimeter point of attack defenders that New York has had traditionally, who haven't always been maybe up to their billing, I would say. I think guys like Quickly in the past and Grimes in the past, and even DiVincenzo are a little bit overrated on that side. And I think Bridges just comes in and is going to be a, all defensive caliber stopper, kind of like right off the bat, can take the hardest perimeter assignment every day, which is going to shift everybody else down a little bit in the pecking order in a way that's going to make the team defense overall improve significantly, I think. Offensively, like he has a little bit of off the bounce juice. He was overtaxed as the number 1 guy in Brooklyn. Honestly, I think he's overtaxed as the number 2 guy, but luckily in New York, if they keep Randall, he'd be probably the 3rd option on offense. And that
might be the number 4.
It might be the number 4. Like, I think that's totally okay for what he's going to do. He's always been a great catch and shoot 3-point percentages, 39%, I think, over the last 3 years combined, which is obviously ideal when you're playing next to guys who like to pound the ball like Brunson and Randall. He's just, we're finally getting to a point, I think, where the league is starting to value these guys who are complementary players as opposed to overvaluing, the 9th best players in the NBA, guys who are some of the best basketball players in the world, but maybe can't be the best guy on a championship team. Bridges is like the opposite of that. He's like the apex complementary player in a way that if you think you already have your best offensive options, adding a guy like Bridges makes all the sense in the world.
No, absolutely. I don't want to go away from this topic yet, but I am going to be, as tweets are coming in. Mark Stein just posted that not only is Chris Paul being waived to become an unrestricted free agent because his contract was guaranteed and Golden State couldn't find a trade for him, but the San Antonio Spurs are a team that has strong interest in having Chris Paul join forces with Victor Wembanyama. So that'll be something interesting to see, Wemby was great last year. He had a historic rookie year, but the biggest issue with him was the lack of point guard play. Obviously, Coach Popovich tried Jeremy Sohan there. That was a little bit of a disaster. Trey Jones is good, but he's a very good backup. He's not exactly, a starting level point guard, as much as I hate to say it. But, yeah. So
no, I'm with you 100%. Like, I think that'd be a great fit. I don't really love what the Spurs have been doing the last couple of years in building this roster. Outside of, like, the Wembanyama pick, which, they don't really get credit for. He was the most hyped prospect in, a decade maybe, or at least since like Zion. So picking him first overall, you don't really get that much credit for that. And he was so good last year that I kind of feel like they learned the wrong lessons, because when he was on the court, especially by the end of the year, they were like a pretty potent team, particularly defensively. And instead of finding guys who would complement him, it feels like they've been looking for guys like drafting Castle, for example, as a guy who does a lot of things, but doesn't shoot. I think they are putting the game on expert mode for Wembanyama right off the bat. And I'd love to see them find guys like Chris Paul who can actually make Wembanyama's life, particularly on offense, a little bit easier. So, that would be a really nice fit, particularly since I'm sure San Antonio could get him at a very affordable price. I don't think Chris Paul is going to be even an average level starter. I think he fell off pretty badly last year, but there is one thing you can always say about Chris Paul is the man knows how to pass. And Wembanyama is going to be catching oops that he didn't even know could exist going into next year if Chris Paul does end up playing 20, 25 minutes. And like you said, they just need guys. They don't have anybody on the team who's really a plus positional passer. Sohan, you could say maybe is for like a power forward. They tried the point Sohan thing, which I thought was a worthwhile experiment, but it was a good reinforcement to me that just because you are a good passer for your position does not mean that you are capable of being a point guard. But I see we have some more breaking news, so I'll pause there.
We do. This news actually came out before the Chris Paul one. I just saw the Chris Paul one at the top because it was more recent. James Harden re-signs with the Clippers for a 2-year, $70 million deal. I'm going to say this is pretty shocking, mostly because we saw the stink that he made when Daryl Morey only wanted to sign him to a 1-year deal last summer. He thought he was going to, get that 4-year max basically as one final big deal from the Clippers, or at least that was what he hoped for. So here's the total details of it. It's a 2-year, $70 million deal, and the second year is a player option. So this could be a 1-and-1 where he opts out after year 1, or, if he doesn't have a great year this upcoming year, then he opts in, gets the 2 for $70. Let me ask you, do you think this makes it more likely that Paul George goes back to the Clippers now that they have even a little bit more wiggle room to make things work?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm honestly not 100% sure. All indications I'd read up to this point was that Harden was going to kind of wait and see what happens with George. And I think he liked playing with George. I think Harden does value winning, not as much as he values money, however. And so I think that, maybe this offer came in and Harden has a more realistic view of the market. Like, I think this is fair value, maybe even a little bit more than a lot of other teams would give him, but Harden would have suitors if he wanted to become a free agent for sure. And I think that at the end of the day, this year might have been a wake-up call for him. I think he might have realized he's not going to be getting the kind of money that he dreamt of last year. I am surprised by the timing, though. I think 2 years, $70 million is a reasonable bet for both sides here, Clippers and for Harden. I'm just surprised that it happened before we learned Paul George's fate. And if anything, this makes me feel better that Paul George is going to leave. It might be that he's communicated to Harden that he's out, because it is interesting. Harden signed for 2 years when Kawhi signed for 3, right? So they're not perfectly aligned.
So first of all, we do have another guest joining us. I will let him into the room in about 30 seconds. For me, I think this makes it more likely that Paul George might actually stay with the Clippers. I want to say they're only offering him the basically the Kawhi deal, the 3 for $150 million, and don't want to go above that. And Paul George obviously wants a 4-year max. But I think the fact that they're able to give themselves a little bit more wiggle room by not giving Harden those 2 additional years, add max money, I think that's, they could swallow the Paul George 4-year max a little bit more. But joining us now, we have Bryce Simon from the Motor City Hoops podcast, from the Game Theory podcast. You see the Pistons flag behind him. Bryce, how you doing today?
Don't judge me too harshly, guys. It's the team I talk about, not necessarily the team I root for. So, no, I'm excited to be here. Thanks for joining me. I'm sure you guys are joining me. Thank you for letting me join you. I'm sure you guys maybe had talked about it. I think it just came across Harden's second year was a player option as well.
Yes.
Is that true? So
that is, yep.
I think I'm with you, Steven, that surely this means that Paul George, or more likely that Paul George returns to the Clippers, right? As much as maybe we'd want some fireworks with him going somewhere else.
Yeah, so let's break that down now, actually. I know we saw some trades, like the DeJounte Murray trade we're going to have to talk about, but let's talk about Paul George. Where will he end up? And sorry, I'm still trying to get accustomed to these banners. But anyway, I grew up a Philadelphia 76ers fan. I have season tickets, and I obviously have a vested interest due to, my fandom with the 76ers of wanting Paul George to become a Sixer as the third banana behind Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. After seeing this Harden deal, I know I'm kind of just beating a dead horse at this point. I'm kind of scared that the Clippers have a legitimate shot now, because I thought if they were going to give Harden a 4-year or even a 3-year deal, even similar money to what they just gave Kawhi, like 3 years, $50 million or $150 million, I'd say, okay, well, there's just the second apron under the new CBA is way too taxing. There's just no way it's feasible. I will note it's 6 o'clock, so at the top of the hour, free agency has begun officially. Luke Cornett has agreed to a 1-year deal with the Boston Celtics. But with that said, I would feel a lot better if Harden took that similar 3 for $50 that Kawhi took. as opposed to this 2 for 70 with a player option like we just discussed. So, Bryce, in your opinion, where do you think Paul George ends up?
So I was thinking about this, I guess, as you were talking, though. Does that Harden deal maybe make us think that it's less likely Paul George is coming back?
Well, that was Mike's argument.
Yeah, because if it was a longer deal, then you're pairing these guys all together. If I'm Harden and I'm not sure Paul George is coming back, I'm taking that deal, but giving my options open for next year, depending on what the team does. So the more I think about it, the more I wonder if maybe this means there is a chance Paul George is leaving. I know this is like the easy answer. I would assume that it is the Sixers. I'm also guessing the Warriors trade possibility is out the window with them letting Chris Paul just walk. They're not keeping that contract on the books to use in a trade. So I'm guessing that he either stays with the Clippers or there is a trade or he goes to the Sixers in free agency.
So I believe it was also reported he is taking free agency meetings with Orlando. I don't know how seriously he's considering Orlando. I think he's just, hey, if you guys want to fly to LA, make a pitch to me, absolutely, I'll hear you out.
But it'd be a fun fit there, though.
It would
be a fun fit. And I know Chris Haynes reported, I think about an hour ago, that I don't want to misquote him, but basically that there's increasing momentum for Paul George and the Sixers, coming to an agreement, basically. So, Mike, are you on the same boat? You think Paul George ends up on the Sixers? Because I know you said before Bryce hopped on that you think this makes it less likely that he returns to the Clippers.
Yeah, I would have said before today started that this all felt like George's attempt at a leverage play to stay in LA. We all know how public he's been about his love for the area and like how much he enjoys being like one of the co-faces of the franchise and that sort of thing. I think I read somewhere that he's even complained that like the cold weather on the East Coast and then the North makes his body feel worse, right? Which I thought was hilarious. But I do think that this Harden thing seems to indicate that there's less certainty either from the Clippers or from Harden himself about Paul George returning. So I think it's closer to 50-50 now. And if he leaves, I don't really believe the Orlando smoke. I think it would definitely be Philly if he goes anywhere else, barring something crazy.
So another signing, nothing major. Kevin Love. Excuse me.
No big deal. Just Paul George.
I've had Paul George on my mind for weeks. So Kevin Love is finalizing a 2-year, $8 million deal to return to the Miami Heat. We kind of figured when he opted out of his player option, I believe it was reported that the sides do plan on, reworking a long-term deal. So basically, he gets a hair bit more than what he was making on his player option and adds an additional year. I don't know if there's a player option. It doesn't say anything, a team option. It just says finalizing 2-year, $8 million deal. But let's move on to, real quick before they start fluttering in more, the DeJounte Murray to the Pelicans deal. And Bryce, while we do have you, the next trade I want to talk about is the Quinn and Grimes, Tim Hardaway Jr. swap, given your Pistons knowledge. But let's quickly talk about DeJounte Murray to the Pelicans. So it ended up being 2 firsts. Unfortunately, I know it was a 2025 Lakers, and I believe what was the other pick?
The least of 2027 between
Bucks and Pels. Yep.
Bucks and Pels.
Exactly.
Okay. So that's why I'm a little hesitant to say the Hawks did that great, because one, the picks are lesser of, and I don't know how good that 2025 Lakers pick's going to be. I mean, we saw the Lakers as a playing team this year. They ended up with the 17th pick in this draft. So figure it's 2 mid to late seconds, I would imagine. And Dyson Daniels, essentially. Larry Nance Jr., I do think is important in the deal, just because if Jonas Valanciunas doesn't come back, the Pelicans don't really have another big man on the roster aside from Yves Missy, who they just drafted. So, Bryce, let's start with you. What's your overall opinion of this trade? As I said, I don't think the Pelicans did that well. I think I was surprised that this was kind of the winning offer for DeJounte.
Yeah, the only reason I'm surprised is because of what we've seen the value of other guys in this market already. After Mikal Bridges gets what was essentially 5 first rounds and a pick swap, I will even call this 3 first-round picks, right? Dyson Daniels was a first-round pick not that long ago. Now, that is different than a future first-round pick because just how long you have him cost controlled and all of those things. I wonder if Larry Nance was important for the Hawks, if they, we saw them go with Reza Shea and not Alex Sarr in the draft. And if they're going to move Clint Capella, maybe Larry Nance helps them at the big man position if it's just a Kongwu there. I thought they would take a little bit more. I'm glad the Hawks are, they had to choose between one of these two guys. I'd be curious to hear your guys' thoughts on, is it also going to be Trae this summer? Like, do you think they're going to go full rebuild, or is this now just fully Trae's team? For the Pelicans, I don't mind this trade. I wonder how it all fits between DeJounte, CJ, BI, Zion. I feel like that's a lot of guys that like to play with the ball in hand. And I wonder if one of those, obviously not Zion, but between CJ and BI might be on the move as well.
Yeah, I agree. I would actually say that I'm higher on this trade probably for both sides maybe than you are. The one thing I think about the Hawks that's interesting is getting Larry Nance back, right, seems to indicate that they're probably going to move on from Capella. Yep. And go with like a Nance, Onyeka, Kongwu center rotation, which is fun. Just like a interesting direction that they might be going, right? And then I think it might be a bet against the Lakers. The Lakers drafted 17th this year, and that's with LeBron and AD playing basically all of last season. Like, there's definitely potential for this team to nosedive in the standings, whether they want to or not. And that might end up being a very nice looking first for all we know. On the other side of things, I think like DeJounte Murray is going to be a really nice fit for New Orleans. I agree. It's definitely going to squeeze out CJ McCollum. I think like we've already seen that like DeJounte can't be like the sole backcourt defensive anchor next to Trae, and it's not going to look that much better next to CJ. But I think that like he's going to give them a lot more dribble penetration than they're used to having from anyone besides Zion, right? Like even BI is not really kind of like a drive and kick guy. And I think that's going to be a really nice way for them to get a little bit more balance on the floor offensively rather than just letting Point Zion run the whole show. Now that can be, he has another guy who can kind of like get into 2 feet in the paint and spray from there, which is going to be helpful. But to what you were saying, Bryce, I'm not 100% sure what that means for McCollum or Ingram. Like it does feel like between all those guys and Herb Jones and Trey Murphy, like they have too many guys who need to play. And, none of them are like so much better than the others or so much worse than the others that it's clear who's going to be traded out and who's going to stay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
So let me jump in real quick. As people see on the bottom on the ticker, Klay Thompson, Woj just tweeted, is going to be meeting with the Mavericks, Lakers, Clippers, and Sixers. I think those were the 4 teams, or at least 3 of them were previously reported by Shams yesterday. And 76ers, we know, have that massive $60+ million in cap space. One final thing on the DeJounte Murray trade, unless you guys have something to add. Bryce just asked, basically, what does this mean for Trae Young and the Hawks? The issue is the Hawks, as of now, can't bottom out. And we saw basically the Nets do everything they can to acquire their own picks back so they could bottom out. And the Rockets have the Nets 2027 pick, even though the Nets undid the 2026 swap and the 2025 first. So unless it's going to be like, I know people have talked about it in the past, or maybe it's a lazy comp, Trae Young to the Spurs for them to get their picks back. I don't really know if they're in a position to trade Trae Young.
Yeah.
That's what, so.
I just think it's an interesting question because would we all agree the Hawks on paper got worse in this trade, right? Like they're a worse basketball team as things stand right now. And listen, I love Zachary Rizachet at number 1, but he just turned 19. He's not going to come in and make a crazy difference. And so I just makes me curious where Atlanta goes from here. Even if it's not a Trae Young trade, is there another move somewhere to try to make this roster a little bit better than what it was last year? Because with this trade, even though it was the right overall move, the roster is worse, as we said on the opening day of free agency.
Yeah, totally agree. It's a worse roster. I'm not 100% sure that means it's going to be worse in the standings, though.
This is a good point, right? Like they may play better on the court without right? Like Trae just has the freedom. Everybody else can defend. And, if Trae's the engine of a top 10 offense and you get somewhat decent defense, because that's a fair point.
Yeah. And especially in the East where we know there's going to be some very bad teams once again, like they might end up fighting for a play-in spot anyway, even though I totally agree that they're a worse team on paper now. So this could be a bit of a way for the Hawks to have their cake and eat it to a little bit where like they're still, because ownership doesn't really want to do a full blown out bottoms up tanking kind of thing. But they might get there anyway, while still having a semi-competitive product on the court with Trae Young leading the charge. I think that for the Hawks, it does open up some interesting possibilities there. And one thing I like about it, I guess, is if I'm thinking of this from an Atlanta fandom perspective, I am worried that so many of these teams now, something I feel stronger about now than I did like 2 years ago, is that there are so many teams that have tanked so hard that you lose sight of like even being able to tell if your young guys are developing. And I'm thinking of like Detroit in a way here where like, it is hard for me to even tell what strides that like Jaden Ivey has made, and like, I know I'm speaking in your neighborhood a little bit here, but from an outsider's point of view, it's like you need to have the structure and like the skeleton of a real NBA team and like a cohesive strategy and like real pieces around you to tell if your youngest guys are getting better or not. And I worry that if Atlanta trades DeJounte Murray and Trae Young, like who are they going to have as a point guard to like make everybody else's life easier,
No, 100%. I've watched it play out where the full break it down to the bones and have no other good players simply does not work. You overpay for a vet to come in and space the floor or protect the rim or something like that. I'm telling you, it's worth it because I've watched it for 4 years the other way. And yeah, like we sat here today, and I know we're going to talk about an interesting trade with the Pistons. Maybe this leads it into us, unless there's other news. And there's questions around all of these young guys in Detroit. There you go. Yep.
There you go, Bryce. Perfect segue into a trade that maybe seems a little insignificant compared to the DeJounte Murray and Mikal Bridges one. But this is a trade that I think really signaled for Detroit's new front office and the new president of basketball operations that, they're basically tearing it down from what was previously built up in terms of they let go of Monty Williams after he signed, I think, at the time it was the biggest coaching contract ever. And then the Knicks, I believe it was actually Sam Vecini, who Bryce does the Game Theory podcast with, who said quitting Grimes at last year's deadline was the best attainable asset traded at last year's deadline. And the Pistons, basically, they didn't dump him. They got Tim Hardaway Jr., who was a candidate for Sixth Man of the Year, and they got 3 second-round picks for doing it to eat some of the cap space. But given what they gave up, Bojan and Alec Burks, they basically undid that trade, I would say, from a talent perspective, and picked up 3 additional second-round picks. So obviously it's a new front office in Detroit, and they're going to do what they feel is best for them. But it was a little bit odd seeing. I think Dallas did great in terms of getting Quentin Grimes because he's on such a team-friendly contract. But Bryce, what do you think? What do you think the Pistons did?
Yeah, I mean, my only thought, so on paper, Quentin Grimes makes more sense than Tim Hardaway. I shouldn't say, in theory, Quentin Grimes makes more sense than Tim Hardaway Jr. He's a little bit younger. There's 3 and D potential with Quentin Grimes. I will say Grimes, I don't know if people realize how much he struggled last year. He shot 37% from the field, 34% from 3. He only played 6 games with the Pistons, but Pistons fans have real bad memories of this because he shot 14%. He was 4 of 28 from 3 in those games with Detroit. And then it was injuries, right? And so it was like you traded for this guy after people had heard that Bojan was worth this many first-round picks. And then the real catch in the trade was Quentin Grimes. So there was big expectations. My wonder is if Trajan just said, you know what? We don't think Grimes is as good as the previous front office did. Maybe there's some injury stuff here. We're not going to pay him whenever it comes time to pay him. And so we might as well move him on right now and bring in. I will say this about Tim Hardaway Jr. He at least spaces the floor for a team that needs floor spacing. He is a volume 3-point shooter. It's a team that needs a veteran that can score a little bit. So I think he will provide value in a sense. And then you get the 3 second-round picks. I will leave with this. The overall process of this between 2 general managers does not look great. You essentially traded Bojan and Burks for Tim Hardaway Jr. and a few second-round picks. I think the net may have been 4 or 5, something like that. I don't love the overall process of how we got here, but Trajan has to take the team he has and then make the moves based off that.
Yeah, totally agree. Like, I think that Grimes to me has always been a little bit better in, like you said, in theory than he has in practice, particularly last year where his shot fell off a cliff even before he was traded to Detroit. And, but it kind of makes sense for both teams. Let both guys get a fresh start. Tim Hardaway Jr., I think, fell out of favor pretty quickly with both Luka and Jason Kidd by the end of last year. And the one thing he's done in his career is shoot. And the Pistons need as much of that as they can get.
And with the Pistons, they need that floor spacing that, you guys are talking about. They just drafted Ron Holland. They already have Asar Thompson. Around Cade Cunningham, I think that shooting is really invaluable. Cade has no room to work anywhere, basically, because they don't have any threats to really shoot it from deep. And Bryce, I'm sure you know better than anybody that's going to be on today on the stream about the necessity of the Pistons needing a floor spacer like that alongside Cade.
Yeah, they have to have it. They're one of the worst 3-point shooting teams in a lot of different aspects. Like you said, Duren and Ausar are non-shooters right now. Jaden Ivey and Ron Holland are bad 3-point shooters and floor spacers right now, at least Holland coming into the NBA based off what we know about him. Ivey after 2 years of it. I've said this, there's a reason Simone Fontecchio looks so good in his time with Detroit. And that's because he's like the one guy on the team that gets to do what his role is, which is just kind of stand there and space the floor and knock down shots. So I will be surprised if we hear much from Detroit over the next day or so. I wonder if they wait for the dust to settle and then they take on those contracts that maybe teams need to move as long as it is that floor space. I'm fascinated to see how much Trajan Langdon spends this $50 million left on actual unrestricted free agents and how much actually is on guys that they trade for. The one guy I would love is Najee Marshall to come to Detroit from New Orleans.
Well, the most important offseason addition for Detroit might be shooting coach Fred Vinson, right? Like that man is going to have his work cut out for him. And there's nobody better in the business, at least not that the public knows. But I think that there's so many talented guys in Detroit. And if they can just get up to being like you said, league average-ish shooters would be just such a huge coup for them this early in so many of these guys' development.
Great call on Fred Vincent, because I know that's a real beacon of light for Pistons fans as they got, a shot doctor like that on staff to potentially help some of these guys. So,
yeah, he helped guys. I think I forget the exact numbers, what it was, but Brandon Ingram, we saw a substantial uptick in 3-point percentage when he was with the Pelicans. Ditto with Lonzo Ball, ditto with Herb Jones when the shot doctor Vincent was on, that staff. So on the bottom ticker, we do see that the Sacramento Kings are potentially pursuing a trade for Brandon Ingram with the New Orleans Pelicans. So this goes into a little bit of the DeJounte Murray trade talk we were talking about. I would imagine it would, just salary-wise, it would have to be Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes would have to be included, along with, I'm sure, whatever picks they would need to get it done. I wouldn't imagine that many picks. I'd say, maybe 2 first? Depending, I don't know what the exact trade looks like. I would have to jump on the trade machine and see what kind of deal I can concoct. But yeah, that's the type of trade I envision. How would we like that fit of Brandon Ingram to the Kings? Real quick, I just want to report. It was reported by Sean Cunningham, who is a sports reporter in Sacramento for the Kings Beat podcast, and I believe he's also a radio host as well. So that's where that came from. Bryce, let's start with you. How would you like Brandon Ingram's fit with Sacramento?
My initial thought is I don't love it. Just with the mid-range, as much I don't know if scoring is what this team needs as much with De'Aaron Fox. They brought back Malik Monk. They have Keegan Murray, Sabonis running the offense. Here's what I'm trying to navigate, because I love Kyle Kuzma to the Kings. And so now I'm trying to I feel like I'm contradicting myself because that's really all Kuzma brings as well. So because of that, I'm not sure that's why I wouldn't like Ingram just as much. I'd have to, I think it's positionally. I look at BI as a little bit more of a 3 and Kuzma as a 4, but I think it's just splitting hairs a little bit there. I will say this. One reason I do like Kuzma more is the contract. Because when you trade for BI, you're probably also trading for paying him for his extension, which is going to be, I would say, pretty substantial. And so that just money wise, that's going to put quite a bit of money on the books between Sabonis and Fox. Malik Monk, I think, is on a good contract. But yeah, I got to hash that out just a little bit more here because I feel like I should like it a little bit more than I do.
Yeah,
So,
I think that Sacramento's offense fell to middle of the pack last year, right? But this, to me, is just a sign that they're going to be going all in on offense. Ingram has had defensive moments when he was in Los Angeles, but he's never been even average while in New Orleans. And I think that, Kuzma, I guess you could say similar things about, right? Like he had his defensive moments in Los Angeles, hasn't seen too much of that in Washington, but he does have a little bit more size, a little more physicality than Ingram, who tends to be a little bit more in the ball stopper kind of thing on offense, I think, whereas Sacramento is such a motion-based, ball moves faster than the man, pass kind of thing. It's centered around Sabonis. I don't know that Ingram's going to fit as well in that offense as they might be thinking, but yeah, I don't know. people have talked about Ingram to the Kings before, and it never really made that much sense to me. So I never really thought that hard about it.
Steven, what did you think the trade? Because so I was just looking at salary matching here. Ingram's at 36, so you have to have Barnes. Getting to 36 isn't that easy for the King. Oh, well, no, it is. No,
it would be Kevin Huerter.
Kevin Huerter, my bad. Yeah,
Yep.
It's easier than I thought. My fault. That's pretty easy. So
that's probably what I envisioned. Barnes, Huerter, and probably maybe a single first, maybe two, depending.
I'm wondering if it's a single pick, depending on what the Pelicans, what they think Kevin Huerter could bring them. With the Pelicans, like you just drafted Jordan Hawkins as a lottery pick, but with that team, you can always continue to add more shooting. What do they think Harrison Barnes is? But again, I think BI's extension coming up kind of plays into his value in terms of what you get in return for him. I feel like if the Pelicans would value Huerter or Barnes at all outside of salary matching, you may get away with just one first-round pick there. But I've tended to be way off on the trade value market so far this offseason with some of these moves. I didn't think Josh Giddey could get you Alex Caruso straight up. So
no, absolutely. And that's the trade I also want to talk about. Real quick, in the comments, we had Remy asking, what are your thoughts on Simone Fontecchio re-signing with Detroit? I personally think I'll answer and then I'll hand it off to Bryce. I personally think they wouldn't have given up. What was it? Pick 32, I believe it ended up being in the draft. He has such a low cap hold. I think it's $3.5 million that it doesn't really prevent them from using the cap space. I think they have no issue re-signing him with that low cap hold. I think they have every intention of bringing him back too, given they gave up that 32nd pick. And because, like what Bryce said, the floor spacing would be so great. So I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on Simone Fontecchio until he officially signs somewhere. But Bryce, to answer Remy's question, what do you think about the Fontecchio free agency market?
Yeah, I mean, I think he resigns. I think this is one of those situations. They probably already know what the numbers are. They're just going to wait and they're going to do order of operations. For people who, don't, you need to listen to Keith Smith and Trevor Lane over at the Front Office Show. Keith talks about this all the time. They're going to spend all of their cap space and then they will re-sign Simone Fontecchio to his new contract because, as you mentioned, Steven, his cap hold is fairly low. It's not eating into a whole bunch of that cap. So it seems like that's what they'll do. And unless it's just something outrageous, I think it makes a lot of sense. They did give up a real value, a draft pick that had some value, but I think he's important for this Detroit roster.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's talk about, because Bryce mentioned the Denis Advisor to Portland deal. Given, how Bryce was talking about Kuzma for the Kings with that descending contract, we saw the value that Denis had for a similar reason due to that descending contract. I just did pop this on the screen for 1 second. It's not breaking news, but it looks like the Philadelphia 76ers will not be retaining Nicholas Batum. So I'm assuming that means Batum may be the first domino to fall in some aspect of guys who are signing with the new team. That was reported by Kelly Iko of The Athletic.
We don't have a single one, right, guys? We don't have a single player that has reportedly signed with the new team yet. Is that correct?
It was James Harden happened a few minutes before you popped on, Bryce, and then
but he stayed with the Clippers.
And then it was Luke Kornet re-signing with Boston. I think that was really the only.
Yeah. And then we have all of the other, we have the Siakam, OG, Quickly, Claxton. Patrick Williams is a guy I thought maybe would be interesting on the market. He stays. Monk stays. Toppin stays. Patrick Williams and Toppin were two guys I was like, Detroit should just throw some money at these restricted free. They didn't even get to that point. They just re-upped before we even got there. Like, we've had nothing in terms of movement so far.
Paul George is holding the entire NBA hostage right now, right?
That's probably right.
Everybody with money is waiting on him to make a decision, and then everything flows down from that.
And then it's probably Clay's going to hold it up after that, right? Because, the thing with Clay is, I'd be interested to see your guys' thoughts. He's still a quality NBA player. We talk about floor spacing here. He can still do that. He's not prime Golden State Warriors Clay, but he could go help a team. Like, you talk about the Orlando Magic. Was that who were the four teams? Because I shouldn't talk about the Magic then, I guess.
Sixers, Mavericks, Lakers.
And Clippers.
So not the Magic. So I guess it doesn't matter there. But yeah, it seems like those two guys are holding things up here. Real quick, I thought this Deni thing, I thought the Blazers gave up too much as I love Deni Avdija and thought he had a insane year. And I think he's going to be a top 5, top 10 value contract over the next 3 years because that thing is descending. But with that said, I still like them getting him with on that contract in Portland. That was another one. I was like, man, that was way more than I thought Denny Avdia would go for.
Yeah, it's one of those trades that is going right now. It looks to me, at least, I gave Portland an A- for getting Avdia, and I gave Washington a B- for the trade. But I think what ends up happening is in 2 years, this trade will be very one-sided, one way or the other, because either Avdia, his 3-point shooting is real that he showed at the end, halfway through last year. He got hot, shot 40% or something for like 2.5, 3 months before swooning a little bit at the end of the year. If he's a 37, 38% shooter on higher volume, then that trade is absolutely worth it. If he falls back to his first 2 years and he's shooting in like the low 30s or even the mid 30s, but he's only shooting 3 attempts per game, then it's not going to be worth the draft capital. So something's going to happen, and one of these teams is going to be a huge winner at the end. I like the bet on Denny. I think he makes that the good version of Denny makes a lot of sense on what Portland sees as their team of the future. But Washington knows him better than anybody. Washington was like, I don't believe in that shooting. Give us the picks, please, which has to raise some caution flags.
And I will say, like, I know one of those picks, Bub Carrington, is who they got with the pick that conveyed this year. And I thought that was a really good pick for them. Really. So as you were saying that, I'm like, man, if Bub really hits and becomes a top 5 player in this draft, then that's going to swing this in the Wizards' favor really, really quickly.
Yep. It's one of those trades that is, absolutely not going to have win-win or lose-lose situation. Someone's going to win. I can't wait to see what it is.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Okay, let's move on to, I believe the only trade we haven't talked about is Alex Caruso to the Thunder, Josh Giddey to the Bulls. Honestly, I thought there would be more movement early on for us to be able to just go signing after signing. So let's talk about what did happen. I wonder, before we get into the trade, do you guys think that, the tampering penalties over the last few years have kind of prevented teams? Okay, look, we'll agree to this deal, but let's not announce it at exactly 6:00 because we don't want to be investigated for tampering. I mean, the tampering investigation, you lose what? A second round, 2 second round. I mean, it's not preposterous enough that or momentous enough for people to actually be prevented from tampering. I guarantee you tampering is still happening. Just teams are being more cautious about when they're, announcing these type of things.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to hold us all hostage now, and they're going to announce it while we're all sleeping tonight, right? Just to stick it back to the NBA. They're going to, all these deals are going to come out after midnight, and, just to send a message to the NBA. I hadn't thought about that. That's probably right, because we all say it. How did this, get announced at 5:01 or 5:00 and 30 seconds whenever they weren't supposed to be able to talk before this? So, yeah, I wonder if things are going to trickle in just a touch slower this season.
Yeah. Mike, anything to add on that?
No, the tampering stuff has always been kind of funny to me because it's like, that they're talking anyway. This is just telling Woj don't hit publish on the tweet until 6:00 instead of 5:00 or whatever, know? So it's just, it's so semantics driven. Although, I will say I didn't anticipate allowing teams to talk to their own free agents ahead of the rest of free agency having as big of an impact as it did. And Bryce already went through and Steven, you already went through some of the guys that have been signed, re-signed to their own teams. And it sure feels, because the agents were talking to other teams, and it sure feels like that was an indicator that this free agent market wasn't going to be as frothy as we might expect, right? Like a lot of guys are basically just re-upping with their own team. Nobody's testing the waters, so to speak, even though obviously the testing is happening ahead of time. Like they are having these conversations, but like I thought D'Angelo Russell opting in was super weird. I thought for sure he was going to opt out and look for longer money. There were a few guys that were like that, that I thought was peculiar. And I didn't really anticipate so many guys just coming in and re-signing with their team right away. I thought that was more impactful than I'd expected.
Okay, so before we get into everything the Bulls have done, both Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey swap and the Patrick Williams re-sign, we do have another guest joining us. It is now about a half hour into free agency. We haven't really seen anything specifically today in terms of free agent signings transpire. And it is Josh Earl. Josh, how are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, my friend. Thanks for having me on.
I like the old school Seattle Supersonics.
Yeah, bring them back, baby.
There you go. Okay, let's start with Bryce. Bryce, what do you think? And I know Sam did a pod about Josh Giddey, Alex Caruso swap, and a lot of the what's what I'm looking for? A lot of the backlash was, oh well, they should have been able to get it first with Giddey from OKC just because of how many picks OKC has. I would kind of force their hand. I think in a vacuum, this deal is pretty fair given the upside Josh Giddey has shown. But I am a big fan of the Patrick Williams $5 for $90 million deal that was just signed. I thought Patrick Williams was going to get at least 110 million. So I think being able to retain him for the deal they got him at. I think the Bulls, so far have started to lean towards that rebuild. We sort of need to see what they do with, with DeMar DeRozan, with Zach LaVine. That's still up in the air. But overall, what's the overall sentiment of what the Bulls have done so far?
Yeah, I mean, I refuse to give them a compliment until we see them go full rebuild after they just screwed me over at the deadline last year when I thought they were going to sell and I should have known better. This is actually me calling myself out than the Bulls for not knowing better. Here's what I'll say about Giddey, and I think I misjudged this as we talked to. I thought Josh Giddey's value to another team that will put him on the ball is more than what the team he was on with the Oklahoma City Thunder. And what it sounds like is he also didn't want to come off the bench. It sounds like OKC went to him and said, hey, we'll put the ball in your hands, but you got to come off the bench. And he said no. So Giddey is probably worth a first-round pick. I know we got the reports that Caruso was worth 2. Maybe the truth is a little less than that, and not all first-round picks are created equal. So my immediate reaction was shock that the Bulls were able to, or the Thunder were able to get Alex Caruso for Josh Giddey straight up. But maybe the Bulls just really valued what Giddey. I mean, he's not a bad basketball player. I think what surprised me is we all knew the Thunder were going to move on from Giddey. So how did they have any leverage in moving him? And so that's what kind of surprised me, I think, with what the value ended up being.
Yeah. If you think of Caruso being somewhat similar to Mikal Bridges, I think that this trade looks so much worse by comparison, right? And Chicago's not trying to get the same kind of return that the Nets were, obviously. There's different circumstances, et cetera. But I think that Caruso, fits some of the same billing as Bridges. And it's like, would you rather have what they got back for Bridges or Josh Giddey to some extent? And Giddey, to your point, not a bad basketball player, actually quite a good regular season basketball player. And he makes Chicago a heck of a lot more fun to watch. Like, I think Giddey is one of the top 3 best passers in the NBA, full stop. I'm very comfortable saying that. He's good rebounder, good in transition, like when he's able to get on the floor and move with the ball, like going coast to coast when he can just grab the ball himself. But shooting and defense are the 2 things that you can't lack in the playoffs, and Giddey lacks both. Yeah. And, I'm not sure. And like the Bulls aren't going to be championship contenders anytime soon. So it doesn't matter as much to them as it does to the Thunder, obviously. So I don't know. It's not like a disastrous trade like some people are portraying it to be, I don't think, but it's just one that severely caps your upside, I think, even though it makes the Bulls a lot more fun to watch.
So I will note Josh Giddey is due a rookie extension.
Yep.
And if the Thunder with, their cap situation, they have the cap space now, but I'm saying like they're going to have to pay Chet. They just paid SGA. Like they have so many, Jalen Williams, obviously. They have so many guys they're going to have to pay down the line. Obviously, it was reported that Isaiah Joe and Aaron Wiggins, their non-guarantees would decline because they want to sign them to longer-term deals a year earlier, to more team-friendly deals. So OKC is going to have such a cap crunch. It wasn't conceivable that they were going to be able to sign Giddey to, let's say, what Patrick Williams just got earlier today, 4 years, $90 million, or even more than that because he's a primary ball handler. Josh, what's your opinion of, the fit with Caruso to OKC?
I love Caruso for OKC. Mike was mentioning that like in the playoffs, defense and shooting are 2 of the most fundamental skills you need to stay on the court. And they upgraded very mightily by swapping out Giddey for Caruso. I also think Caruso's presence allows the Thunder to be a little more flexible in terms of potentially moving Dort or Cason Wallace in a deal to get another piece if they need to. I'm not suggesting they would. They don't really seem like they're overly eager to go all in just yet. Although I would love to see them make a move for Markkanen, make Danny say yes. They have the excess picks to do so. Dort. You could throw in Ousmane Dieng, and several picks, and bring in Lauri Markkanen, who I think, along with Caruso, would make this team even better than they were this last year, and really, really tough in the playoffs. So I think the Caruso move is likely their big move this offseason, but it could also be a precursor to them doing something bigger. But Caruso's a great fit there, and I pity any like guards who have to play against Caruso, Dort, Kaysen, and then when they're not being defended by them, you have to deal with Shea, who just dominated the steals leaderboard last year. So I think they definitely upgraded their defense, and with the shooting that Caruso brings, they upgraded their half-court offense as well.
So while we're talking about OKC with the Caruso deal, I also, as you can see on the ticker down below, the Thunder, Shams has reported the Thunder are meeting with center Isaiah Hartenstein. Mike and I talked a little bit about it when we first began the show and talked about the Mikal Bridges deal, that unless the Knicks are able to swoop in a way to not be hard capped at the first apron and rather be hard capped at the second apron, which gives them $11 million more to work with, it'll be hard because not only do the Knicks have the hard cap issue, but they also only have Hartenstein's early bird rights, can only pay him at a starting salary of, I think, $17 million. So I don't know if it's going to be OKC for Hartenstein. I don't know if it's going to be Orlando. It might be the Knicks for all we know. We saw Malik Monk. The Kings had his early bird rights. He didn't even hit the market. He was content signing a 4-year deal to, stay in Sacramento and hopefully for him get a starting role. So, Mike, how do you think the market for, obviously we don't have any signings yet, but how do you think the market for Hartenstein is going to shape, and how would you like the fit in somewhere like OKC?
He's one of the few centers. There's a lot of centers that are available, I feel like, that are decent quality, but there's not very many good ones that are available, like truly that you'd feel confident playing 25 minutes per game. And he is one of them, and he should command a premium for that. I think there's going to be a lot of teams left looking for options at center. I think the Thunder in particular would be an interesting fit because they really want to have shooting at every spot at all time. And he doesn't really have that, but he is a good playmaker for his size. He does do some interesting things on offense in terms of, like, he's got a funky little floater game, which I like. He's not going to be like scoring 15 points a game. They don't need him to do that. And I think that he can do enough to make up for the fact that he can't shoot. And, like, everyone was knocking the Thunder for not having like a change of pace big man last year for times when they needed beef. Like, I think that story was very overblown. I don't think that they wanted that to be part of their identity, but he is multifaceted enough on both sides that he would be an interesting fit there. Not perfect because they'd have to redesign some of the stuff they do, but I think he could make it work because I think he's a smart player. I think he's got a lot of interesting little skills for a center that you don't find very easily. And it'd be a fun fit. Different than I would have expected, though. That news surprised me a little bit, but it'd be cool.
So, Bryce, I'm going to ask you the same question in terms of Hartenstein, either with a fit with OKC or Orlando, or even a return to the Knicks. But your Pistons have, aside from the 76ers, the most, I think, actually more cap space than the 76ers. I think they have $63 million.
It's less after the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade.
Okay.
They're actually down to about 50 now. I think Philadelphia has the most now. Keith Smith just put out the new numbers recently, but plenty of money still.
Okay, so where do you think the Pistons go with that cap space?
Yeah, I still think it ends up being a lot of take on bad contracts, quote unquote, sin contracts, whatever. Hartenstein is a name that Pistons fans have talked a lot about. I would find it interesting what that would mean for a couple other guys on the roster. I think that means either Jalen Duren or Isaiah Stewart would then get traded. I think the Pistons have found out over the last few years that Isaiah Stewart is a 5, not a 4. He's a 5 that can play some minutes at the 4. Even with his ability to space the floor a little bit, that's still the case with him. As far as Hartenstein with the Thunder, I think it's really interesting. I know he doesn't shoot it, but this offense that flows and needs passers and ball movers and stuff like that, I think he does enough offensively that he doesn't screw up what they like to do. And then can he just come down and like beat people up, be physical, rebound? I know that's always a big thing. with them. Even if he's not a dominant defensive rebounder, he is a dominant offensive rebounder. So I think it would be an interesting little fit for them. But I'm like a huge Isaiah Hartenstein fan. Like, I think he's awesome. I think he's been underappreciated for a couple of years. And now I love that he's getting his due credit from people with how good he is. I would love it for the Knicks if they were able to bring him back, because that Knicks team could be really, really good. And him leaving changes the trajectory of that team just a little bit at the center position for sure.
Okay. And Josh, same question to you. Josh was actually, for those of you who kept up with the mock offseason we did a full offseason as realistic as possible. Every team's cap space, we did a draft, we did a free agency, we did trades. One of the biggest trades that went down in the mock offseason, Josh and I were the two agents basically representing the players in free agent talks, and also we made sure everything was pursuant to the CBA, everything along those lines. One of the biggest deals that went down was actually Larry Markkinen to OKC. And now I believe it was Woj yesterday that reported that Larry Markkinen is on the market. And Josh, you had already mentioned maybe this is a potential bigger move to be made for a guy like Larry Markkinen. How do you think a guy like Hartenstein or Markkinen, or maybe even both, I mean, where does that put OKC in terms of the championship hierarchy?
Well, I think if you get Lowry in particular, he's such a perfect complement to the Thunder's big three, especially in the sense that he doesn't take anything away from Shea and J-Dub. Like, he's not going to be taking the ball out of their hands. He's going to be complementing them off ball and adding an element they don't really have in their offense right now. And that's, somebody who's not just a catch and shoot guy, but somebody who actually creates advantages off ball through their movement and so forth. Honestly, I think Hartenstein is not a particularly good fit for him with OKC or Orlando. With OKC, one of the things that makes them so interesting is the like guard and wing picks and screens, right? That would change things with Hart in there. I do think you can still play a sense of 5 out because he can operate from the elbows. I don't think the paint would be too packed with him, but it does reduce the thing that they have said repeatedly that they want to focus on. And also, I don't think if he would be if Chet would be the 5, the starting 5, I don't think Hart is going to sign somewhere where he's not going to be a starter.
So I was just asking, what do you guys think about Orlando then? Because I've always thought the Orlando needing a big man thing was interesting, because that would have to mean they're going to trade Wendell Carter Jr. Because I know Mo opted out, but I think the report even said they were just going to rework a different deal. I think Goga Batadze is a decent NBA center, and he couldn't even get off the bench last year. I believe they started Jonathan Isaac down the stretch and through the first couple of games of the playoffs. That didn't eventually work, but big man wasn't at the top of my list for Orlando. So I'm always a little surprised to see these links, I guess.
Yeah.
No, Josh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think one of the things that is so positive for Orlando right now is that their advantage creators are large.
Yeah.
They're big wings, they're forwards, and one of the things you can do defensively, if they signed Hartenstein and he's their starting center and stuff, if he's still playing a similar role like he is in New York and he is operating those dribble handoffs and stuff like that, when you're operating those handoffs with guys like Paolo and Franz, teams are going to switch. It's just going to be a relatively big switch, which kind of negates a little bit of the value that Hartenstein brings. He would definitely help them, I think. But personally, I think, and you know this, Steven, that the best possible fit for him is the one he already has. Yeah. And Hartenstein said in the past, in past free agent situations too, that what he looks for most is being able to play his game. And he got that opportunity to do that this year with the Knicks. Had a lot of success, and now the team's upgraded around him. And yes, they are limited in what they can give him, but I don't think any of these other teams can offer him the opportunity to play his game in a starting role. And also the vibes are just immaculate. So I hope he resigns, but I wouldn't begrudge him, locking down a life-changing amount of money.
It is funny that you like you said that he found such a comfort level in New York and said that he just like loved being there because they let him be him, because it didn't start that way. Remember, like he could not get off the bench for the first couple of months of last season. He was playing like 15 minutes a game for a while, and then really only was able to get out there because of the Mitchell Robinson injury issues. And they got out there, and suddenly his jolt of passing on the Knicks was like a breath of fresh air for them. And they're like, oh, we need to play this guy like all the time, regardless of what how Robinson's health is. And Robinson went from starting last year as like getting all this positive press for all his defense and stuff like that, which was true. But then what the Knicks really needed, it turns out, was just somebody who was a little bit more capable with the ball in their hands, who could do a little bit of like this secondary fluid playmaking stuff. And I just think back to that, like how it's such a weird twist of fate that, he was very, very close, I think, to just being lost in the shuffle in New York, and then we'd never be talking about him. And instead he ended up being like an analytics darling, as one of the best defenders in the league, according to all these catch-all metrics, right? And everybody is celebrating everything he's doing. So we were very close to not seeing that version of Hartenstein.
Yeah, in a way, it's like a not to the same extent, but it's kind of the Draymond situation.
Sure.
In Golden State, where like was in the rotation, doing some good things, but it didn't really click until an injury happened. And you never want to wish an injury happens, but when these things do happen, some players get an opportunity they wouldn't otherwise, and we get to see them step up, and we get to see how that meshes with like a team's dynamics. And him with the Knicks is just so nice, and I hope it continues.
So, Bryce, you're the one that's brought up, the weird fit, not the weird fit, but Hartenstein and Orlando, the perception that Orlando needs a big man when, quite frankly, they probably don't. Where do you think Orlando does need to fill? I mean, like, I think the ideal landing spot for him is a guy we already talked about, and that's Klay Thompson with Orlando. Yeah. Obviously, it was reported that Klay is taking meetings with the Sixers, Mavericks, and the two LA teams. How do you think, maybe if it's not Klay, maybe it's another shooter that's a free agent that I'm not thinking of at the second, or maybe a shooter on the trade market. But I mean, that's clearly Orlando's biggest need is the shooting, right? I mean, is there anybody you could really think of that specifically would fit with Orlando?
Josh, go ahead. I don't want to take your thunder, Josh, because you put it there in the chat. I would have said it as well, but you go ahead. I will say real quick, I saw a tweet, it looked like from a Mavericks person and I wish I should have saved it so I could give them credit, but it does look like Dallas can give Klay more money than anybody else because they can acquire him into their trade exception from the Tim Hardaway Jr. deal with Detroit, where all these other teams would have to just sign him to, the MLE and stuff like that, where the Mavericks could put him into that trade exception and then extend him or, off and then give him an extension, give him a deal that's bigger than that. So it's something to consider with Klay there. But Josh, drop your name, because I think that's a really good one.
Yeah, I was just mentioning in our chat here that KCP would make a lot of sense for Orlando. Although I imagine he's probably going to be the primary target for Philly if the Paul George thing doesn't work for Philly. But yeah, KCP would be fantastic for Orlando.
It's a good year for KCP to be a free agent. I mean, it's going to make bank this season, and it's no knock against KCP, but it's as much due to the dearth of other quality options out there as it is to KCP.
Bryce, Is this the tweet that you saw from Yossi Goslin, or was it a different one?
Nope, that was the exact one right there.
Okay, awesome. Yossi, awesome front office guy. He does capsheets.com. He said he will be updating that tonight as signings. I know signings have been a little slow so far, but he will be updating that throughout the night. But the second you said it, I thought that was a tweet you were referring to.
Yep. Also, Gary Trent Jr., I don't know that he fits on the defensive end as much as these other two guys we've mentioned, but just in terms of a guy. I think what we're all alluding to here is they need some scoring and spacing in the Orlando backcourt. Just kind of buried the lead there. KCP, obviously a better defender. Even, Clay defensively, not what he once was, but Gary Trent Jr. I think could make sense. And then I don't know if you guys had seen this. It sounds like Russell Westbrook actually is going to be on the trade block. That's been reported by Jake Fisher and by Shams. I believe both have had it, that he opted back in and then is actually, they're looking to work a trade for him somewhere else.
Yes, that's obviously been on the ticker down low. Bryce, I know you say it. I'm just reiterating for anybody who may not have been aware. Yes, I did say per Jake Fisher because he reported it first, and then Shams, I think, a minute or two later. So it'll be interesting to see. I would say, what about Russell Westbrook to the T-Wolves? But now they did that weird Rob Dillingham deal. I think that would, alleviate the need for a guy like Russell Westbrook.
And I heard Connolly loved Rob Dillingham. So I don't think they're going to bring in something you can't give up those assets. And I realize they're down the road. I get it. But those are real assets to the Timberwolves. That's kind of mortgaging your future a little bit. You have to believe in Rob Dillingham and that he's going to, not necessarily run away. But yeah, I think you got to believe in him, and you can't bring in Russ to. I think they got a good, Mike Conley still got a year or two left in him also. Maybe, Father Time catches up quicker. I mean, it's already caught up some, but I would be surprised now with that.
So real quick, I just saw a tweet. It was, I believe, from Sam Amico. And then I believe Chris Haynes also reported it as well. Or at least he allegedly reported it. I believe it was Legion Hoops, one of those. I know they're not reputable, but apparently it's been reported that the Warriors offered both Chris Paul, who's since been waived because they couldn't come up with a deal with him, and Andrew Wiggins, who they've been trying to get off of, in a deal for Zach LaVine. The Bulls were going to give LaVine for those two guys, and the Warriors, who were I wouldn't say desperate to get off Andrew Wiggins, otherwise they might have done this, but they didn't even want to do that deal, Wiggins and Chris Paul for Zach LaVine. So, I mean, Zach LaVine, I think at this point has been reported. Again, I apologize because I don't recall who. Basically, the Bulls will attach a first-round pick to get off of the salary. I mean, what a fall from grace. He's a two-time All-Star, and I don't think it has to do with his play. It obviously has to do with his contract. So how do we think this Zach LaVine trade market is going to, sort of resolve itself?
Not in a way that Chicago is going to like, I'll tell you that. I mean, it's not just the contract, right? I think there is concern about the play. I think that he's a guy who hasn't shown the ability to focus in on defense. The shooting is real. The shooting is nice. He can do a little bit of stuff with the ball in his hand, but I think the contenders are not going to be interested in his services if they're worried about him just having a bullseye on his back from the second round on in the playoffs. And I think the injury history is scaring people off. I'm not sure what's in the water in Chicago, but they've had so many injury problems the last couple of years between LaVine and Caruso and Lonzo Ball, of course, and Patrick Williams. It just goes on and on. They can't get their guys healthy. And LaVine, you don't want to be paying $46 million to a 30-year-old player with bad knees and no defense, right? And that's what teams are looking at in 25, 26 if they take on the LaVine contract. So I'm not sure. And Chicago has so far been pretty adamant that they're not planning on totally bottoming out. So that first round pick probably doesn't hold a ton of value for people, depending on what year it is. Obviously, we don't have the specifics to know that for sure, but I can't see LaVine's shooting is a fit on a lot of teams, but I think the teams that would really need the shooting also need some sort of defense attached to it, and also not it to be $50 million. So it's going to be a tough trade market for him. They're going to have to sweeten the pot.
I will say before Bryce and Josh give their opinion on Zach LaVine's trade market, apparently the Nuggets are showing interest in Russell Westbrook. That was according to both Tony Jones and Jake Fisher. So
makes sense, right? They traded away. Who's the backup point guard in Denver right now? Nobody.
Jalen Pickett?
Yeah, Jalen Pickett. And, if they the thing we didn't talk about with KCP is that means the Nuggets are losing KCP after they just lost Bruce Brown. That means Christian Brown's probably moving into the starting lineup. I think the guy they just drafted, Deron Holmes, is a guy that's going to have to play as a rookie. You saw Peyton Watson, who they didn't trust in the playoffs, all of the rookies from the year before were like, I think this makes sense in terms of Russ coming in. If he accepts, I think he would know he's going to be a backup, just bringing some energy into the second unit in Denver. I know he has plenty of faults, guys. I get it. I understand it. But I watched enough games where he came in and just his energy kind of changed things for a team. I think Denver could use that. Now, how does it look in the playoffs? I have no idea. But connecting the dots there makes some sense. So I would not be surprised. As far as LaVine, he's a guy, again, Pistons work has been talked a lot about. It's contract, it's the injuries. I think if you were getting an asset with him, it makes it a little bit more palatable. But I think that's the only way. I would be shocked if he gets traded as a neutral asset. And if they're not finding people to take him with attaching a first-round pick, like Mike said, it's not going to be very good for Bulls fans. That's not going to feel very good when the deal does have to happen then.
No, I 100% agree in terms of if they're a rebuilding team and they're wanting to attach a first to him and no one's even biting, I mean, that's not a great look. I know they talked about Sacramento having interest at one point. Maybe if Brandon Ingram talks, which we already talked about, stall a little bit, maybe they may, try to throw their name in the Zach LaVine sweepstakes, which doesn't seem to be much of a sweepstakes right now. But anyway, Josh, I'll get your opinion on Zach LaVine, and then there's another potential trade I want to talk about. But real quick, I know Bryce and Mike need to get going. Mike will be back in about an hour, starting at 8 o'clock Eastern, and he will be with us for basically the remaining of the show. Real quick, before I let them both sign off, Keith Pompey from the Philadelphia Inquirer, he's a Sixers beat writer, just said Tobias Harris is receiving free agent interest from the Pistons, Jazz, Spurs, and Mavericks. Those 4 teams. So we'll see. Again, I wish, Mike, you'll be back, but Bryce, I wish we had more free agents that actually signed for us to discuss.
Well, Sam may change his mind on whether we need to record tonight, so I may hit you up, Steven, if we don't go and see if you need some need me back at all. I will say this. I think it's very interesting that Tobias is getting interest from all the teams that just happen to have cap space, and that's a good play there by his agent. As somebody that's covered the Pistons, you find out that they just get used for leverage quite a bit because they're always a team with cap space. Well, I will say I don't hate it on like a very, very short-term deal for Detroit. I don't hate it, but it would not if it's 3 years or something like that. If you got the Bruce Brown type deal.
It's funny you mentioned his agent because his agent's actually his father. At least it was. I don't know if it still is, but it's funny that it's like, oh, well, his dad clearly does a great job because he got him already a 5-year, $180 million deal. Yep. And now he's about to, parlay that into something else.
You said Jazz, though, was one of the teams with interest, which, like, to Bryce's point, is probably just, agents doing their due diligence and using his leverage. But if it's real, maybe that is a stronger indicator that they're preparing for life after Lauri Markkanen, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's interesting to me. Lowry's so cool, man. I know we talked about him a little bit earlier, but like I did some research on him earlier in the year, and out of the top 50 scorers in the NBA, he has the highest percentage of assisted buckets. 85% of Markkanen's baskets are assisted. Second place in the top 50 scorers was Karl Anthony Towns at 75%. That's like a huge drop off. And Doncic was obviously the lowest with 13% or something like that. But like that speaks to his plug and play ability anywhere you want, whether it's Oklahoma City or something else. Like there's nobody else who scores the way that he does in the whole league. And I think that makes him such a fascinating character.
No, absolutely. I do kind of like the fit with Detroit just because their need for forwards. My issue is with again, I'm a Sixers guy. My biggest issue with Tobias Harris for years has been the inability to just catch and shoot. And that frustrated me so much playing alongside Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid because of the fact that, Detroit definitely needs a floor spacing that Bryce, Mike, Josh, and I already talked about in terms of space the floor for Cade Cunningham. So I think Tobias would need he has, I think, fine catch and shoot numbers too. I don't have them offhand, but I think if he's able to have a quicker trigger when he catches the ball, I think that would help Detroit immensely. So, Bryce, if you want to say your final thoughts, you could add whatever, sign off. And if you want to come back on, let me know. Obviously, you're more than welcome to come back.
Yep, I'll let you know. We'll see what Sam decides. But yeah, if you're not, follow me on Twitter at Motor City Hoops. I wish we would have had some breaking news here. The NBA screwed us all over with the new CBA and the tampering charges and all of that. So I am convinced that we won't get any new signings till we're all asleep and we'll have to wake up to them tomorrow. But I still enjoyed this, guys. Mike, Josh, I really enjoy talking with you guys. Steven, as always, even though we didn't have anything new, I felt like we had some good stuff to talk about. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
You too, Bryce. Thanks.
Yep.
Absolutely, Bryce. Mike, any final thoughts before you sign off? Again, by the time hopefully you come back on at 8 o'clock, we better have some type of trade or some type of free agent signing to discuss. But anything to add before we have to sign off for an hour?
No, I hope I'm timing this perfectly, but my nightmare is that everything breaks at 7:02, and then you guys spend the next 45 minutes talking about Paul George and Klay Thompson, and I have nothing to discuss when I get back on. So now,
you can get your opinion.
Right now, I think we're all that meme of the stick figure, like poking Woj and Shams' head, being like, "Do something." That's what it feels like. So I'll be back in an hour. Follow me at bballispoetry or basketballpoetry.com. And thanks again for having me on, Steven, and I will see you soon. Josh, great talking to you.
Likewise, Mike.
Okay. Now we are joined by another guest, Blake Stern. Blake, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, Steven. How about you?
I'm doing well. As you can see on Blake's, I suppose that's, I don't know the exact term for it. I'm just going to say a ticker because we have the ticker going at the bottom.
Sure. Yeah, ticker works.
Blake is a cap analyst, similar. I'm more CBA oriented than I am cap oriented. So, Blake, I was hoping by the time you came on at 7, I tried staggering it, that you could have had some cap sheets updated with some signings and everything along those lines. But unfortunately, not a whole lot has transpired thus far.
Yeah, what's funny is normal years, I'm kind of just scrambling around like during the first 30 minutes, like just trying to update everything. And then this year, it's actually kind of relaxing. I nice little couple waivers, Luke Cornett re-signing. And Kevin Love resigning. That's pretty much been all the moves. So it's actually kind of a relief a little bit. I mean, obviously, I want to see the action just as much as everybody else, but it's not too bad.
Absolutely. So bear with me 1 second. Blake, have you been watching the show?
Not recently, but I have watched the show in the past. Yes.
I'm saying this show.
The Burr Red show. Yes. So far, I've been watching the show. I know you. A little bit, yeah.
I'm asking because is there anything we have discussed? Unfortunately, we haven't had a whole lot of signings come in, so there's not a whole lot for us to talk about right now. Is there anything you want to add on whether it's Zach LaVine's trade market or Brandon Ingram potentially being traded to the Kings or Klay Thompson, the team's interested in him? I mean, the floor is yours for a couple minutes.
Yeah, if I would talk about Klay for a little bit. I would definitely say Dallas appears to me, at least based on what I've seen on Twitter, to be the front runner at the moment. But and they probably have the most aim, especially considering they got that trade exception from the Tim Hardaway Jr. trade. They should be able to fit his salary, I don't know, around that range for a sign and trade, which could be helpful for them. And then in addition, I did just see something come across my Twitter that I know Westbrook is on the trade market, and one team I've heard to have interest in him is the Denver Nuggets. And I think that's a very interesting fit, considering his salary is very low. And Denver because he has the minimum salary, Denver doesn't have to send back anything in a trade for him salary-wise. So it would be an interesting fit for them, especially considering that they probably are going to lose KCP. But yeah, that's probably the most interesting thing I've seen across my timeline, other than the fact I did just see that Neemias Queta just re-signed with the Celtics, which I don't know if that's big news to anyone, but that is definitely something that has come across my timeline. So I don't know, reporting that to the audience.
Okay, so Celtics so far have signed both big men. Andre Drummond has agreed to a 2-year, $10 million deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. He is back, baby.
So from what I can tell on this deal, it says 2 years, $10 million. I would assume they're giving him the biannual exception, just based on the numbers that I can see there.
Do they have the biannual if they're a cap space team?
I don't think not until so they could wait to sign Drummond before like So they could sign Paul George per se. Let's say they get Paul George, and then they sign Maxey to their max. And then once they're out, that makes them outside of a cap space team. And so then it would open up the biannual and the mid-level for them to sign after that.
Okay, that's something I didn't even think of. This is why, I need reinforcement like yourself and Josh to come on.
But again, it could just be cap space. I wouldn't be too surprised. But that's a pretty decent value for a backup center for what they got for Drummond. I mean, bring him back. They had him in the past. I think it's a good deal.
Okay, so I do want to talk about the Sixers situation because, Josh, as you know, in the mock offseason that we conducted, Paul George went to the Sixers. They had about $11 million left over after that in cap space and the $8 million room exception to bring back basically DeAnthony Melton and Kelly Oubre. So if Drummond is going to be in the cap space, that is going to affect some of the ability to bring back both those guys. But let's talk about the tweet I just put up on the screen from Anthony Irwin. The Lakers and Trailblazers have been in consistent talks for a deal for Jeremy Grant. They're not imminent, but the sides have definitely been the most active today. Josh, let's talk about this and also Max Christie going to or re-signing with the Lakers. For the same deal, Corbin actually had Max Christie sign in Charlotte in the mock trade deadline 4 for $32. What do you think? How do you think the Lakers are going to operate? I know we talked about Klay Thompson already, meeting with them already, but what do you think the general sentiment is with the Lakers offseason?
Well, before we dive into that, I just have to say, you just mentioned Corbin. We're about to talk about the Lakers, and one of Corbin's favorite players of all time, Russell Westbrook, is apparently an option for the Denver Nuggets, whom Corbin does not like, and I know this personally, he does not like, despite living in Colorado right now, because they just beat the Lakers all the time. So I just have to comment that I personally am not a big Russell Westbrook fan, but I'm rooting for the Nuggets to get Russell Westbrook simply to watch Corbin have a meltdown. So I just got to throw that out there. That's the quality of friend I am, apparently. But no, I think the Lakers are unlikely to get Klay. They're unlikely to get kind of a big enough person to join LeBron and AD and kind of win the press conference and make everybody think, yeah, the Lakers are back. I don't think they can really get such a person. So going for guys like Jeremy Grant or maybe trying to get Brook Lopez in a trade, like that makes a lot of sense to me in terms of like, let's pivot from, pursuing, like a third star, and let's just kind of, again, upgrade around our two guys and Austin Reeves and try to make our team better. And also it makes sense that Portland would want to potentially move off Jeremy Grant. They already moved off Brogdon. I imagine Robert Williams is probably not going to stay there too long either, especially after they took Klingon. So it makes a lot of sense that those two teams in particular would be talking, because Jeremy Grant would be a nice fit next to LeBron and AD, able to kind of scale up in moments when one of those guys is not on the floor, and otherwise kind of work well with them when they are all on the floor. I'd like it for the Lakers. And the Christie deal, I'm not huge on Christie personally, but I don't think that's a bad deal. That seems like a perfectly fine contract to me.
Okay. So, Blake, while we're on the topic of Jeremy Grant and these potential trade discussions to the Lakers, first of all, I do want to note, I believe it was Mark Stein yesterday, or maybe it was Tim McMahon. It was some prominent reporter, so it was reputable, basically stated that the Lakers, LeBron would take a pay cut for the Lakers to open up the mid-level exception for a guy like James Harden, Klay Thompson, or Jonas Valanciunas. I just thought it was funny because obviously James Harden and Klay Thompson are Hall of Fame, top 100 all-time players. And then Jonas Valanciunas, nothing wrong with him. I think he's a fine player. I think he'd be fine for the Lakers. I just thought it was funny to hear, those are the three guys that they would, use the mid-level exception for, which obviously Harden isn't realistic for the MLE. As Josh said, I don't think Klay Thompson is very realistic for the MLE, especially I think he's going to end up in Dallas. But like, what would a Jeremy Grant trade to the Lakers look like if you have the cap sheet in front of you?
Yeah, I have the Lakers caption in front of me. It kind of, to me, when I saw that tweet, I kind of thought of, the meme with the three dragons. There's like the one dragon looking at each other, and you just see Jonas Valanciunas there, and you're like, oh, what? But one, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. I don't think Valanciunas is a great fit there anyway, just because a matter of if you're going to use your MLE, you don't want to use it on a position where you're pretty solid with AD as the center. But looking at, I do think a Jeremy Grant trade is interesting. So for salary wise, they have D'Lo at $18.6 million and an expiring. So they could use his salary as well as maybe Hachimura to get up to Jeremy Grant's salary. Portland might have some interest in somebody like Austin Reeves or even like Gabe Vincent or Jared Vanderbilt. Those are also some of the Lakers' bigger salaries that they could use. But if they were to aggregate, they would be hard capped at the second apron, which wouldn't really be too concerning for the Lakers, considering that I have them at the moment about $30 million above the tax, $30 million above the first apron. So they should be fine with the Jeremy Grant deal, even if they were used to aggregate salaries. And it would be an interesting fit, just roster-wise, I think, depending on who they would use. But I think using D'Lo's expiring would be interesting, just as a matter of salary-wise. But there's a lot of different combinations the Lakers could use to grab Jeremy Grant.
Okay. Let's move on to, I suppose, Drummond to Philly. It's not exciting. It's the only real move that is transpired so far. So Drummond was with the Sixers we saw in, 2022, I believe, when he signed with the Sixers, ended up getting traded at the deadline to the Nets in the James Harden deal. As a Sixers fan, my biggest thing is I feel like that's been the biggest need on the roster, for the Sixers for the last 5 years is, okay, we need to back to Joel Embiid because when he's on the bench, especially in the playoffs, they just get destroyed. I don't think it's as big of a need as people are making it seem to be because I think no matter who's on the court behind Joel Embiid, when he's on the bench, they're going to get destroyed anyway. So I don't think it's a great use to allocate resources in a backup center, but I understand the need. Drummond is a fine backup at this point. He was actually pretty good in Chicago. The Sixers, as the screen says with Jake Fisher, the Sixers thought they were going to get Drummond in the deadline last year for 2 seconds. Bulls wanted a 3rd second, so deal fell through. Bulls basically could have had 2-3 seconds for a guy that was going to go to the Sixers anyway, and they ended up losing him for nothing. So Josh, anything to add on the Andre Drummond to Philadelphia signing?
I mean, like you mentioned, anybody backing up Embiid is going to pale in comparison. But I do think just being able to control the boards in those minutes can be helpful enough to at least prop up those lineups, at least in that category. And hopefully you can still hit on some of the other 4 factors. Also, he's improved a lot in terms of defensive event creation, which I don't necessarily think equates to good team defense, but he has been getting a lot of steals and blocks in the last couple of seasons, which is something that, again, combined with the rebounding, could be enough to help those lineups not be completely atrocious, especially if they get an additional scorer in like a Paul George or in somebody else who that takes up some of that cap space, so that it's not all on Embiid, all on Maxey. I think in that context, the Drummond deal is pretty nice.
Blake, anything to add on Drummond?
Yeah, if I might add, so I was mistaken earlier. I would say Keith Smith tweeted out about how the Sixers were going to utilize their space to go through these signings. So it could be possible that Drummond could be signed with the room exception. So first, their order of operations, Keith Smith says, I think he posted it up.
I'm pulling it up. Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm going to put it on the screen. Okay, show screen. Keith Smith. This is the tweet you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct. So first, they could use their cap space on a guy like Paul George, sign him to the max, or sign a guy like KCP to a big deal, or somebody else that they might be interested in. And then they could, in second, to re-sign Maxey to the max. And then they could use something like the room exception or sign minimums. So it's very possible Drummond could be brought in with the room exception or just with cap space. For me, I mean, honestly, I'd probably just use him as the room exception just because I don't know who else you're going to get with that room exception at that value. I think it's good value for Drummond for what he is, and especially considering that there's reports that they were going to trade for him at the deadline, and just getting him for free is a good deal for them. And they still have plenty of cap space going. I believe I have them, if you included about 5 million, I would say I still have about 60 million in cap space just to go through it. And that's getting Maxey on the max and then Paul George in there. And
you're saying 60 mil after the Drummond signing?
Yes, after the Drummond signing, they have about $60 million in cap space. But that's not including signing Maxey to a max deal. So once they sign Maxey to the max deal, that drops to about 30. And I did just see a report.
I'm pulling it up now.
Yeah.
So we have a move I don't want to talk a whole lot about. This is a very Clippers move, though, in terms of how they've operated the past few years. Let me pull it up here.
Yeah.
Kevin Porter Jr. has agreed to a 2-year deal with the Clippers, including a player option. I'm assuming the deal has not come out yet in terms of the money. But, Blake, I mean...
I would assume the minimum contracts with that, just considering his status and just the Clippers' ability to spend. It's an interesting deal. Outside, I don't really want to talk too much about the off-court stuff.
Me neither.
But I would say he's an interesting prospect. I mean, they did a similar thing last year with Josh Primo signing him to the 2-year deal. That's kind of what comes to my mind first. But so it says in the tweet that he played in Greece. I know he played in Greece, and I don't know, I guess teams have been interested in him. And yeah, I think he's just another option for the Clippers to have. It's not basketball wise. I think it's not too bad taking a shot on him, I would say.
So let me ask you, I don't have cap sheets in front of me right now, but if Paul George were to leave the Clippers and factoring Harden's new 2-year, $70 million deal, what type of exceptions do the Clippers have to utilize to spend?
So I already have the Harden deal in, I would say. So they have access to the non-tax mid-level and their buy-in, or I believe they have access to their biannual. Yes, they do. So they have access to that and minimum salaries, which they can sign. It seems like they would have signed with Kevin Porter. So they could go after guys at mid-level level, you could say, or maybe even like if they're really ambitious, go maybe for like try to do a sign-in trade for Klay Thompson or something like that. But they don't have too much space to take in a sign-in trade, considering they would hard cap them at the apron. I would say they have their mid-level, they have the biannual, and they have minimum salaries. And at the moment, I have them at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people on their roster. With that's not including Paul George, but is including Harden. And then you include Kevin Porter Jr. as minimum. So that would be 11 players. So you have 3 to 4 spots to fill. And I would say that, I don't know, you could go after other guys on the minimum and interesting guys like, I don't know, to my mind, I don't know, just as a Heat fan, like Caleb Martin, somebody that comes to mind. I don't know, just trying to think, because if you're going to lose Paul George, you want to somewhat replace, I don't know, the forward potential. I don't know, Josh, maybe you have any other forwards, free agents that could be at like mid-level level that you would say would be interesting for the Clippers.
I mean, I think in our mock off season, that is exactly where Caleb Martin wound up.
It did at the full mid-level.
Yeah, definitely the full mid-level is probably where I see him ending up, at least as contract wise. So it would be interesting just to see. They have a decent amount of options. I don't know, just maybe pull up my free agency graphic. Yeah, I don't know. other guys maybe that they could
mean-
go after, or like maybe like a I don't know, like a lower option, maybe like a I don't know, Robert
What about
Covington, bringing back
Der-
Robert Covington or something like that, or
Derek Jones Jr. is likely to re-sign in Dallas, but if he doesn't, I think he could be an option.
that's a good name, I would say. Maybe like Sadiq Bey from Atlanta would be an interesting option. I don't know, thinking a little bit lower tier, maybe like Taurean Prince from the Lakers. I'm just looking through some forwards that I see that might be interesting to the Clippers.
I mean, I don't know if this is where he would prioritize things, but I mean, there's definitely been some smoke about DeRozan and the Clippers. He's obviously from that area. If you're losing Paul George, like you said, you want to kind of fill that wing slot. Also, ideally, somebody who can, create some advantages as well. Now, is DeRozan, like you said, I don't know if they necessarily want to do a sign and trade and cap themselves. Is DeRozan at the spot in his career where he would consider what the Clippers could offer him?
Well, if you consider it, it's the same scenario if the Clippers use their mid-level versus if they go through a sign and trade. Obviously, it just might cost them a little bit more, considering if they went after a guy like DeRozan, they probably would have to pay a little bit more than the mid-level. But if they use the mid-level or they elect to do a sign and trade regardless, they'd be hard capped at the first apron. So they would have the same exact limitations. So if they were to go after a guy like DeRozan, I theoretically they could. Again, I don't see that they would be pretty limited into how much over the mid-level they could give DeRozan, considering, I don't know, I have them at about, like, they don't have too much space under the apron to give them a big salary and fill out the rest of their roster. So I think fit-wise, I think it would be interesting just considering he's from the area and he grew up there, and it would be an interesting fit for sure, especially if they have to replace George. But I don't know. Maybe DeRozan could fit there. Maybe they could fit it in and sneak in some minimums and maybe trade away some stuff. I don't know. We'll see.
So, if not for the Clippers, I mean, where do we think DeMar DeRozan ends up at this point? I mean, I have no. If it's not the Clippers, I honestly have no idea.
I really don't. I mean, just fit-wise, I guess the Clippers would make sense. But if the sign and trade, things get complicated. I mean, you have to you have to think about salary matching. You have to think about just fits on your roster. It starts to get very messy. And from Chicago's end, I don't know what Chicago necessarily would maybe want to ask back in a trade, because the Clippers are so limited. Chicago might have some advantage, some leverage to take back something from the Clippers. Other teams maybe that might be interested in DeRozan, I guess maybe I don't know. Dallas seems to be more interested in Klay Thompson, but maybe Dallas comes to mind, at least off the top of my head. I would maybe think just teams with cap space like Philadelphia, if things somehow don't work out with Paul George. Other contending teams, maybe, I don't know.
What about the Lakers?
He would have to take a pay cut or LeBron at least. One of those, he would have to take a pay cut to go to the Lakers, because the Lakers could only offer him the mid-level if they wanted to go in that direction. Or it would involve LeBron taking a very serious pay cut, which I don't think he will take a too serious pay cut. But he could potentially go to the Lakers. I wouldn't be too shocked if that's how we ended up, just for the mid-level. I mean, it's a little below his value, but it's the Lakers. I think he had some interest. People were thinking he was, a couple of years ago when he signed with Chicago, that he was going to take the mid-level to go back to the Lakers after their whole Kyrie scenario didn't work out. So I think it's possible. And I think he would, I don't know, just based on his preferences, I think he'd probably prefer to be with the Lakers rather than the Clippers, just considering situation-wise.
Josh, anything to add on DeRozan, the Lakers, or anything in general?
I just think it's interesting that personally, I probably wouldn't want to give too big of a contract in this kind of new era we have with the second apron restrictions and first apron stuff. I wouldn't want to necessarily target a guy who's already 35 and stuff, but like DeRozan is a really good player, and he's getting squeezed out of things. Like, he's going to be in the NBA next year. He's going to be on some team, but the fact that because of everything, we can't really think of a team that makes sense for him, at least in a way that would have a salary point that would like seemingly work for somebody of his reputation. I think that's just interesting how this free agency period is already kind of squeezing some of these bigger names. Similar thing with Klay Thompson. I mean, part of it was, Golden State didn't want to give him a lot of money, and Klay's probably going to get into Dallas for, not too much over the MLE. So like, I just think it's interesting that we're seeing some of these players who have kind of impressive resumes and that sort of thing and aren't bad yet. Like, they're still good players. They're not what they once were, but they're still good players. And they're looking at
Whoa. Sorry, Josh. I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah.
But...
No, yeah, cut me off.
Okay, so this is one Josh actually talked about when we were talking about potential, Orlando Magic trade targets. So Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, according to Jeff Zilgid, who's an NBA reporter for USA Today, is headed to the Orlando Magic on a 3-year deal. I'm waiting to see Woj, James, Jake Fisher, someone else report it, but let's talk about...
Yeah, what I would say... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, let's talk about this meanwhile.
I would say, one, just initial reaction, that's a huge loss for Denver. I mean, you lose him you can't replace him literally with the cap. You're under the second apron. You have no opportunity to replace him. You just internally have to move up Christian Brown to the starting lineup. And that's not ideal for Denver, I would say. Two, this is a good move for Orlando. I think they have cap space. I don't think they're going to get Paul George. So you get a guy like KCP, veteran presence with a young team. And it seems like the money-wise would probably be around, I would assume, like $20 million a year. Is probably, for what he is probably good for, I don't know. I still have to see the money that comes back for KCP, but that's a good player to have on your team. I mean, fit-wise, they have a lot of guards, but it doesn't matter. This guy's a veteran presence, NBA champion, 2-time NBA champion. And I think it's just a really good move for Orlando.
So, Josh, go ahead, because this is a trade you were talking about, or not a trade, a signing you were talking about in terms of him being a great fit with Orlando.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic for Orlando, particularly since like the reason they took the kind of mini leap that they did as a franchise this past season was based on their defense. That defense just got better, a lot better. And when you can roll out Suggs and KCP against, any team that has dual perimeter creators, like, you're going to give yourself a chance. The other thing is this would clearly suggest that Paul George is going to Philly or the Clippers. Okay, so a $66 million deal. Good for him.
That's good value.
Good for him. Yeah, and good value.
Yeah.
And on the Nuggets side of things, obviously it stings to lose him. And I think Christian Brown moving into the starting lineup is going to ding the spacing somewhat, and obviously isn't quite the same level of defender as KCP. But where I'm more worried is like who kind of steps into Christian Brown's role as the main guy off the bench. It's probably Peyton Watson, or I know Denver is supposedly really high on Julian Strawther, but he also did not shoot it very well this past season, and that's kind of why you have him. So it's definitely a major ding to Denver, but I love this for Orlando, and I think this will help start greasing the wheels and get things moving, because this clearly suggests Paul George is going to go to either Philly or re-sign with the Clippers, which could thaw the market a little bit for all those other wings we've been talking about in terms of and now I'm blanking on names, but the Buddy Hields, the Gary Trent Juniors, the Malik Beasleys, all these like shooting wings and stuff are all kind of waiting for Paul George, KCP, and Klay Thompson to sign, because wherever they don't sign, now they're going to pivot to one of those guys. So this is the first step, I think, to finally seeing some movement.
Yeah, I would agree. I think an interesting thing I saw from Yosi.
I'm
Yep.
posting that right now. Actually, that's
Perfect.
so funny.
Perfect.
Bear with me 1 second. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, but what he said basically is that the Nuggets, they're at the second apron right now, but they could, obviously they lose KCP. They could theoretically replace him if they're able to salary dump Zeke Naji. Now, last year when they did that extension, I was kind of puzzled by it just based on his production. And this year, obviously, he didn't do too much for them. So if they're able to offload him somewhere, just maybe with some seconds or something like that, they actually, notably, they don't have too many seconds to give away anyway. But regardless, if they're able to offload Zeke Naji, then, or maybe do a sign and trade, like they say, they could get into the market for guys like Bogdan Bogdanovic, Norman Powell. Those are interesting fits, at least, especially to replace KCP just as a player. And I think those options are good for Denver, just as a matter of salary wise. It fits around what KCP was at around 15, 16 million, something like that. And if they can do the sign and trade, they could generate a trade exception and do something with that. But notably also, if they were to do a sign and trade for KCP to Orlando, they would be hard capped at the second apron because they're even if they're even involved in a sign and trade, they become hard capped at the second apron. So Denver does have to watch themselves if they're going to end up doing a sign and trade, just because they're going to be limited. They're going to just got to watch out for a hard cap, essentially.
Yeah, one interesting thing on this note is Bogdanovic was actually recently in pictures with Nikola Jokic at one of his horse races that Jokic's horse won. So like that would kind of make a lot of sense here. The question is, do they have enough to unload Zeke Naji's deal? And obviously, Trajan Langdon's kind of talked about how their key focus in Detroit is going to be absorbing contracts and kind of taking sweeteners in as part of that. But the Nuggets don't have a whole lot of sweeteners. But I think obviously if you're Denver, yes, there's some worry about being like hard capped and losing some of that flexibility. But if you could avoid replacing KCP, if you can avoid losing KCP for functionally nothing, that could be really helpful while trying to maintain that contender level of competition while Jokic is in his prime.
What about Bojan Bogdanovic? I see, obviously, Bogdan's on the screen as a potential scenario, but Bojan, as we know, just went from the Knicks to the Nets. Is that a possible, feasible scenario? I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Cap-wise, it works, especially considering the salary. I don't know, like, if that essentially, like, basketball-wise replaces KCP, but, it's another guy to have, and I think he would be a good fit on Denver. So, no, I don't think that's a bad idea or anything like that, but I wanted to bring up that the fact this is all contingent on if they can salary dump Zeke Naji, and it's going to be very hard. They have, at least I have it down, they have only one tradable second-round pick, and it's like not even a real second-round pick. In 2028, they only have it from 31 to 33, so it's not even a real pick. So the only thing they could theoretically sell is swaps, and their swaps and their pick situation in general is jumbled in a lot of different trades that even goes over my head. So it's going to be hard, just a matter of replacing KCP. if they're able to, I don't know, salary. It's just a matter of, it's going to be hard to salary them Zignagi, basically. They're going to have to incentivize somebody with something other than picks, which I don't know. You may have to go into your own players like that you like Strawther or Pickett or somebody like that.
Which I don't know if it was mentioned, but basically the Nuggets it took them 3 seconds to get off Reggie Jackson to Charlotte. So
That's correct. Yeah.
So unless like Detroit's the team that comes to mind, I know Josh already mentioned them. They're apparently going to be super patient with their cap space. Unless Detroit actually likes Zeke Nnaji, the player, given he's a lot younger than Reggie Jackson, it's going to take more than that one available second that they have. So that's an interesting scenario that we're going to have to see plays out because this has drastic ramifications for Denver. Obviously, we know after they lost Bruce Brown, they were still able to be a top contender in the West, and then obviously lost to Minnesota before the conference finals. But we're going to have to see, how that plays out further in terms of now losing KCP as well.
Yeah. I was also going to add that like Zeke Nnaji, a lot of contracts at this point, like just because the cap is rising so often, it's interestingly, it wasn't rising that often this year, but given that it's probably going to raise about 10% per year, most contracts, I don't know, people have a lot of sticker shock with it. Like the Patrick Williams contract yesterday, I think was probably a good deal in the end of the day. It probably will end up looking not too bad in a couple of years. But Zeke Nnaji is notably one of the few contracts in the league, I would say, just generally is a bad contract. Like, and it's not that much, but it's like the guy didn't play at all for Denver, basically, during the playoffs, anything like that. And he's under contract for 3 more years with a player option. And so for a team, even like Detroit, to take him on, it's kind of tough, like to stomach, and you're going to have to be incentivized to take him on. And if Denver doesn't have the options to incentivize them, or at least ones that they're interested in, I don't see a scenario where they could really get into the market for guys like Bogdanovich and Powell, etc.
So one final note I'm going to talk. I know Josh is going to hop off in a couple of minutes, but Josh, we talked about, especially with the mock offseason, how for Phoenix, for example, wanted Royce O'Neal to theoretically take a larger deal so they could then salary match, given they can't aggregate salaries in a deal. I feel like that's sort of what Denver did, which I know Nnaji signed before the CBA fully went into effect, but I feel like they said, okay, fine, we're going to give you a bigger salary in order to use your deal to salary match for a player in a similar tier later on. And so far, that's looked like, if that was the actual scenario and that was the strategy behind it, it's definitely coming, for lack of a better term, bit them in the ass. So anything to add on that?
Yeah. If you do take that type of approach, it has to be somebody that you feel is going to get minutes for your team and is going to be productive in the role that you ask them to be in, so that they maintain some trade value. And you don't have to throw in too many sweeteners. And like Blake said, the Nuggets don't really have any. They're working with like straight stevia. Like it's not going to taste good. And I think that it would almost have to require them doing at least one swap,
Sweetener,
and maybe somebody likes
Strawther.
Yeah,
Hunter Tyson,
and like
Strawther,
maybe if I'm Denver right now, I'm calling San Antonio, Utah, and seeing if they have any interest in Strawther, Pickett, or any of the it's basically those two, because there's no way Calvin Booth's giving up Peyton Watson. So like interest in either of those two guys, maybe both of those two guys. And, like Blake said, it's very complicated, but hey, we could work out some swaps where like you might get an additional first, maybe.
They do. I mean, I don't think they're going to trade a first to dump Zeke Nnaji, but they do have access to their 2031 first. They can make it, as I believe it's 2 years after the protection is conveyed in 2031. So I don't know if they would be willing to do that. I certainly, if I was running the Nuggets, I wouldn't do that to dump Zeke Nnaji. But you never know if it's really if they really are interested in a guy like a Bogdan Bogdanovich or a Powell, and they really want him, then you got to do what you got to do.
I mean, if you look at it from the perspective of a first functionally going out for bringing in a Bogdanovich or Powell, knowing that KCP is leaving and maintaining, like I was saying earlier, I think the bigger concern is more who fills Christian Brown's role if he switches up into the starting lineup, and is Peyton Watson ready? So like, yeah, I wouldn't want to give away that first just to dump Zeke Naji. But in this particular context where KCP's gone, you're trying to maintain this contention window while Jokic is in his prime. I'd have to consider it strongly. But then again, you need a team to agree with it, and you need like Atlanta to be interested, and you have to still move something to Atlanta for them to give you Bogdanovich. So
yeah, what I would also say, let's just say they're not able to dump Zeke Naji and they're just have to stuck with letting KCP go, or maybe they could work out a sign and trade, but I don't think that's likely. I would say that they could go after guys like, I don't know, like an Eric Gordon, just like guys on the minimum who are veterans and want to play with Jokic, want to win a championship, just good veteran guys. And they could sign him to maybe a 1-and-1 if they really want to incentivize them. And they're willing to take on the tax consequences. And that might resolve some issues of that. I don't think it's ideal. Like, the quality of player you're going to get for the veteran minimum it's what it is. It's a veteran minimum, So I don't know how much that replaces KCP or the Christian Brown role that KCP, I don't know, is now taking or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I do think there are two free agents that might make sense for the Nuggets in this context, barring a Russell Westbrook trade. Both Monty Morris and Gary Harris are free agents. They both have strong connections to the Nuggets organization. They both played with this core for long stretches, and I think both are very gettable for the vet minimum. So those could be two guys that fill those final roster spots.
Yeah. I like those two names.
Those are good names. The only thing I would say is just like, if I was Monty Morris or Gary Harris's agent, I wouldn't take the veteran minimum if I were them, just based on the quality of player there are. But again, the market dictates it. Yes. So if they're only getting minimum offers, wouldn't you rather play for the minimum with Jokic, go back to Denver where what's going on,
and pretty plug and play too, because they already have that chemistry. They already know how that team runs things, and
it wouldn't be too hard of a sell, I don't think, to take a pay cut to go play with Jokic. I think I would do that.
And to contend for a championship.
Okay, so finally, I pulled this tweet off from Brian Toporek, who writes for both Forbes and Liberty Ballers, which is a Sixers beat site. Basically, KCB presumably wouldn't have signed this deal this quickly if he thought the Sixers were realistic options, which means we've already talked about the possible scenario of Paul George to the Sixers. So yeah, Blake, this is something we are going to talk about, but Josh, I know you have to get going. Mike will be back on with us, I'd say, in about 15 minutes or so. So Blake and I will hold down the fort for the next 15 minutes. Josh, anything you want to plug before you sign off?
Again, I'm not a huge Russell Westbrook fan, but I would love to see Denver actually get Russell Westbrook, because it'll drive our mutual friend Corbin Ford absolutely insane. And that just brings me joy. So thank you for having me on. Hopefully you see some more action in the next hour or so. Hopefully we see more things actually come out and everything. It was nice speaking with you, Blake, and Steven. Always a pleasure, my friend, and talk to you later.
Okay, thanks, Josh. We'll talk to you soon. So, Blake, it's just you and me for the next 15 minutes or so. Unfortunately, Corbin has another obligation. He will be popping on whenever he is able to, but until him or Mike do come on, I did want to have basically at least two additional guests in addition to me at all times. So, you have the floor right now.
I'm good. Yeah.
Let's let's talk about the Paul George scenario a little bit. I mean, we know that the possible scenarios for Paul George were or at least he was taking meetings with the Clippers, the Sixers, and Magic. At this point, does KCP, I believe they have about $26 to $28 million remaining in cap space. I know UC Goslin just tweeted out that number, depending how Orlando structures it. What do you think it looks like for Orlando, and what do you think it looks like for Paul George at this point?
Well, first, Orlando's out of the Paul George business. That's simple enough. Just by signing KCP, they're out of the Paul George business because they no longer have access to max cap space. Unless, I mean, technically they could if they waived Jonathan Isaac, but I don't think they're doing that. Then for Orlando, you got KCP. You still have a good amount of cap space to spend on guys like, I don't know, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, guys. You could trade for a guy that'd be interesting. Like, I don't know, Bojan Bogdanovic, just salary-wise, came to my head first. I don't know, just another guy you can add on behind Paolo as a backup for, just to be a good addition. Also, I don't know. And then for Paul George, I think you're just enjoying your dinner with the Philadelphia 76ers. I mean, you're happy to be wine and dined, and for a fact, I mean, I would be shocked if Philly decided, no, we're not offering you the 4-year max. Like, it's clear to me, at least the Clippers are not doing that. And so if Paul George has a 4-year max from the Philadelphia 76ers in front of him, I don't know why he wouldn't sign that. I mean, the only reason to me would be he just wants to stay in LA. But I mean, if he wanted to stay in LA, he would have signed the extension. A while ago, I think 3-year extension he would have compromised. But I think it's pretty inevitable at this point that George is going to be a 76er, and that will be very fun.
That's music to my ears as a Sixers fan.
Yeah, that will be very fun for just basketball viewers everywhere. You'll have Embiid, George, and Maxey. That's a good big three. I don't know if that brings you up to Boston's level, but it certainly gives you a shot. I mean, it's certainly maximizing Embiid's prime, Maxey's emergence. I think it's not too hard to build the roster around him. They just got Drummond. I still would have to see how they build out their roster from there. Their roster is literally just barren at this point, besides Drummond and George, if they get him. So I would say I would certainly put them up there in the top 3 in the East, 100%, like no doubt, with George, Maxey, and Embiid.
I definitely agree. And a lot of my issues with the Paul George signing, and we'll segue this into the Jimmy Butler potential talk, because, Blake, I know you are a Miami Heat guy, but the biggest thing for me is, Jimmy Butler plays his best basketball in April, May, and June, while Paul George, he named himself Playoff P, his play has earned him the nickname of Pandemic P.
Right.
So we're at the point where it's like, okay, but Kawhi Leonard has been out the last 3 playoffs, which kind of made Paul George overextended as the number 1 guy. And in Philly, presuming Joel Embiid is going to be healthy, he was going to be the number 3 guy. Real quick, before we get Blake's thoughts, I do want to talk about maybe the possibility of not only Paul George to Philly and what a Jimmy Butler potential trade would look like, and to who. Mike Shearer is back. As you guys know, Mike was on from 5:45 Eastern until 7 with us. So, Mike, welcome back to the show.
Thanks. Happy to be back again.
When you signed off at 7, I said hopefully a few more signings really transpire that we could talk about for when you come on. You've only missed, I'm sure you kept up with it, Andre Drummond to the Sixers and KCP to Orlando. And we talked about how that affected Denver in terms of, they just lost Bruce Brown, now they're losing KCP, how that's going to affect them. And how that takes Orlando out of the Paul George sweepstakes. So let's do this. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess for myself. Mike, I'm going to let you run the show for a couple minutes in terms of what Paul George looks like, in terms of what a Jimmy Butler deal could look like, given Blake's a Miami guy, and I'll be back with you guys in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, that sounds great. So, Blake, just starting us off with this, how would you feel about the status quo? Meaning, right now it looks like Jimmy might just come back, play out the year, and we'll see from there. Like, given the state of the Heat's roster, it's basically right now, it looks like they're running it back. They've got Bam back on the big extension, but like they haven't changed any of their core as of now. That could always change. But like, what do you think that means for the Heat in an East that has bulked up?
Yeah, well, what I would say, there's kind of two different perspectives when it comes to the Heat. I would say there's the front office perspective, which is there's not much flexibility that they can do, just considering just based on their cap situation. I mean, and Jimmy seems like he's unwilling to sign a lower level extension that they would probably want him to, given his age. And so they're going to have to let Caleb Martin go because they can't compete to sign him. They probably are going to not be able to re-sign a guy like Haywood Highsmith. And so they're going to have to fill out their roster with a lot of minimum guys. And it's going to be a lot of run it back, which to friends of mine who are Miami Heat fans is not good news. And I would kind of agree with them. But the Miami Heat, for the last few years, they've just been kind of stuck in this, there's not much else we could do to improve the team. And we could try to go and take this like Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson package out to find another max guy. But again, the apron, the tax rules, new CBA rules are really limiting in how you're able to build out your team. And so this is kind of just how the team is going to be going forward. I don't know if I don't think just based on the track history of Pat Riley in that front office that they're going to explore any kind of Jimmy Butler trade or anything like that. But it might behoove them too. I mean, like Jimmy Butler is 35 years old at this point, and he's only under contract for this year and as a player option next year. Like, I don't know if I'm the Miami Heat. I don't know where I'm going, where the East is clearly, to me, passing them by. I mean, you have New York, who just acquired Mikal Bridges. They're a great team. You have Boston is Boston. They just won the title. You have Philly, who seems like they're about to just sign Paul George. And you have these young teams like Orlando, Cleveland, who are just very good basketball teams. And your team is just kind of the same. I mean, you did make 2 finals, albeit both unexpected. But I don't really know there's not a clear path, basically, is what I would have to say. No clear path for the Heat to improve their roster, or I don't think they're not a team that would go through a full scale rebuild or anything like that. Yeah. But I think at this point, from Riley's perspective, we're building around Bam. Like we're trying to make this the best situation for Bam Adebayo. And that for now, that means keeping Jimmy Butler. I think that should be their priority at the moment. If they can convince him to sign an extension, they should. But I don't know. They shouldn't be thinking to go. I don't know if it's smart for them to go in an all-in move at this point, because one, the market for an all-in move like that isn't really that open. Like they could think super optimistic and be like, oh yeah, let's get Donovan Mitchell. But truthfully, I don't think that's possible. It's just a matter of what can they actually do?
Yeah. And
I don't really know what they can do, to be honest.
Yeah,
with you.
I agree with that 100%. And I'm also a Heat guy, which you probably didn't know about me, but I grew up in Fort Lauderdale for most of my life. Yeah. So that is also the team I follow most closely. And, really what it comes down to is the Heat have a fundamental roster building issue, which is they don't have a single guy who can score at 3 levels. They don't have a single guy who can do that, right? Tyler Hero can't get to the rim. Jimmy Butler doesn't shoot enough threes to be effective. Give or take the usual playoff uptick, but he sprains an ankle every playoff seemingly. They were hoping Rozier would be that guy. And then, he was kind of up and down, got hurt. It's hard to win in the NBA these days if you don't have at least some. That doesn't have to be your best guy, but you need to have a guy who can score at all 3 levels, and they just don't really have that guy. And to your point, it doesn't seem like they have the pieces to be able to go out and get him. I don't even know what the trade market would look like for Jimmy Butler if they decided to move on from him. It's not. This is a guy who's had I think a lot of teams would be scared off by some of the personality traits. Let's generously call it too. Miami has managed to keep it in check, I think, and he's been a good team player. I've heard whispers, I'm sure you have too, that it's been a little rockier behind the scenes from that regard. He would definitely bring back something, but yeah, Riley's old. He doesn't want to rebuild right now. And if he did, it'd probably be his last sign off before he turned over the reins to somebody else. So The Heat are in a weird spot, and they're still going to be good. If they run it back, they're going to be a good team. Like, this is going to be a team that's going to be fighting for home court
Also,
advantage.
just a matter of them being healthy. Like
Mhm.
last year, I mean, that's from their perspective. It's like, at least that was the perspective going into, I don't know, after the finals run last year was we weren't healthy. Like Hero wasn't there the whole time. Like we
Right.
don't really know what our team is. Like we have to see it for a full 82 games. And team itself it's kind of old. Like it's just a lot of guys that aren't in the best. I don't know. I wouldn't say are not in the best shape. I would say in the best, I don't know, form, injury prone, etc. Like kind of like that. And the team, it just I like how you mentioned the 3-level scorer because Hero, they just want him to be that.
Right.
And I don't think he is that. And the sooner that Riley and the front office can realize what Tyler Hero is, the sooner the Heat could make a move. I think, I don't know, their plan, it seemed like last offseason was to get Lillard. That was their plan. And obviously we know what happened and things didn't work out. And so now they're left with this kind of just a lot of different guys. They have Rozier. They kind of their thought process, I don't know, glass half full is, okay, we're going into next year. We have Hero who's coming back. We have Butler fully healthy. We have Rozier fully healthy. And we only saw like 20 games of it. And when it was there, it looked pretty good. I mean, they won a couple games here and there and against good teams. But like, you look at them and then you look at Boston's roster and you're like, how are we supposed to even like get a game off these guys? Like you saw in the series, like when you hand Tyler Hero the reins and there's no one else around him, like the Heat are helpless at that point. Like, and so they're in a weird spot. I don't think it's like they should throw in the towel or anything like that. They have a guy like Bam, who's a top 20 guy. You can't not take advantage of that, basically. So I would say just try your best to build around Bam. And like, if they can get guys on discounts, do that. Like, I mean, they keep preaching their mantra. I mean, I've seen it for every single year. Like the Heat just get these random guys like I've never heard of, and they all of a sudden they're amazing. And maybe it's Heat culture, I don't know, but I mean they are very reliant on that, and they're going to have to be reliant on their player development going forward, just as a matter of building out their roster.
Yeah, Steven, did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, so I know we already talked about it, Mike, when you were on about Russell Westbrook and Denver being a mutual interest destination. But I know we've been talking about Heat, but given that KCP left Denver, given Denver's need for guys on the roster, this is just, again, another reputable reporter, Jake Fisher from Yahoo, friend of the Bird Rights Pod. I had him on when he was still with Bleacher Report a couple years ago. But basically that there remains mutual strong interest between Denver and Russell Westbrook. So, Blake, I know we're talking about the Jimmy Butler trade scenarios. I mean, is there any team that sort of makes sense?
Well, I mean, like, if you were looking out at like teams that were maybe be interested, you think like, I don't know, I'm going to take Philadelphia off just because I think they're getting George. But the first team that comes to mind is Golden State. Seemed like they went very aggressively for Paul George. And they have decent sized salary that they could go after for Jimmy. Actually kind of not, now that I'm thinking about it, because they just waived Chris Paul.
It would have to be Wiggins.
Yeah, it would have to be Wiggins and a lot of other salaries. And I would assuming the Heat would ask for Kuminga and something else. So it would be complicated to make a deal, to say the least, for the Warriors. And Jimmy Butler's 35. Like, I don't know how much that fits with, I mean, maybe you just want to take advantage of the Steph window. So I don't know how much. I think the Warriors would definitely be interested. But from the Heat's perspective, like, what are you getting from a package of Wiggins and Kuminga and maybe like Moody? I don't know.
Yeah. Sacramento, same issue, right? Like, I think Sacramento would be interested, but like, what does Sacramento have that the Heat are going to be wanting and are going to be like, well, we can aim to be a 4th seed this year. Is it worth blowing it up to get back like, a couple of mediocre firsts and then some Kevin Huerter, like,
yeah. Well, I think from the Heat's perspective, like another thing they could do like send him to like a Houston, for example, or somebody like that, and get like a lot of trade ammunition to then go after like a Donovan Mitchell or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I've seen as just like an alternative pathway to, I don't know, go into the next stage of what their franchise is going to be. Which I wouldn't be too opposed to it, but you're relying on a lot of different things that going right for you in that scenario. So I don't know, like the Jimmy Butler trade market is it's very interesting, especially considering some teams won't have interest just as a matter of the player and his personality. And then other teams just don't have the means or like any kind of like incentive for the Heat to go away from it unless they're like going onto a full rebuild, which I don't think they're going to do. But another team, if I was just going to think of teams off the top of my head for Butler, maybe, I don't know, like I don't know.
What about Houston?
Houston, a package would probably, the Heat would, I would assume, would probably want like a Jalen Green, something like that, along with the salary going out would have to be Van Vliet. And I don't know, they could figure it out with the roster wise, placing him as a point guard, but it would have to be Van Vliet. I don't know how much Van Vliet fits in with the Heat. And then the Heat would want somebody like a Green, or maybe like adding like Whitmore and picks, etc. And if you're the Heat, like where are you now? Like you have Van Vliet and Bam and like Jalen Green, like where
Jabari Smith could be an interesting piece.
Jabari Smith is an interesting name also.
Yeah.
I like Jabari a lot. But like where are you going? Like you're going to be playing team at best with that roster, you know? And like, I think just a matter of like the Heat are looking at it from a perspective of if Jimmy's healthy, if Bam's healthy, if Hero's healthy, if Rozier's healthy, our team, they think at least, is top 4 in the East, and they'll take their chances in the playoffs. That's what they think. And so they'd rather have that versus, okay, let's rely on development and wait, I don't know, 1 to 2 years for the next star to ask out and want to come to Miami. Like, so it's just a matter of what do they actually want to do, you know? And I think it's just they'd rather sit pat with their roster. Yeah.
The only other internal way for them to make a big jump would be if just like Jaquez blows up in his sophomore year too, right?
Yeah.
Which like I'd love to see it. Realistically, it's hard for me to imagine him being like that much better than he was last year. Like I think a lot of things went right for him. The exception there is the 3-point shot, which never really came around. And if he becomes a 37% shooter from 3 instead of a 32% shooter or whatever he was, like I mean, that's a substantial upgrade for a team that desperately needs people who can hit 3-pointers. So like they have Jaquez, they have Jovic, who, you know, does some interesting things, but yeah, there's not a lot on the roster that is going to be better than they are last year, right? Besides those two guys, probably.
Yeah.
I think health, it's like you said.
Yeah, healthy. Yeah. I think it's just the Heat are looking for they're always on the lookout for another star. I think if you're going to trade a guy like Butler, you're going to want something in return, and they don't have much patience down in Miami. And so they just want to win. And so I think Butler gives them the best chance to win at the moment. And I think they'll just take the breadcrumbs, just let it fall as it may, you know?
Okay. So, again, I wish more transactions were transpiring that we could actually break down. So now we're just talking about more hypothetical scenarios.
Damn you, Paul George.
Yeah, he's holding.
He just wants to. He wants to enjoy his dinner with Embiid and Daryl Morey. I think I would like to see like a live stream of their dinner. Be interesting.
How long do you think it would take before other teams would just be like, fuck it, we're just moving? Excuse my French. Before they just be like, screw it, we're just gonna move along and do our business and sign Klay Thompson. Like, at what point do teams stop waiting on Paul George? Is it tomorrow? Is it 3 days from now? Is it forever?
I think it's just at least tonight. You got to think well, maybe we got to wait for our meeting with Paul George, our scheduled meeting, or you're the Clippers. Like, Paul George might leave. This is not good. Like, what are we going to do? Like, we got to plan our contingencies just in case. And so everybody is kind of planning their contingencies on, if Paul George is in the East, then we have to go after this guy. If Paul George stays with the Clippers, we shouldn't go after this guy because we don't need to like bulk up against Paul George. So it's a lot of different scenarios that teams, I don't know, their front offices, they want to be very attentive. They don't want to just throw out a big money deal to, I don't know, some free agent and decide, oh, yep, we're done. And then all of a sudden Paul George makes a decision that affects that.
Yeah. I would love to know if that Orlando meeting happened already. And then right afterwards, they're like, no, we're just going to go with KCP. Or if Orlando, kind of read the room and was like, oh, yeah, he's not serious with us. We're just going to sign KCP now and not even bother.
I think Orlando probably got a meeting out of respect.
Yeah.
Orlando is actually, I don't think, too bad of a free agent destination in the first place. I mean, it's still in Florida,
Yeah.
I think
No income tax.
Yeah, exactly. You think back to like 2000 when Tim Duncan was like this close to signing and then they got McGrady. It's still a decent free agency destination and they have good players. Like Paolo's good. Franz Wagner is good. I mean, if he can find his shot next year, he'll be back to being really good. And they just got a guy like that's why KCP was like, yeah, I'm going to sign with this team. This team, they probably should have beaten Cleveland in that series. They probably were the better team for most of it, other than Donovan Mitchell being Donovan Mitchell. They probably would have won that series. And I think they probably would have been a better matchup against Boston in the second round. I don't think they'd win or anything, but I think they would compete better. And so it's a team on the rise. And the East, besides Boston and New York, there's a pathway. I mean, maybe Philly, I would include Philadelphia too, but there's a pathway to, making a run in the East, maybe make a conference finals. You never know. And so the time is now for a team like Orlando. And so they just want to have a chance at like getting veteran guys in there. And, maybe if it doesn't mean getting a big guy like Paul George, that's okay. You get a guy like KCP, you can get other veteran guys that come in there and can help your team right away.
Yeah, I mean, KCP, what's interesting about that signing, and I know you guys probably talked about this ad nauseum, but I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in there too, which is that it's really, to me, a bet on Suggs, because the one thing KCP is great, right? Like, he's a great, very prototypical 3-and-D player. He is not somebody who is going to be running like a ton of pick and roll. He's not really a secondary playmaker, and you don't need it because you've got, Banchero and Wagner, but you still need some guard to have some ball handling responsibilities. Suggs has been pretty up and down in that department over his career. Like, he's got, he's not the most instinctual playmaker, I would say. But I think he averaged less than 3 assists per game last year, which is fine. Like, he's not the Chris Paul type. Like, that's what you have Banchero and Wagner out there for. But to me, it says that, like, hey, they believe that Suggs' shooting is real. They believe that Suggs can do a little bit more with the ball in his hands. That's why they're comfortable adding a guy who is a pure complementary piece like KCP. And I mean, it's going to make Orlando just a devastating team to try and score against, even more so than they were last year, right? Like, I don't think you can say enough about Pope as a defender. Him and Suggs is like pretty close to White and Holiday. Like, it's going to be.
Suggs is one of the better guard defenders in the league. I mean,
he's phenomenal.
This year,
He's
the
phenomenal.
improvement that he showed is really impressive. And getting a guy like Pope to even just to help, like, teach him stuff, that's a big deal, I think, for Suggs' development. And I don't, maybe have they given him? I don't think they've given him an extension yet.
No, they haven't.
No, they haven't. Yeah, so they
No.
could give him an extension later in this offseason, and locking down Suggs and Pope for the next 3 years with Banchero, and their defense is really good, like one of the best in the league. And it's hard and they have a guy like Jonathan Isaac coming off the bench too. Like, it's really hard to stop that. I mean, that's one of the better. You go into a playoff series, that's a hard out. You just, regardless, you're going against Isaac, Pope, Suggs. I wouldn't want it if I were Boston or New York or anything like that. That's annoying to me.
Yeah, it's one of those classic, like, early 2010s Pacers or Bulls teams where it's like you just know that it's going to be a disgusting 6-game series. No matter who you are, it's going to be a disgusting 6-game series to get through these guys, and you are going to feel it every single game. Right now, the offensive talent isn't there, but it could be. Like, I'm a huge Banchero guy. He's super young. I think he's getting better. So that's true for a lot of the roster, right? But the defense is already, like, elite. And if the offense can even partially catch up, like, it's gonna be a really tough, like you said, a really tough out for anybody.
Yeah, well, I mean, it starts with like Wagner finding his shot. I don't know what happened last year, but I mean,
The shot fell off a cliff.
Literally,
Yeah.
if that guy can find his shot, at least a little bit of what it was in his first couple of years in the league, then I think they're they're a serious threat to go to conference finals. I would not be too surprised if we saw Orlando in the conference finals next year. I mean, obviously, we'd see how the bracket breaks down, but they're a really hard out now. KCP is a really good signing, in my opinion.
I agree.
Especially at that $20 million for 3, and they got I think it was a player option in year 3. I wouldn't be too surprised if he picks that up just based on his age. But yeah, I think that's a good deal. Just getting a guy like KCP.
So with that said, Blake, I know you already need to come back on in, I'd say 20 to 25 minutes. So let's let you take a quick break. Anything you want to plug before you sign off? I know you'll be back in.
Yes, I will be back in pretty soon. Feel free. I'm updating the cap sheets on my website, ldsport.com. I'm keeping up all night. Also on the free agent, there's a free agency tab that I have on my website, which updates quickly with all the deals that are going down. So feel free to check out the website. It's ldsport.com. And feel free to follow me on Twitter at ldsportnba. I try to do very quick, my very initial thoughts on every kind of transaction. Just boom, what do I think about it? Every second, there's a transaction kind of thing. And so, yeah, feel free to check out the website. And feel free to follow me on Twitter at ldsportnba. I will be back soon. Yeah, I guess I will see you guys later.
Yep. Hopefully we have more to talk about and more things transpire by the time you pop back on.
Hopefully. We shall see.
We'll talk to you soon, Blake.
Talk to you soon, guys.
All right, Steven. I know that he's got this list handy, and we hadn't talked about some of these guys. And so while we wait for something new to emerge, I'm happy to talk a little bit about some of these deals that I thought were super interesting.
Some of these, in this transaction log right here?
Yeah. Since he's got it up right here, it is real handy.
So I will say the Andre Drummond, Keith Pompey just reported the second year is a player option for what that's worth.
Yeah, as a Sixers fan, how do you feel about this one coming back? He was there a year and a half ago, right?
He was here a year and a half ago,
yeah,
or 2.5 years ago, because he went to Brooklyn in the James Harden deal when we signed him back in. I guess that was 2022 at this point.
Yep.
It literally happened right after you popped off the show, Mike. But basically, the biggest deal with Sixers fans is, we get killed in the minutes, especially in the playoffs when Joel Embiid is off the court. Like, if you look at the minutes from the plus minus with him on the court versus off in the playoffs, it's staggering.
Yep.
I think that's more of a testament to how good Embiid is, that no matter who you replace him with, it's going to be a net negative. It's just to an extent, because I think Paul Reed was a fine backup center. I know he's most likely not going to be back now because of the fact that they want to maximize that cap space and he's a non-guaranteed deal. And obviously now they have Drummond, so now that's more the reason Paul Reed won't be back. But I don't know. I just don't think it's a great allocation of resources in general for NBA teams. If you have Joel Embiid, Nikola Jokic, I don't think it's a great allocation of resources to use substantial assets or cap space or anything like that on a backup center. So I think $5 million is fine. A 2-time All-Star Drummond he's fine.
What if it becomes something though where they feel comfortable leaving him for longer stints, so they're not quite as reliant upon Embiid to play such a heavy minutes load? If the whole idea is trying to keep him fresh for the playoffs, and the hope is that we know that Embiid is a guy that cares about accolades, cares about his numbers, that sort of thing. He's got his MVP now, right? He wants to win. I think that now is his sole driving factor. And to me, Drummond has shown enough in Chicago that this might be a way for him, for the team to lessen the load on Embiid through the regular season, even if he ends up not having to play that many minutes in the playoffs. So I liked it. I thought it was a nice pickup for the price.
So as you can see on the screen, ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski, Paul George's agent and Clippers president Lawrence Frank had a conversation a short time ago, resulting in no new movement, which isn't surprising given the fact that Paul George has been able to not only discuss extensions with the Clippers for the last year, but since the last day of the finals has been able to discuss re-signing with the Clippers, and they just started not seeing eye to eye. I want to say it's ironic because Steve Ballmer, the Clippers owner, is one of the top 10 richest people in the world. He's so rich he could own all 30 NBA teams. Clippers are opening a new stadium, so you would imagine they'd want to be competitive for that reason. But it just seems like that Kawhi Leonard $3 for $150 million extension that he signed seems to be like they drew a line in the sand, and Paul George is standing pat. So it also says it's acknowledgement by both that George is unlikely to return to the Clippers. Then Woj quote tweets himself, Clippers exit leaves the 76ers as strong front runners to land George on a free agent deal. Sixers are set to meet with George in California tonight.
Okay.
So,
I mean, that would be I'm telling you that like this all started with the Harden news, right? Like Harden signing for that weird term length, though, like a 1+1, I think it was the first indicator. I shouldn't say the first indicator, but it was the strongest indicator we've had that like, hey, maybe George is not just bluffing. Like he might be willing like to just take these deals. I think though, here's my instinct, which is that if we don't hear anything about George signing with the Sixers tonight, he's probably going to go back to the Clippers anyway, right? Because like it's not like the Sixers offer is a secret. Here's your maximum contract, Paul George. Would you like it? Yes or no? You know, he's had a while to think about these things. And if the Clippers say they're not budging, like this feels like a decision is imminent. And I mean, all the reporting is saying it's going to be Philly, but like either way, I think we're going to hear something pretty soon if this is true.
So finally, we have Corbin Ford. Corbin got tied up at Corbin. Was it a 50th birthday party today?
It was a 50th birthday.
Hey, you look great for 50, Corbin. That's pretty good.
No, I appreciate it. No, it was a 50th birthday of a friend of my other future half. So had to tune in for that.
So for those of you who are watching this, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with Corbin. Corbin has been on like the last like 14 episodes of Bird Rights as we're breaking down both the mock off season and team off season previews that we did. You guys, I mean, Corbin, I collab with Corbin more than I collab with anybody else in the industry. So Corbin, I know you got tied up. I know you were supposed to co-host basically the entire affair with me.
Yep.
But I appreciate, Corbin, if he's able to, is going to go the distance with me.
Yeah,
Mike is just about going to be close to going the distance. Blake will be back on with us shortly. And Bryce may be popping back in as well. So we have, still a couple more hours to go. I don't want to give a definitive end time to this. It's sort of if it's going to continue to be this slow. I know as soon as we end the live stream, Paul George is going to sign with the Sixers immediately after that. I just know that's going to be what's happening. But my goal is to go till around 10 or 10:30. So, Corbin, have you been watching the show while you were there?
Yes, I've been tuning into the show, and I've been checking Twitter constantly.
So
to the
Twitter,
point that I was looking like I was distracted. So yeah,
Twitter, not much has transpired. But is there anything you want to add about the Paul George potential to Philly? Mike, I will add with what you said. I do believe as well that if we don't get anything, if I wake up tomorrow morning and Paul George is not a Sixer, I think it's strong indication that he's going to be back to the Clippers.
Wow.
But I do think that it will get done tonight. And it might be something like 2 a.m. my time. I'm Eastern time. Obviously, I'm from Philly, or from the Philadelphia area. So I anticipate, waking up tomorrow and Paul George will be a Sixer. But we'll see. It could happen immediately. It could happen. Again, he's known the Clippers offer. They've had the ability to sign to an extension. They've had the possibility of possibly to re-sign him. He knows what cards are on the table. As long as Sixers, he meets with them tonight, they offer him the max. I expect things to move pretty quickly. So, Corbin, anything to add in terms of Paul George or anything else? There was a Zach LaVine potential trade-off that I had up on the screen a couple of minutes ago that we didn't even get to talk about.
I was about to say, what do y'all think about that? Because that was most intriguing to me. Like the
Zach
fact that the
LaVine?
Clippers like I was curious about that because the Bulls. I mean, I'm glad they were attempting to move LaVine. I don't know why the Warriors would not go for that per se, rather than just waive Paul and get nothing. But then is LaVine a positive asset?
They think he's literally a negative to winning, Corbin. They think that having no Zach LaVine is better than having Zach LaVine.
That's what I mean, dude. Okay, and that's wild, but I kind of like. Do y'all agree? I kind of do, but also I don't know. In the Warriors system, I feel like a change of scenery would be good for him. I don't think he's like a bad, like a toxic basketball player. I just think he's in the toxic basketball cultures.
So, Corbin, 2 quick things. I don't like usually retweeting or posting Legion hoops. I don't think they're reputable at all.
I don't even try.
I know Sam Esfandiari
yeah,
did post this tweet. I just couldn't find the tweet, and just for sake,
Legion Hoops aggregated already. Yeah.
yeah. So basically, it was Zach LaVine to the Warriors for Pat Jakuda, Andrew Wiggins, and Chris Paul. They then instead released Chris Paul on his $30 million salary. My biggest thing is that this is a repercussions of the new CBA. The Warriors are finally going to be out of the luxury tax, and I could pull up Blake's cap sheet real quick to see if the Warriors were to do this trade, because Wiggins, I think, is 2 years left or 3 years after $26 million per. LaVine's 3 years at 40-something million. So even though they got rid of Chris Paul and just non-guaranteed him and let him go, it still would have been better just keep Wiggins 3 or $26 million a year rather than LaVine's 3 or $45 million a year. That's essentially what it came down to. They preferred Wiggins over LaVine, and they'll get out of the repeater tax. So before we talk about this deal or this lack of deal, Corbin, Josh was with us earlier, and I'm sure you heard. Josh is now in the comments asking, Russ potentially being a Nugget. What does Corbin think? As we know, Corbin, you are a big Russell Westbrook fan. And if there's any better chance of Russell Westbrook getting a ring, it'd probably be with Denver rather than anywhere else he's played in recent years. Obviously, the loss of KCP hurts. So, but what do you think overall about Russ to potentially Denver?
So I'm a big Russell Westbrook fan, but I'm also a big Los Angeles Lakers fan. And I think this works amazing as a Lakers fan. I don't know if I love Russ. I want him to win a ring, like really bad. I think the loss of KCP was catastrophic for Denver in terms of title hopes. I think that they'll contend still, but like I wouldn't put them in the favorites. Like they're in like, I don't know, the Clippers tier. I would have said the Mavericks, but the Mavericks made the finals. So like the Clippers, some other Western Conference teams in the mix. Rockets. I don't know. Like they're in that second tier for me. I mean, at least until we see how they like plug the gap there, because they just think internal development's gonna.
Wow. I said the Rockets. Wow.
What happened?
No, I'm just saying.
He's reacting to what you're saying.
The Nuggets in the same tier as the Rockets. I'm gonna have to wrap my head around that.
I'm high on the Rockets this upcoming year, and what I mean is like I'm just throwing out stuff right now, like teams, and of course right now my brain is totally dead when it comes to other like who are some second tier quote unquote contenders.
If you say the first tier is Mavericks and Thunder and Wolves, second tier would probably be Suns, Clippers, and like depends on how you feel about the Lakers. Depends on how you feel about the Pelicans. Like, I don't know. There's a big gap between the top 4 or 5 and then the next teams. All of whom are good, but don't strike me as having tons of it.
No, you make a good point. And the Clippers, I guess the verdict is not on them, because if they think that replacing potentially Paul George with Kevin Porter Jr. and Josh Primo is the answer, I don't want to know the question. That's just how I look at that. You know what I mean? So like, but no, you mentioned some other teams that are in there. The Warriors, I guess, depending on what you think, like they're in that second tier for me. Again, it just depends on how Denver like replaces him, and they don't really have the assets at their disposal to really do so. With that being said, Russell Westbrook there, like as a guy living in Colorado, I can get a Russell Westbrook jersey that has a nugget, and then people are like, oh my goodness, a Nuggets fan. And I'll be able to go, Meanwhile, I'm not. I'm just a Russell Westbrook fan. So I don't know how I like the fit there. I think he got a lot of slack and just was. Let's just be real. I think the last 3 years of his career, Russ has been like the same player he's always been. It's just been to his detriment, right? Like if you look at where he fit with the Lakers, like the Lakers traded for the Russell Westbrook they got. Like maybe him shooting as bad as he did wasn't what was expected, but like, come on, now the guy's not a 3-point shooter, right? And like he's a guy who needs the offense run a certain kind of way. That didn't happen. Goes to the Clippers. I thought worked out actually as well as could be expected the first year. The second year immediately became a stuffed backcourt. James Harden came, Russ to the bench. Then he was injured. There was a whole lot there. So I just feel bad for Russ, I guess. I mean, going to Denver now, and it's like right after they were like really, really good. Will it work out really well? They already have no floor spacing in their second unit. So I don't know how Russ helps with that. Okay, so we see on the screen from Shams Charania, the Detroit Pistons paying to sign Kate Cunningham to a 5-year, $226 million max rookie extension. This always seemed to be, at least for me, the way this was going to go down with Cade, just because if the Pistons don't give Cade the rookie max, then like, what the hell are they doing? Like they don't have anything else.
he seems to be the main building block for the Pistons. So, Mike, let's get your reaction first. I wish Bryce was still on. Let me see if Bryce could hop back on to talk this, as he's Mr. Piston, obviously, from the Motor City Hoops podcast. But, Mike, anything to add on Cade to the Pistons?
He's, I watched a lot of Pistons this year, and I'll be honest, like I leave the season not feeling that much more confident in my ability to know who's going to pop and who's not in the next couple of years. I think that the team was so dysfunctional on both ends. It was not a system that was even conducive to evaluating talent, much less developing talent. And this is something I touched upon with Bryce a little bit. Like I say this as the backdrop to say that I think, Cade was kind of uneven last year, particularly on defense, but he finally hit a 3-pointer for like the first time in his career. And I was really pumped about that. He shot like 40% from 3 in 18 games after the All-Star break, which was super encouraging to see, particularly since a lot of those were sort of off the dribble. There's not a lot of spacing around him. But going back to my previous point, you have to give him the money. Like you said, I think he's shown enough to warrant that. I am still not confident how good he ends up being on a real NBA team. Not to say I think he's going to be bad. I literally don't know. I could see him turning into this like awesome kind of Swiss Army knife on both sides. Like there's a little bit of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to him, I think, in some ways. But he needs to have some teammates around him who will complement his strengths instead of magnifying his weaknesses. And right now he doesn't have those. And so that means that unless some of his teammates pop next season, it's going to be really hard it's not going to be doing him any favors. That's for sure.
Corbin, anything to add?
No, I think it was the right call. Like you got a guy who's shown the potential the last year and a half. I think, I think his ceiling's a little bit lower than what it was, obviously, at draft 2021. But at the end of the day, no, I think, Detroit needs to start somewhere, have some semblance of any foundation. With all the turnover they've had between coaching and the front office, might as well start with the player.
Okay, so let me see. I'm going to stop sharing my screen for 1 second just because it looks like Woj 13 minutes ago posted a third tweet regarding Paul George that I missed. He just did another a minute ago. So we have, let's see, I'm sharing my screen now. So Woj just said just now, more than just unlikely, the Clippers and Paul George are moving on from each other. So that is definitive. So Orlando signed KCP. The Warriors are no longer an option. At least I don't think so. I don't see a feasible way for a sign and trade to happen. He would have had to opt in and trade, and obviously he opted out of the contract. And let me see. Woj also said the Clippers have remained steadfast on a 3-year deal similar to structure Kawhi Leonard. So that's exactly what I was saying, that the 3-year, $150 extension seems to be where the Clippers drew the line in the sand. He wants a 4-year deal. Without George, the Clippers are proceeding into free agency armed with the $12.9 million mid-level and $4.7 biannual exception. This is staggering because if it's not the Sixers, let's say you're Daryl Morey, you're meeting with Paul George tonight. What if you say, we'll give you 4 years, but we're not going to give you the max now? I mean, where does that take him? Because if he knows that him and the Clippers are moving on from each other, Daryl sort of has some leverage now.
I don't think listen, Embiid is a ticking time bomb, right? Like I think you have to maximize your window in the next 2 seasons. After that, I think everything's going to be up in the air. And I think shortchanging Paul George, $3 million a year or whatever you think you're going to end up saving probably isn't worth it. Cause there's no such thing as a burnt bridge in the NBA. Right. And I think LeBron going back to Cleveland after all the Comic Sans rants and stuff like that proves it. Like, I think if it might be that they are moving on now, but then if Daryl Morey is like, hey, remember how I promised you a maximum contract 10 minutes ago? Well, now guess what? It's only 4 years for $200 million. Like, I think that would rebuild a bridge right back to Los Angeles pretty quick.
So we see Law Murray just posted, who I believe Law Murray is a Clippers beat writer for The Athletic.
Yep.
So there's a real chance that Paul George will make his final decision tonight. Expectations some point in year 2 is the Philadelphia 76ers. There are no other teams in the running at the moment.
It's a hilarious way to word Paul George to the Sixers.
Yeah, without doing it. You don't. Yeah, that's hilarious. But that is interesting. Why that makes that question a moot point.
I put where will Paul George end? I meant to say end up. Jesus.
No.
Where
No,
will
I get
Paul
it. Like,
George end up?
Hopefully
Mhm.
quietly in his sleep. Yeah, no.
Jeez, Mike.
Hey, you said where will Paul George end?
The Philadelphia 76ers are where players go to die, to be honest. Coming from a Sixers fan.
Dude, I mean, the 76ers cap sheet is hilarious right now. It is 4 people for next year before the Paul George stuff, right? And 3 of them are centers. And the 4th is Ricky Council. So, like, they have a lot of work to do. So you're going to have an Embiid, and like Maxey obviously is penciled in here, right? So you're going to have the Embiid, George, Maxey core with Drummond being a nice backup. And then who else is going to play on this team? They already said Batum's not coming back, I think, is something I saw somewhere.
Yeah, Kelly
he did.
Ego from the Athletic said the
Yep.
expectation,
Okay.
which is tough because Sixers really only have minimums to sign guys with. So once they use, because the expectation is Paul George takes 49 of the 63 million in cap space. They use the other 13 million to bring back Melton or Oubre, and Drummond is going to take the majority of the room exception. So at that point, it's basically all minimums. My expectation is Kyle Lowry will be back. My expectation is that Campaign will be back. Otherwise, it's going to be all minimum guys. Tyrese Maxey, I forget who reported it, so forgive me for who did. It might have been Chris Haynes that Tyrese Maxey is expected to sign a 5-year, $205 million extension or re-sign for that number.
Yep. After they get all their other ducks in a row, they're going to bring Maxey back.
So let me see. We do have JJ Quarantine Productions in the comments saying Eric Gordon is interesting. What do you guys think about a guy like that? He was on a minimum for Phoenix, opted out. I mean, that's the type of guy that, like, I don't know his relationship with Paul George. I believe they did play together at some point, though I cannot confirm or deny that off the top of my head. But like a guy like that, I forget who reported it, but last night it was said that the expectation is Paul George will be able to land high-level role players into Eric Gordon. Oh, never mind. Eric Gordon has agreed to a deal with the Philadelphia 76ers.
There you go.
Oh,
So,
okay.
There we go. Let me stop sharing my screen so I could pull that up. But yeah, Eric Gordon has agreed to a deal. I would presume that is for the minimum.
That's
I would
interesting.
also presume that.
He could have gotten more than the minimum from somebody. I believe. Like I think he showed enough last season for Phoenix that I think he could have gotten more than that if he wanted to. But he's made plenty of money in his career. If he thinks this is a good spot to be, play with a buddy, try to chase a ring. Like I think that's and more importantly, right? I think he's going to have a real role on this team. We just talked about how they don't have any guards or any wings, and like Gordon can still shoot. He can still put his head down and get to the hoop a little bit. Like the defense is falling off, but
yeah, I was gonna say though, Mike, about that. He is gonna be 36 next year. Do you think that there might be some offensive regression? Like he's gonna get all the offense he can handle, but at the same time, like he ran hot and cold. It felt like for certain parts of last year, and he didn't have that chance.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, yeah, he's 36. Like, you're not expecting him to be 26-year-old, Eric Gordon, but like playing off Paul George and Embiid and Maxey, like he's also going to be given the worst defender when he's on the court with those guys. And I think he's a capable enough. Oh, there it is, Chris Paul to San Antonio. Yeah,
What?
Wemby has his point guard.
That's
Potentially, his point guard actually.
I really thought Chris Paul was going to the Lakers.
Yeah, no, they were talking about this when we started the show, Corbin. This was the strong rumor, but they figured it out now.
I mean, I thought that it was possible, but like, jeez.
Thank God.
I mean,
they needed somebody who could throw an accurate lob on that team, and I'm glad that. Like, I think Chris Paul fits better there than he fits on any other team because I don't think Chris Paul is good, but I think the one thing he is very good at is still passing right now. And I think the Spurs have a system that helps guys who don't have that much burst find passing lanes. Like they have a lot of movement. Like Chris Paul is not able to get into the paint and dish it anymore, really. But I think that he's going to be able to find the passing lanes, and I think he's going to make Wemby's life a lot easier in a way that nobody else on that roster can do.
True. I think I don't know, from a legacy standpoint, I feel bad that he's like, and I get it for Chris Paul. Like it's like cool. He's gonna play.
He's never gonna get a ring.
That's the first thing that hit me. Like wow.
Good. I'm fine with it. I think Chris Paul has been very damaging to the NBA for a very long time.
Really?
Yeah, I think this probably isn't the forum for it, but I have a lot of issues with the way he's run the league from being president of the union all the way down to like the things he's done on the court and the ripple effects thereafter. So like, you know what? If there's somebody who doesn't really I don't feel like there's a moral obligation that the league needs to bend over backwards to give Chris Paul a ring. Let's put it that way. I think he's done a lot of things that are damaging, and he's going to have fun shepherding in the next one of the greatest players, next GOATs, if you will, with Wembanyama. So it'll be interesting. He'll be a good fit in San Antonio.
So we have here, before we keep talking about Chris Paul, Mark Stein just posted, Clippers part ways with Paul George after conceding the negotiating gap was significant, and added, we traded a lot to pair Paul and Kawhi, and in exchange we had 5 seasons of contention. No, they didn't. But anyway, even though we fell short of our ultimate objective, we appreciate the chances we had. So Clippers are out. That seems to be the consensus at this point. Clippers are out on Paul George. And it seems like the Sixers are the only logical landing spot at this point.
Yeah, I think it's a done deal at this point. So we've talked a lot already about Sixers and George. Where does this leave the Clippers? Like, what do we think the Clippers' next move is going to be to try and replace, their best or second best player?
DeMar DeRozan.
I mean, honestly, maybe.
I definitely see that. Like, I don't know. They need a guy. DeMar DeRozan wants to be, I'm sure, in LA. I'm sure the Bulls, you hope they have some sense and want to move on. Otherwise, like, you look at the free agents available to kind of fulfill that role. Like, it's an imperfect fit, right? Like, who brings, Paul George wasn't perfect, but you're talking about shot creation, a secondary ball handler, like a defense that he was able to provide from the wing position, somebody that played really well on and off the court with Kawhi, right? Unless it was a high level postseason game, right? Like, I don't know. Like, where are you getting that,
Man, I
would have said Eric Gordon as a guy like a plug and play guy, but he's already gone. And plus, he wouldn't have been a good fit like that,
Mike, we have Brain the Builder in the comments, a close friend of mine. Scott Foster's the GOAT. Agree or disagree?
I think he's probably gotten a bad rap. I think that at some point there's so much smoke for so many reasons around one guy. There's probably a little bit of fire somewhere, But it's tough to adjudicate the referees, I would say. I think that is a fool's errand. We don't really know what's going on with them too much. And I think, anybody, an enemy of your enemy is your friend. So I'm okay with Scott Foster.
So we have not news, but an opinion from Kevin O'Connor of The Ringer. DeMar DeRozan to the Clippers seems like a logical plan B.
I think he heard the show. Yeah, but no, it does. Hey, I'm glad great minds think well. Anyway.
What do we think about the possibility of DeMar DeRozan going to the Clippers in a deal for basically, I suppose it could be a double sign and trade conceivably if you're going to have a 3-teamer with Paul George going to the Sixers, DeRozan going to the Clippers?
Yeah, the Clippers would still be a decent team if they can keep Kawhi Leonard healthy, right? Like, I think at the end of the day, it's like if Kawhi is healthy, they're going to be pretty good. And if he's not, it didn't really matter if he had Paul George or not, So, like, DeRozan can do a lot of he'll fit in pretty well in this Clippers team because they still have Harden as they signed him again today. They still have Leonard. Both those guys are happy to shoot from that side. DeRozan and Kawhi overlap a little bit on the court in some weird spots. Like, Kawhi likes to start from the 3-point line and then sort of meander to his spots, whereas DeMar kind of likes to get into that high post area too. So, like, they're going to have to figure out the spacing there, but I think they can. I think that team is still going to be pretty potent offensively if those 3 guys are all out there and playing. Defensively, maybe there's going to be some issues now because George was so important to what they were doing on that end. But the Clippers are not going to be garbage next year by any means. Like, they're still going to be pretty feisty.
No, absolutely. I'm trying to envision. Let me stop sharing my screen. Let me pull up Trade Machine for a minute and see what I can concoct with DeMar DeRozan. I did 5-team sign and trade the other day with DeRozan going to the Clippers, Paul George going to the Sixers in a sign trade. I had Paul George going to the Warriors at the time in an opt-in and trade. It got very convoluted. But anyway, Corbin, what do you think about Eric Gordon going to the Sixers? It's presumably on a minimum. So Sixers with their max cap space, they have the most cap space in the league, have so far added Andre Drummond and Eric Gordon, and at this point don't seem to be the last man standing for Paul George.
I like it. I think that, again, it's a nice play as signings go for a guy who can, again, I am weary of the 35, 36, year old kind of gap in terms of if he loses a step, but he is a guy who, like Mike said, can put his head down, get to the rim, king of jump passes for some odd reason, likes to pull up from deep as far as the shots, and is a good 3-point shooter. At the very least, you have a floor spacer, right? A guy who I wouldn't recommend being your secondary ball handler. I wouldn't recommend being your backup ball handler, but he's a guy who can make a playoff ball, right? I like it. I think it's a good signing. I think it's the kind of signing the Philadelphia 76ers need. I think if it is a minimum, that kind of fits around what they're looking for as they can continue to wait for Paul George to sign officially. But yeah, I guess I just worry, and it's in my head, of just seeing a lot of Eric Gordon, and maybe this is just me being me being a pessimist, but in April, seeing a lot of Eric Gordon, Justin Edwards minutes while Joel Embiid and Paul George are out midway through the first round of the playoffs. I don't know.
So we have, real quick, a question from Ross Roseman. Will Paul George sign with the no trade clause? He is eligible to sign for one because he's played over 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's still the rule in the new CBA as well. I don't think he will, just because no trade clauses are so rare for a guy who's signing with the new team rather than an incumbent team. And also, if the Sixers have all the leverage, if they know the Clippers are out, they'll say, fine, we'll give you the 4-year max that you want. But we're not. Why would the Sixers want to give them a no trade clause, So I think the optics of it would be Sixers have the leverage that they don't have to, but I don't believe they could, but I don't think they will, essentially.
Let me play devil's advocate, because I agree. I don't think Daryl Morey would ever the man thrives on optionality. Like, he loves to concoct this crazy stuff. I can't imagine he would want to limit himself with a no trade clause. But flip side of that, I truly believe that the Sixers team has a very short horizon as a contender with Joel Embiid. I can't imagine somebody with his health history is going to age particularly well. If this is going to be a 4-year deal, I think it is almost impossible to imagine Paul George being traded away for something that brings more on-court value than Paul George. So the devil's advocate argument is like, Daryl Morey doesn't really give a hoot what happens in year 3 and year 4. And if they can't win a title in the next 2 years, or if they are not in the finals next 2 years, Daryl Morey might not even have a job. And I think that there's a little bit of, some mixed incentives here. So if there is a no trade clause, I think it's because Daryl Morey knows he has 730 days to make something exciting happen. But realistically, I can't imagine he gets no trade clause simply because he would never want to take options away from himself.
I 100% agree with that. Bobby Marks did just post, the Pistons and Cade Cunningham have had discussions, but no deal is imminent. So that conflicts with what Shams Charania just said. I believe it was Shams who posted the Clippers or the Pistons and Cade have come to a 5-year max rookie extension. So we're going to see how that plays out as the night goes.
It's just a matter of timing, right? Cade seems like a no-brainer for the max. I can't imagine. DeAndre Ayton, I think, ended up getting the max, right? I think number 1 picks just get their maximum contract.
Mm-hmm.
And it's especially when they've had really promising moments like Cade has. Maybe it hasn't come yet, but it is really hard for me to imagine that it's not coming sometime in the very near future.
So Aiden's deal was different than Cade's because Cade is with obviously the incumbent team. Aiden was a restricted free agent, signed with Indiana for the max that Indiana could sign him for, not the max Phoenix could sign him for, and then Phoenix matched and flipped him to Portland. But either way, I pulled up the Clippers cap sheet meanwhile because Blake, who is going to be coming back on in a couple minutes, he was obviously on about an hour ago, Blake Stern, he has the cap sheet for the Clippers. So I'm envisioning a DeRozan, 3-team DeRozan sign and trade if Paul George were to come to Philly. Well, let's say DeRozan's starting deal is about $30 million. It could be something along the lines of DeRozan going to the Clippers for the $30 million. Norm Powell, we see right here, makes about $19.2 million. And he would be going to, let's say, the Nuggets if they could open up that KCP, trade exception we were talking about earlier, and then PJ Tucker goes to Chicago. I mean, is that something that's feasible? I think that's Clippers get better than they are now if they're losing Paul George for nothing. They get DeRozan. Norm Powell goes to the Nuggets, so he plays KCP. Bulls eat PJ Tucker's expiring deal for whatever asset they're able. Maybe the Bulls take PJ Tucker and Zeke Naji, Mike. Maybe that's the landing spot for Zeke Naji that we're not thinking of. And that works for Denver.
Is that trade possible? I thought there was. I'm not the cap guy, but I thought there was something about signing trades when you're at one of the aprons not being allowed anymore.
Yeah, but they're losing Paul George. They're losing that money, and they're salary matching Powell and Tucker for DeRozan. So they're below the second apron, I'm pretty sure, after signing Harden to $33 million. Let me see. Does it say the total on here? So they're
nice.
$26 million under the first apron.
Okay.
They're a mid-level exception team now. So they could do a sign and trade if they lose Paul George.
Got it.
So, yeah, it's feasible. DeRozan to the Clippers, maybe Zeke, Najee, PJ Tucker to the Bulls with whatever seconds, and Norm Powell to the Nuggets, assuming they could open up that trade exception, assuming they sign and trade KCP to Orlando like we were talking about. So that's something I'd be on the lookout for. This is all speculation at this point. There hasn't been any reports of anything like that transpiring, but I could, okay, we have another Woj bomb. Bear with me. Jonas Valanciunas, 3 years, $30 million to Washington.
Okay.
So that means the
Show 'em the
Pelicans are going to
money.
do what at center?
There you go.
No Nance, no Valanciunas.
They need something,
Zion at center is not going to be feasible.
especially if you want to point guard.
Yeah.
They're going to have to, in a Brandon Ingram or CJ McCollum trade, get at least a feasible center, because that was a big ramification of the DeJounte Murray trade, the fact that they had to lose Larry Nance Jr. They drafted Yves Missy, but other than that, they don't have another center on the roster.
Yeah.
If, let's say, a Paul George trade or if Paul George signing to Philly somehow does not occur, Sixers could then guarantee Paul Reed and then flip him to the Pelicans for Brandon Ingram. Not exciting, but it's better than what the Pelicans have, I suppose. It gets tricky. But meanwhile, Blake is back, so let's add him back in. Blake, how you doing? How was your
good.
half-hour break?
My half-hour break was nice. I let my dog out. It was all good. Not too many moves, but I think I came on at the right time. I think we got some nice news. So the Jonas Valanciunas deal was for the mid-level, it appears, because Washington is not a cap space team. So they take up the bulk of their mid-level by signing Jonas Valanciunas. Which is fine. I think it's a good deal. It's a good veteran guy. I think it means that they're going to bring Alex Sarr a little slower than maybe people anticipated. But it's a good guy to pair with Alex Sarr. And they kind of needed a center. Besides Alex Sarr, they had Bagley and Rashawn Holmes, who they re-signed to this other contract. And these are guys that are just okay. But, it's a bigger guy. And you have 3 years where you're rebuilding. And I think it's a good deal for Jonas Valanciunas. I mean, I don't know if it is ideal just in terms of timeline, but yeah, good for Jonas Valanciunas cashing in.
Blake,
question for you, draft guys. How much potential is there for Sarr to play next to Valanciunas? Just long term, obviously he's a center, but could he play power forward in the beginning of his career next to a guy like that? Or is that just completely ridiculous?
No, I think 100%, especially a guy like Valanciunas, because my biggest thing with Sarr is I don't know how good of a shooter he is. He's a theoretical stretch five, even though the shot has been inconsistent. But if the shot doesn't fall, Valanciunas is more of a stretch five. So for that reason, I think you could interchangeably play those guys together. Mike just said, obviously, Sarr is a 5 long-term. I don't know how obvious it is. I think he could play the 4. I think he could play the 5. I think he probably will play the 5 alongside Valanciunas, or the 4 alongside Valanciunas. But I don't know. So I wouldn't say is guaranteed to be a 5 long-term. Corbin, do you have anything to add on that?
Not really. I mean, I think he's more of a 4 right now. I would ideally him to be a 5, but I see him more as a 4 long-term, I guess. Who can probably play small ball 5 in select units. I guess I haven't been swept away by the 5 potential just yet, but I want to see that. But I think even while let's say that his all long-term ceiling is ultimately the 5, having a guy like Jonas take the pressure off of him, kind of play alongside him, and then as Jonas ages a little bit, he takes more of that role. I think it's a good signing for Washington. I guess I didn't see the fit. I thought that Jonas would definitely be better for a lot other contenders out there, but at the same time, for me, his money, help a developing team. Win-win.
Yeah, he doesn't
So-
really have the skill set that's valued by contenders, but he's the exact kind of player that bad teams want, right? Like he provides a nice safety net for like your developing
Yeah.
guys because he is not afraid to take on the physical challenges, right? And he has like pretty nice touch down low. Like he's able to, like he's certainly not the most efficient offensive engine. I'm not saying that, but sometimes you just need to dump the ball to the big man and let him, put up a bucket when all else fails, and he can do that. And yeah, I mean, I think that's just never a guy that you're really going to see playing big minutes for a really good team, but at the same time, he still has value in the league. And as we just saw, like that's a great contract for Valanciunas, and I don't even mind it for the Wizards.
So, Blake, did you see my DeRozan proposed sign and trade? My 3-teamer that I just concocted before you jump back on.
I did not.
So-
what did you?
So it would have been DeRozan to the Clippers in a signing deal, let's say starting like 30 mil. The Nuggets would have to sign and trade KCP to Orlando, like we already talked about, to open up a trade exception. The Nuggets would get Norman Powell in that trade exception, and then Zeke Naji, PJ Tucker, and whatever assets combined the Nuggets and Clippers could come up with would go to the Bulls.
Okay. Interesting. I think from the Bulls' perspective, I would be interested for sure, just as a matter of DeRozan seems like he's on the way out. So I would try to just get as much from the asset as I can. And if you can get like some decent value from Denver or from LA, that works. From Denver's perspective, it's a little more tenuous. Just as any kind of sign and trade scenario for Denver, you should kind of pump the brakes a little bit, just because they're bumping. Now that KCP's gone, they have a little bit more room, but they got to be careful with the second apron, because if they had even involved in a sign and trade, they're hard capped to the second apron. And so if I were them. If I were the Clippers, I'd be interested, just as a matter of getting a guy like DeRozan. DeRozan is a fine replacement, especially like salary wise for a guy for what Paul George was. But I don't know if like a triple sign and trade would get it done. I don't know. Maybe if they have to do it, but it wouldn't be. That's not too far off from what I would say. I would definitely say if I was the Clippers right now, I would be calling DeMar DeRozan's agent and trying to figure out, and calling Chicago and trying to figure out a sign and trade if possible, if he's willing to sign there.
So on the bottom ticker here, it was reported 8 minutes ago. I apologize, I'm a little behind. Chris Paul signed for a 1-year, $11 million plus deal. So I'm assuming that plus would be incentives, depending how the Spurs do. But it's 1 year, $11 million in incentives. And then Yossi Goslin basically said, yes, it would be the mid-level exception, but they have a trade exception if the Pelicans would sign and trade him, Valanciunas, to the Wizards. So we'll have to see. Maybe, I don't know. Wizards.
Another sign and trade. I mean, the Pelicans, it would be too bad. They get a trade exception if they do a sign and trade for Valanciunas.
And then the Wizards would have the whole mid-level still.
No, they would not.
Why?
Or maybe they would. I don't know. I'm trying to think.
Because if
if it's a sign trade, you're right.
Okay,
If it's a sign and
okay.
trade, yes, then they will still have their mid level. Yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure.
No, you're right.
So let me see. Blake, is your cap sheet updated with the Chris Paul signing?
It is not, but
Okay.
I can kind of like fit it in just looking at it.
Well, let me see real quick. I'm going to pull it up real quick.
Pull up the Spurs. If you could put in maybe like 11 mil, maybe, let me see. I could try to pull it up right now. I haven't updated their stuff, but for the updated cap stuff, but I can put in Chris.
Well, it says
Paul.
11 million plus, so we need to see what type of incentives or anything there would be.
Okay, but let's say for now, I'll put him at the bottom here. Try to update it for you guys. So at the bottom, we put in 11 million for Chris Paul. That's too much. All right. So if you just refresh the page, I put in Chris Paul at 11 million at the bottom. So that would, I believe, put them.
Sorry, I just went past.
No, you're good. You're good. That pretty much eats up their cap space, but that's okay if you're San Antonio. I mean, you get a guy like Chris Paul. Your roster is pretty full anyway, with a lot of like non-guaranteed guys and things like that. They could get a little bit more cap space if they cut Devontae Graham. He's on a $2.85 million guaranteed contract. They moved his guarantee date a week back.
So they'd have
theoretically they could get to $17 million in cap space.
Plus the room exception, the $8 million.
Plus the room exception, correct. Plus the room exception.
So the Spurs may not be done quite yet.
No, I would not say they're done, but they do with Chris Paul. They would have 14 players on the roster, and then if they cut Devontae Graham, it'd be 13. So I mean, they probably have room for maybe one more guy, unless they want to get creative with some trades. But I think if you add a guy like Chris Paul, you have him basically as your starting point guard. You have Trey Jones, you have Stephon Castle, Vassell, and then a lot of different moving pieces. That's a good, rebuilding team. Obviously, they need to improve with a guy like as good as Wemby. You need to be as good like soon as possible, pretty much.
But
man, that's a lot of talk about Devontae Graham, who may have been the most important player of the 2024 NBA season because he hit that game-winning floater over Denver in like the last or next to last game of the year that knocked Denver out of the 1 seed. And it's always interesting to think about how the NBA playoffs would have unfolded differently if like Denver hadn't played Minnesota in the second round. It all comes down to Wembanyama playing that game after the Spurs wanted to shut him down. And he said, no, I want to play against Jokic. And then he played awesome. And Devontae Graham hit the floater with like 0.1 seconds left, I think. And that ended up changing the entire standings of the West, which, arguably impacted the entire playoffs. I mean, inarguably impacted the entire playoffs and may have impacted the champion.
So we have a Bobby Marks tweet here. The Spurs are considered an over-the-cap team right now, and Paul could sign into the $12.8 million non-taxpayer MLA, or they could create room, sign him into cap space, and then, as Blake and I just said, they'd have that $17 million plus the $8 million room exception if they want to be a cap space team. So Spurs do have some flexibility of how they want to structure next.
They could use the mid-level to sign Paul. Or to become a cap space team, they would basically renounce the cap hold of Chetty Osman and maybe renounce they have restricted qualifying offers out to Sandro Mamukelashvili and David Duke Jr. As a two-way. So they could get pretty much to the caps to back into cap space pretty easily. So they have their options to spend. I don't really know why they wouldn't operate as a cap team. Maybe just so they could open up their biannual, maybe. But if we'll see, maybe what they do. If I were them, I would just be a cap space team and just sign Paul with their remaining space. But they could choose to do another option as well if they for some reason they want to keep Devontae Graham or something.
So Josh Robbins, the beat writer for the Wizards for The Athletic, just said this 3-year deal between Valanciunas and the Wizards would not include any player or team option, so it's a straight 3-year deal. Corbin, let's start with you. Do you think the addition of Valanciunas, given we already talked about the potential of Alex Saul playing the 4, does this make Kyle Kuzma more expendable for the Wizards?
I mean, I kind of feel like he already is available. You know what I mean? Like for the right price. So I don't know if it makes him like any more expendable. I think that maybe, if you're Washington and maybe slightly, I don't want to say delusional, but like slightly more optimistic about yourself. You could be like, oh, well, we have Valanciunas, we have Sarr, we have Kuzma, Jordan Poole bounce back year. Maybe we can like fight for a play. And I'm not saying that's what Washington's doing, but like that could be like one train of thought, right? But in my mind, no, I think that he's still probably as available as he was to begin with, just for the right price, considering his contract and what he's able to provide. We've seen what he's done on his own team as far as the guy who could just score, in high volume. We've seen what he's done as a player fitting in more of a system, as he did with the Lakers, between 2019 and 2022, right? So, like, in my mind, I don't think it makes him any more expendable. I think he's pretty available. I don't think he's at all untouchable, and I think this is just a nice signing on the side,
So I believe I said it a couple minutes ago before Blake jumped in, or it might have been earlier in this. I think it was before Corbin jumped in as well. Basically, we saw what the Wizards were able to do with that Denis Advisor descending contract and how valuable that was to Portland, that the Wizards were able to get 2 first-round picks and Malcolm Brogdon for him. Kyle Kuzma, it's literally like the most popular thing in the world to say right now is, oh, Kyle Kuzma's on a super valuable contract because it's descending. How valuable do we think that makes him to Washington? Blake, I'm going to pull up your Wizards cap sheet as we're talking here. But
yeah, there are some interesting things with the Wizards, especially with the Valanciunas signing too. So I think you brought up the possibility of a sign and trade for Jonas Valanciunas, and so an interesting thing with the new CBA is that is that the mid level can be used as a trade exception. So you could take in his salary into his new salary into the mid level exception as a trade exception into a sign and trade. And so New Orleans would be able to get a trade to generate their own trade exception, and Washington would be able to put him into the mid level. So I would expect this to be a sign and trade for Jonas Valanciunas. In addition, the Wizards, they have a pretty open cap sheet for now, other than Kyle Kuzma and Jordan Poole. And obviously, I think Jordan Poole is just kind of stuck on there as a number that they're just going to have to ride out the contract because it's probably the worst contract in the league at the moment. But I do like Kyle Kuzma's contract. It's a very interesting one. This descending should make him pretty valuable in trade talks. But I don't know. Like, I don't know where the Washington Wizards think they are. I think they just think they're like we're rebuilding. We're trying to figure out. We're trying to maybe bring on salary for picks, etc. Like, I don't know if they want to trade Kyle Kuzma or not, if they see him in their future. But he's certainly a valuable player, contract wise. That's for sure. He's one of the more valuable players just in the league, I would even say, just based on that descending deal. Like, in 26-27, it's only about 11% of the cap, which is a good deal for a guy as good as Kuzma, who probably could be like a number 3 option on even like a title team or competing team.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe it was Dallas who was trying to trade for Kuzma at the deadline, and Washington basically asked Kuzma for his input, allegedly. And he said, "Oh, I don't see Dallas as real contenders. I don't want to go there." And then next thing you know, Dallas trades for Daniel Gafford, who was Kuzma's teammate in Washington, and PJ Washington, and they end up going to the NBA Finals. So I don't know. Dallas, I still think, is going to be focused on a guy like Klay Thompson. That sign and trade would probably look like Josh Green plus Maxi Kleber or something along those lines. But it wouldn't shock me if a team similar to Dallas, maybe not exactly Dallas, would be in the Kyle Kuzma sweepstakes. Corbin, anything to add in terms of anything Kyle Kuzma or Washington Wizards related?
Not really. No, I think we gave him a lot of coverage here. I don't have a lot more to add on that. That's about it.
I think we've given our audience enough Washington Wizards coverage. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think this is the most I've talked about the Wizards in a long time. I don't know.
Okay, so I wish we had more deals to talk about right now. I will say Chris Paul was in the NBA the year Victor Wembanyama was born, if I'm not mistaken. And now they're teammates.
Yeah, he's 19 years older than Victor Wembanyama.
Oh,
wow,
man.
So
that's that same thing. Wow, that's crazy.
Means LeBron's been in the league since before Victor Wembanyama was even a glimmer in his mama's eye, right? So,
for real though.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
you know
crazy.
what I think is really interesting also is Paul for Stephon Castle. I think just his like having a guy like, you saw what Chris Paul was able to do in Oklahoma City with Shea and with other their young players. Like, he was really like an excellent mentor. And I think this is huge for a guy like Stephon Castle, who I personally, for me, he was like number 1 on my big board.
He was number 1 on my board as well.
Yeah, he was number 1 on my board. I really like Stephon Castle as a player. And I think he might not play too much this year. Just it's a matter of, I don't know, just the team, how it's set up. But yeah, I would think that this is really good for his development. Also, now that I'm just thinking about it, I don't know if teams might be interested in a guy like Trey Jones. His contract isn't that bad. And he's a fine guard. And just given that they have Castle, they just signed Chris Paul. It may be interesting if they're shopping Trey Jones. I just wanted to bring it up. Maybe the Spurs, other teams would maybe be interested in Trey Jones.
Absolutely. And is Tyus Jones is a free agent as well, if I'm not mistaken?
That's correct.
So,
Tyus Jones is a free agent. I think more Washington coverage. And I think that Washington was exploring possible sign and trade scenarios with him elsewhere. I don't know where the interest is coming from necessarily. I mean, people would be interested in a guy like Tyus Jones, but I don't know. We'll see. It's interesting. San Antonio was brought up as a possible destination for Tyus Jones. I don't think so anymore now that they have Paul Castle and his brother. So yeah, I don't think that's an ideal destination, but teams will definitely be interested in Tyus Jones.
Mike, you've been quiet.
Yeah, I think that the Kuzma stuff is interesting, but so much of it depends upon him reverting back to a player we haven't seen in like 5 years. Like he's been in Washington. I get the sense from everything he said and done that he just likes being the man on a team, and I think he has high job satisfaction. And I think sometimes we put too much emphasis on guys like sacrificing for the greater good and going and trying to win championships. And I think there's a lot of people who are out there like looking to be in a city that they like and in a role they like. And like for Kuzma, I think he likes having carte blanche to just shoot every time he touches the ball, and not have to worry too much about the defensive side of things. I think if he gets shipped out to a team that has interest in a deep playoff run, he's going to have to go back to like Lakers Kuzma, where he's trying to space the floor a little bit more, scrounging offensive rebounds, like buckling down on defense, moving the ball appropriately. And these are all things we know he can do because he's done them. He just hasn't done them in a really long time. And I wonder, the contract, I think, is great, actually. And this is something that Blake went over at length. Like, I think if you look at the other people who have scored as much as Kyle Kuzma, they're generally paid a lot more than Kyle Kuzma. Kyle Kuzma is paid like a very good role player, not like the number one option. And I think that's something in his favor that will make him more tradable. But you're going to have to find a team that's willing to make a leap of faith. I think those teams exist. We've talked about Dallas. We've talked about Sacramento being a potential very early on in the show. We talked about Sacramento having interest in Kyle Kuzma. But I am always nervous when you're asking a guy to shake habits that he's built up over 4 years to do something that maybe he doesn't even really want to do. Like, I really think he turned down that Dallas thing because he just likes putting up 17 shots a game or whatever and doesn't necessarily want to go back to being a 10-shot a game guy. Maybe I'm not judging Kyle Kuzma for that either. I just think that everything he said and done, that's kind of how he feels right now.
Yeah. It reminds me of as a while back, but not that long ago, but almost remember Aaron Aflalo?
Oh yeah.
Like he was a real good role play with Denver, right? Got to Orlando, kind of, good stats, like bad team, but he got a lot of shots. Like he was not the guy, it was like that weird time with Elfrid Payton and Victor Oladipo. But it was just before that. He was in between the Jameer Nelson, Glenn Davis, and then like he was that bridge, right? But he got a lot of shots, became like, I guess a Kuzma-esque guy, like a lot of points on a team doing nothing. Then he got like the buyout or trade to Portland, and couldn't quite kind of put those two things back together. You know what I mean? Like he couldn't quite get back to that role playing. Okay, I don't get ISO post ups on the left elbow extended. Like what are you talking about? Like I'm back to shooting threes and trying to play defense, and it didn't work out for him. It just didn't work out. And then he ended up in Orlando to finish his career as basically a gunner off the bench with what he wanted to be in the beginning. So like in my mind, I'm not saying Kuzma's that. I'm not saying Kuzma's not that.
Well, I think the big difference with Kuzma is I know it's been a couple of years, but he won a championship. Like he was on a championship team and he contributed. He played for the Lakers during that championship run and he was very good. Like, I mean, it's the bubble. You can say whatever you want about the bubble. I personally think the bubble is totally legit.
Thank you.
It's great.
I'm a Lakers fan. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm a Heat fan, so I gotta say.
You all,
I got it. We love the bubble.
Exactly.
We love the bubble. Yeah. But no, he was great in the finals run. And I think that he's kind of strayed away from it here and there, especially like he's had his moments really with the Wizards. Like, I mean, I don't know if it's good stats, bad team guy. He could be, but I mean, I wouldn't say like any kind of contender would be happy to have Kyle Kuzma on their team. Like, I mean, even at that value, especially, like, I don't see a contender like saying no to that. I mean, I don't know how much.
It's more like, does he want to go play for those teams if it means a reduction in role? I think is really what it comes down to, especially if Washington really is going to give him the choice like they did with the Dallas thing, supposedly, right? Like if they go to Kuzma and they're like, hey, do you want to go back to the Clippers or to the Kings or something where you're going to be, the third or fourth option? And he's like, nah, I'm good here.
There's a difference in sacrifice when you're going to, I don't know, random contender versus when you're going to play with Luka. Also, yeah. I think that could. I'm not in Kyle Kuzma's head, but like that's a big like you're not getting the ball. Like you really don't want your usage rates to be your usage rate is going to just right
Yeah,
down.
nope,
Like,
that's a great point.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it's one of those things where it's like if he gets an offer to go to a team, he's like, I want to build something in Washington. It's okay, you just want the shots. No, I'm playing.
So I just put up a tweet by friend of the pod, Sam Quinn. Basically 2 tweets. He said Paul George signing with Philadelphia would make any Clippers draft pick floating out in the ether would be much more valuable. You know who has 2 future Clippers draft picks? The freaking 76ers. He follows that up with, even if the Sixers fumble at the goal line, PG ends up going to some other non-Philly team, this is still a win for them. If they have to trade a star instead of just signing one outright, having those Clippers gets become massively important. We need to remember James Harden just signed a 2-year deal with the Clippers and not a 4-year deal earlier today. Sixers own the Clippers picks in 2027, and it's a 2028 swap, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's 28 and 29, but it doesn't really matter. They have
Well,
to swap in a pick, yeah. But
either way, it's potentially when James Harden would be gone.
It's interesting though. They have all these guys on these shorter term. They have Kawhi on the 3-year deal and with a player option, I think. And then they have Powell kind of coming off the books. Their books kind of open up, and it's just kind of like, what are the Clippers going to do? They really what the Clippers going to do. They don't have George, and the West is just getting better. You have Wemby coming up. You have the Rockets want to go all in. Okay, great. You have like maybe 14 of the 15 teams, I would say, are like all in, or going to be all in at some point. Not like if you include San Antonio. Like the only team I would say is that's not involved in that is like Portland. Like I don't know, like you might just, it doesn't matter what you do. You might be stuck in the play-in or even out of the play-in. Like that's what they're looking at just based on how good the West is. And those picks are going to be really valuable. They really are. I mean, with the Clippers, just got to be very careful with your next steps, especially considering you don't control your future.
So, okay. So the Sixers have, let me see. Is that confirmed that the Sixers have, I know the swap's 28. Is it a 2027 first or 2029
It
first?
is a 2029 swap and a 2028 first.
Okay. And that's all they have from the Clippers.
It's a top 3 protected for swap from the Clippers in 29, and then it's an unprotected first in 28.
Okay, so this is significant, I think, for the Sixers in terms of James Harden signed a 2-year deal. Kawhi Leonard has a 3-year deal. Paul George is apparently gone. Not only is he gone, he might be coming to Philly while the Sixers own their picks. In the alternative, they could, as Sam Quinn said, trade for a star with those picks. But if they get Paul George and get those picks, I think that's the winner of the offseason. I want to say the Brooklyn Nets are a massive winner as well, just overall this offseason. But it'd be tough for the Clippers, a tough pill to swallow for them if this is the result.
Well, I'd also just say these picks right now probably have more, like at this very moment, have more value than maybe they actually are. Because like when you think about it, just kind of sticker shock. Oh shit! Or excuse me, like, Paul George is gone. What are the Clippers going to do? They just have Kawhi. Oh, what's going on?
Yeah.
So why not go after, like, I don't know, like we brought up Kuzma, like, for example, like you go to Washington, you say, hey, we have these Clippers picks. We don't know what they're going to do. The Clippers have no clue what they're doing. They just lost Paul George. We're getting it. So why don't you send us a guy like Kuzma? Like, and we'll give you these picks. Like, and maybe I don't know, like those picks, like Washington will like look at it and be like, oh, that's interesting. Like they maybe only have to dangle like the one pick and be like, hey, we'll just give you this for Kuzma. Why not? Let's do it. And Washington will be like, that's a really good pick. So who knows? Let's see. I would not be surprised if they're shopping around with those picks tonight, if they're able to complete something with George, or even not.
I will say the irony of Eric Gordon signing with the Sixers, another former Rocket under Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey's basically brought in every former Rocket he could in this regime of James Harden, PJ Tucker, Danuel House, and now Eric Gordon. So good for Daryl for sticking with his guys, I suppose.
I guess the analytics probably say you just got to sign former Rockets. I don't know, maybe.
So, okay. Corbin, anything? Go ahead.
I was gonna say, have we heard anything about DeAnthony Melton yet? Has anyone seen any whispers about him? I'm just looking at my list of like top guys that are available and like who we've heard rumblings about and who we haven't. I love
So-
DeAnthony Melton.
My hope for the Sixers is that they use Paul George, the 49.5 whatever million max, and then use the remainder of the cap space to bring back Melton, and then use bring back Oubre on the room exception. Now, since they've signed Drummond, that's not going to happen. You're not going to get all three of those
they
guys.
have Melton's bird rights, so
Yeah,
they
but they'd
could
have to renounce them to make the cap space.
True, that's right. You're
So-
correct.
So that's why you'd have to use that extra 12, 13 million left over from Paul George to bring back either one of Melton or Oubre if you're using most of the room exception on Drummond.
Right. I'm trying to think.
My hope was to get all three of them, and that's clearly not going to happen at this point, given
What they could
What they're
do,
gonna
I
draw.
think in order, they could sign George, and then they'll still have some space, right?
they'll have, I think, 12 to 13 mil left over after Paul George.
Okay, so they sign Paul George. Then after that, they sign Mel. Oh, well, then the room exception goes. Well, do they still have the room exception? I don't know.
They,
So, okay,
I think Drummond
No,
signed.
they could sign Drummond. So they could do George, then Drummond, and then if they still have space, they could keep. Or I don't know if they'll have enough space because his cap hold.
Basically, if Melton was able and willing to take $8 million a year rather than 10 to 12 mil a year, Melton could come back to Philly and Oubre could sign for the whole room exception. That's the
Right.
scenario.
Got it. Oh, you're talking about also bringing back Oubre. Okay.
I'm
I
talking
don't
about
know
bringing
that
back.
happened.
If you could bring back Oubre and Melton and also bring in Drummond, it would look something like Drummond for 4.5 mil, Melton for the remainder of that 13 mil in space, and then Oubre in the room exception.
Right. Okay.
You'd have to
that's
sell the
feasible,
guys.
Yeah,
Yeah, you'd
yeah
have
you
to
have to
sell
sell
the guys.
them
Hey,
on
take
taking a
a,
pay cut for sure. But no, that's
and at
not
this
a bad
point,
idea.
who's to say Paul George isn't going to take a pay cut? He'll be happy with the fourth year, but let's say he goes, I'll take 200 mil instead of 212 mil because I don't have a market. Then all of a sudden,
Right.
Sixers have even more cap space to work with. So that
Right.
scenario is assuming Paul George is going to be under a full max. If he takes any sort of discount, the Sixers will be cooking with fire.
True. No, you're right.
So, Corbin, what do you think just overall? We don't have much going on, so I don't have any specific questions to ask you, but I know you popped in late after we talked about a good bit of the trades that's already transpired, such as Mikal Bridges, Alex Caruso, DeJounte Murray. Do you have anything to add on any trades that have previously happened? If you unmuted yourself, I could hear you.
You know what? That's always a good thing to do. Yeah, I'm really more curious about the Clippers and just like what they do. Like, I kind of feel like that's my big question. Kind of what stopgaps they have. Do the Lakers do anything? Like, I really have the question on the signings that have happened. I like KCP in Orlando. I think that's a good fit for them. I think he fits their timeline pretty well in terms of stepping up another level, Yeah, I guess I have questions on the teams that haven't made moves yet, right? Like, what are the Bulls trying to do? Like, are they picking a direction? What are the Clippers doing? Because this is not what they thought they were going to with the Intuit Dome, right? Like, it's kind of a weird mismatch. You're trading Russ, you lost PG, you have Harden, you have Kawhi, like you signed Kevin Porter Jr. Like you got some weirdness going on. Like, I'm curious about the teams that haven't done anything yet. I think that's big. Dallas is too quiet right now. Sacramento, like, I guess there's a few teams that are too quiet in general, but there's some teams I'm like particularly intrigued by. Klay Thompson obviously is the guy that like people are curious about, right? Like, where does he go?
I
With
think
Paul
Dallas
George leaving,
is, speaking of Klay Thompson, I think Dallas is probably the one that's probably like, oh, we're just at dinner with Klay Thompson. We're trying to convince him to come down right now.
Mhm.
That's I think that's why Dallas is pretty quiet. They're just waiting on Klay. And they're probably also talking with Derek Jones.
That makes sense.
But yeah, no, you're right. Like, a lot of teams just have been pretty quiet. I think they're just waiting on this whole George mess to kind of resolve itself. And I think if you're another team with cap space, like, what's stopping you from calling Paul George's agent, like saying, hey, we have cap space? Like, I mean, I doubt he'd want to go there to anywhere but the Sixers. I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion, but why not? I mean, there have been more shocking things I've seen in the past.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because it's frozen the whole market, and there's a lot of really interesting guys. I'm dying to know where they go. Like Najee Marshall, we haven't heard anything about. Caleb Martin, we haven't heard anything about. Like, we haven't heard anything, I don't think, about
Derek Jones Jr.
He just mentioned Derek Jones Jr., who I'm a fan of. Haywood Highsmith, another Heat guy.
Tobias Harris.
Tobias Harrison. I was just about to say, like, these are guys who like will make a difference somewhere, and there hasn't been a whisper about these guys doing anything because of the Paul George stuff. So hopefully,
a lot of these guys are just guys who were on the 76ers who seem to the 76ers are just going to pass them by, like Harris, Hield, Batum. We saw earlier that Batum's leaving. I don't know where he's going, but he's leaving. Like Robert Covington, even like Melton, we were talking about earlier. I'm trying to think of other guys who are like Hartenstein is a really interesting name. I'm going through just the free agents like that I see. Miles Bridges maybe is an interesting guy to think about for contenders or something like that. I think he's just going to resign with Charlotte, but I don't know. He's an interesting name.
Well, he might be an interesting fit in Los Angeles since they do not care about your character, right? Like they have made it very clear through their previous history that they do not worry about your rap sheet, but they are interested in what you bring to a basketball team. And Miles Bridges could have some buy low potential from that regard. Certainly, there are a lot of teams that wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole, I think, but Clippers are not one of those teams. They don't have a pole. So
yeah, I agree with you. There. Another name, I'm just going through the list of Caleb Martin we talked about. It'd be interesting to see also if somebody throws an offer sheet at Isaac Okoro as well. I would not be too shocked if a team would maybe like Detroit or something like that decided, why don't we have cap space? Let's throw some money at Isaac Okoro. He's pretty good. Like that would be interesting. I would like him in Detroit.
Yeah. Okoro would be nice.
Yeah, another guy we can see, maybe Sadiq Bey. I brought him up a little earlier. He's an interesting name. He's unrestricted. It'd be interesting to see if he can get some of the mid-level from a contender. But again,
he does have a torn ACL, Sadiq Bey. He's recovering.
Oh, he did? Really?
He tore his ACL in March.
In March. Yeah. Well, I don't pay too much attention to the Hawks then. That's why.
I think the issue with Atlanta and why they didn't give him the qualifying offer is they were afraid he would sign the qualifying offer for 1 year, get the $8.5 million to rehab, and then leave anyway.
Got it.
Free agency.
That makes sense. I just also, that's why Atlanta was pretty pressed up in the apron also after they got the first pick too. But yeah, that makes sense. Especially with it. But it's still, even for like a contender, just to have him on, he's a good player. Even if he's recovering for most of the year, you could still get a guy,
Kyle Anderson will be another fun one to see what happens with him. I think he's probably going to be a bit too pricey for Minnesota, most likely. So he's a weird fit on a lot of teams. Like, he's a good basketball player. He's just a weird fit on a lot of teams, though. I'm not sure who can take in a guy who just doesn't have any spacing, brings a lot of other stuff, but
another two names that I do think are actually very interesting. Gary Trent Jr. from Toronto. He's an interesting name for contenders.
I would like him in Orlando.
Yeah, that would be good in Orlando. I agree. I mean, it's a lot of guards, but yeah. And speaking of an Orlando guard, Markelle Fultz, another guy who maybe somebody would be looking at. He was on a decent contract, and now he's coming off his contract, and we'll see where he ends up.
Yeah, that'll be. I've always liked that. I think it was, who was it? Was it Bryce who was on earlier saying Gary Trent Jr. would be a good fit for Orlando? It was either him or Josh. But either way, I've been on the Gary Trent Jr. to Orlando for years. I would love it. So we'll have to see how that plays itself out. I wish we had more signings. I think we're waiting on the Paul George domino to drop, and then the floodgates are going to open. I really think that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
And I don't know if the Paul George signing is going to happen during this live stream. Corbin, I know you texted me last night about the possibility of Klay Thompson to the Lakers, and you think the Lakers would be more compelling than Dallas. I think he's going to end up in Dallas, but given that his dad was a Laker, given he already lives in California.
In LA. Exactly. Like, I mean, the only thing comes down to is the money, right? And like, I don't know. I was definitely a lot higher on it last night than I am about it now. Like yesterday, you kind of you're like, I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I think so. But now I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. But I do think, like, at the end of the day, like, you come in where you play defense, you're not going to be relied upon for any extra duty. You can have the ball a little bit more, but you are primarily just a shooter, right? Kind of keep the same role. I feel like Dallas, he's definitely going to be more of like catch and shoot guy, which is fine. That's Klay's job. But like, you kind of get a chance of being that second, third guy, like an elevated third guy, next to LeBron AD. You have better defense behind you with the guy who I thought should have been Depoy with AD. You get to play with LeBron. you know, you get in a spot where you do get to stay home, and it really just comes down to the money and what he's going for. And I feel like, you know, if it's too much, like less than what he's offered from Dallas, then like obviously Dallas where he goes as far as contention is concerned. But I do think it's a nice, interesting fit in LA. I don't know, it's kind of a last gasp type of Ray Allen to the Heat type thing. But I mean, one, Klay Thompson's like several years younger, and two, I think he's in a role where, again, he gets to stay in LA or stay in Cali rather, and still quote unquote contend.
Okay, so I'm trying to pull up. There hasn't even been like a Woj, Jake Fisher, Shams.
It's been
nothing.
very
in 40
quiet.
minutes.
Very quiet. Definitely very quiet.
So otherwise, okay. Mike, anything you want to add? Kind of putting you on the spot here.
Yeah. All right. How about this? I will give you guys a list of free agents. You tell me who would be the most impactful in their best spot. Okay. Let's assume they get put in a place that lets them play to the best of their abilities. What do you say, Steven?
Could we say where we think that best spot is as well?
That would be even better if you can come up with it. Okay. So here are some names for you. I got Chris Dunn, who I love. So I'm sorry I'm bringing Chris Dunn up into this podcast, but I'm going to do it anyway. I have Chris Dunn. We talked about Kyle Anderson. We talked about DeAnthony Melton. And then let's forget about Chris Dunn for a second. I just wanted to do that. Now, let's say Najee Marshall, Caleb Martin, and Caleb Martin, and Kyle Anderson. Which of those three you think would be most impactful, and where do you think that would go?
I think it would be Caleb Martin, and I would say it would be in LA for the Clippers.
Oh, for the Clippers.
Nice. I guess theoretically he could sign with Miami for mid-level exception money if, you know, they could end up working that out. But I know Blake's kind of shaking his head a little bit there.
It's just a matter of Miami being able to fit him in. Like, if they're
what I figured.
Yeah, like, I don't know if they're going to be able to salary-wise to fit him in, and I don't even know if they're going to be wanting to pay. They're already basically up against the tax. I don't know how much ownership would be willing to go, like, dairy in on a guy like Caleb Martin.
So
I love Caleb Martin just as much as the next person, but I don't know.
So for Caleb Martin, we actually had Corbin, didn't have the Clippers in the mock offseason, but he was a participant. We had Caleb Martin going to the Clippers on basically the full mid-level for a 4-year deal. I think he'd be a great... It gets tricky if all of a sudden they signed DeMar DeRozan, then what? You have Zubac, Harden, Kawhi, DeRozan, and Caleb Martin probably as your starting five, which is a pretty solid starting five given you lost Paul George.
Yeah.
That's I think the best situation for the Clippers at least.
Yeah. No, I think Martin and the Clippers, like, ideally probably is the best match for Martin at least, and for the Clippers. But it's complicated when you have a guy like DeRozan who, like, oh, we could get DeRozan. Oh, okay. Like, you know, it's like that. You see that, you're like, oh, like, you know, you would rather have DeRozan's a lot sexier name than Caleb Martin, but production wise, it's probably not that much of a difference. I mean, like production and value, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. We'll see what the Clippers end up doing, but I would not be too surprised if they threw some money Caleb Martin's way.
All right. What about this one? Who gets more money? Gary Harris, Isaiah Joe, Buddy Hield. Let's say all in, not annual value.
I want to say Buddy Hield.
Well, that's a good one.
Well, okay. I'll say first Isaiah Joe is gonna resign with Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if he left. But like they'll probably sign him on like a compromise-ish deal. I think it was really interesting when they declined his option because he's unrestricted versus Aaron Wiggins, who they did the same thing. It just to re-sign him to a lower deal is restricted. And so they definitely are keeping Aaron Wiggins, but some like cap space team could definitely throw some money Isaiah Joe's way. So I wouldn't be, if Isaiah Joe were to depart, I think he would get the most money. But of those three, you said it was Hield, Joe, and Gary Harris. I would say Hield probably because he will get a mid-level from a contender. I wouldn't be too shocked if he got that.
What do you think, Corbin? Do you have the same order?
I honestly think that I do. Yeah, I think that I do because like Isaiah Joe definitely back. I just Hield is. I don't know, divisive. I want to say divisive. Hield's, again, I don't know. I feel almost like what Mike said about Hield. What Mike said about who we were talking about, that player is probably Jonas Valanciunas. I don't know how I feel like Hield on a contender. As weird as that sounds, I just don't know. Like, score off the bench in theory, floor space, or all of that. Defensively, you know the issues. I just don't know if it's great in that way, right? But I do think that he is going to be of high demand from teams that are contending or semi-contending, that think, hey, we need high volume three-point shooting. He's the guy who's made the most threes outside of Steph Curry the last 10 years. Let's go for him. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you guys this. If it's not the Clippers who were speculating for DeMar DeRozan, where does DeRozan end up? Like, it just go back to Chicago and then flip him later?
I'm not even convinced they're going to flip him later. Like, I am not convinced the Bulls are tearing this thing down until they tear this thing down. Like, you will never catch me proactively saying that they are going to be trading away their players for, like, all their players for picks. That's just not what they've ever done. And they don't seem to be unhappy with the direction of their team. So,
well, I will say,
I would agree.
You agree that they're not?
I'd agree that I don't. Well, until they do it, I as much as we could harp out that you got to rebuild. I mean, maybe they're just happy being a playing team forever. I don't know. Like, but if I think there's a place for DeRozan in Chicago. Basically, if the market isn't there for him and he can't find a deal that's good in the market from a contending team, I think, he totally could return to Chicago on like a quick deal, something like that, similar to maybe a little bit more than what they gave Vucevic. But I mean, the guy is basically their face of their franchise at the moment, which, I mean, I don't know where you're going with that, but he's their guy. Like, he's their guy. So, I think Chicago definitely would be willing to re-sign him for sure. I don't think they're saying just leave. But I don't know. Like, it depends on how much he's willing to, like, maybe take a pay cut to go to the Clippers or the Lakers or something like that.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that plays out. I do want to say, we talked about it very little bit when we talked about the Caruso for Giddey swap, as well as the Patrick Williams 5-year, $90 million. I think the Bulls have had a fine offseason, given if they're going to rebuild. I don't want it to be one of those things where they're kind of playing in the middle with, okay, Josh Giddey, then they give him a rookie extension, and then...
But getting Josh Giddey ensures you're going to be that team that is always playing in the middle, right? Like, he's young, but I think his ceiling is extremely low, given the fact that he can't shoot and can't play defense. And maybe that changes. Maybe you think that he can shoot, but he hasn't shown any... Like, and it's not to say he hasn't improved, but he hasn't improved by nearly enough to make you think that there's going to be some massive shooting league coming. And he's a productive enough regular season player where he will help them win 36 games, you know? And then I think the trade for Giddey is a sign that they are not going to bottom out, that they want to, like, take young guys with upside, which is not the same thing as bottoming completely out and then taking swings in the draft, right?
Yeah, no. I just think, given how cheap of a deal Patrick Williams signed...
Do you think it was cheap? What was
I thought he was going to get more.
I wasn't here for the Williams conversation. What did you guys think about the Williams deal?
I think
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. All right.
I was just going to say 5 for $90 million. I thought he was going to get at least 110, 115 a year. So I think they got, based off what they're going to do with their cap space, which is nothing going forward, and they're going to have to give Josh Giddey extension, you're going to have to pay probably Patrick Williams and Josh Giddey a combined like $50 million going forward a year. So I think the fact that they were able to get Patrick Williams at 18, now they have that precedent for Giddey when he's in negotiations. They're going to say, oh, well, this is what Pat Williams took. We're going to try to, get you for around the same deal, rather than if they overpaid on Williams, Giddey will look at that as well. Blake,
I think Giddey's proven a lot more. But Blake can go. I was just saying, I think Giddey's proven a lot more statistically than Pat Will has. I don't think that's going to work for Giddey.
I agree with Mike that Giddey will definitely be asking for more than what Patrick Williams got, which isn't a bad thing because I like Giddey. I think he's a good player. I mean, he has his limitations and all, but Chicago getting him is pretty good for what they got for Caruso value-wise. In regards to the Patrick Williams extension, I thought I don't know, maybe I don't think he would have gotten anything more than what he got in the open market from the extension. I don't know how many fans there are of Patrick Williams outside of maybe like Detroit could have maybe thrown him a deal, but that's it. The contract itself is not a bad contract. It will look better in 2-3 years, unless he's horrible, which I doubt. He's not a horrible player. He's a good player. But again, like, where are you going? You know, like, Patrick Williams is a good young player. You threw some money at him. That's fine. But like, and it's only like 9% of the cap. But again, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't show any direction that Chicago is going in. You know, if they would have maybe let him go to Detroit, then maybe that would have been a different story. But I don't know. Maybe they like Patrick Williams. They picked him 4th. So they did clearly want to keep him long term. And I don't think it's a bad. I don't think it's a bad contract. I wouldn't disagree with it. I maybe would have started a little less for an extension because I wouldn't have been like over enthused, like, oh, we got to keep Patrick Williams. But yeah, who knows?
Okay, Blake is going to sign off. Blake, is there anything you want to add? Anything you want to promote before you have to leave?
No, there's not too much. Just feel free to. I will be updating my cap sheets on ldsport.com throughout the night. You can check out the free agency feature. That's where I'll update all the deals quickly right away, right when I see them on Twitter. Other than that, I think it's been a surprisingly quiet night. I think at the beginning, I thought it was just a matter of just like NBA GMs are just following the rules of tampering and stuff, and people are being nice and polite and things like that. But now I just think everybody's waiting on Paul George and everybody's waiting on Klay Thompson. So we'll see where they end up. I would not be too surprised if we see Paul George the Sixers by midnight. I would be happy because that would probably open the floodgates a little bit. And then Klay, it's very interesting to see where he ends up. And if he takes a pay cut, and then how that maybe, if he like goes to somewhere like the Lakers, how that would affect like LeBron, how much LeBron is getting paid. And there's still a lot of guys who are available and I guess able to negotiate. So it should be a fun free agency, fun next few days. Hopefully we get some Paul George news soon. And yeah, I mean, I'm just going to be grinding at the cap sheets tonight. So it's really fun talking to you guys for sure.
Blake, we appreciate you coming on, and I'll see you at Summer League in a couple weeks.
Yes, of course. Sounds good. All right. See you guys.
See you later.
See ya.
So I just pulled this tweet up.
Real quick. I have to talk about this thing about Patrick Williams before we move on to this.
Go ahead.
One of the fun facts about Patrick Williams that only people who watch too much Chicago Bull games will know is that he misses an extraordinary number of dunks. He goes up and he tries to slam on like so many people, and he misses like a third of the time. I think 2 years ago he missed more dunks than any non-center, like by volume and by percentage. He missed the most by like a mile. And last year, according to my very quick back of the envelope math, he had 29 dunks in 43 games last season, but he attempted 52, which means he missed 23 of his 52 dunk attempts. That is like really bad.
That's not great.
I don't really have that much to say about that. I just think it's such a unique statistical quirk about Patrick Williams. It's something I noticed watching. I'm like, man, this guy misses a friggin' ton of dunks. And I looked it up. I'm like, oh my God, he really does miss a ton of dunks. Yeah, that's just something I wanted to point out about Patrick Williams before we move on. Okay.
I will note before we start talking about this tweet, and then Corbin, the floor is yours. Omari Sinfoka from the Detroit Free Press. He is the co-host of the Motor City Hoops podcast with Ray Simon, who was on earlier today. He said that the Pistons intend to offer the rookie max extension to Cade Cunningham. So that seems like that is. I know Shane's
it's only a matter of time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whether it happens now or tomorrow or whenever.
So Corbin, anything to add before we move on to this tweet?
Yeah, just about Patrick Williams. I think at fair value. Like, I mean, the guy's been injured, right? Like, he's been improving when he does play. But I mean, was he obviously drafted a lot higher than he should have been for who he is? Yes, but there's some connecting potential. He's a decent floor spacer. At least he was last year on limited volume. You know, he does have, decent defensive potential. I don't think he would have gotten much more. I think it was a good deal. I think Chicago is so interesting in that they're able to sign these kind of rookies to decent extensions, and then make horrible moves everywhere else all of the time.
Yeah, I don't feel like it. To be honest with you, I think the Patrick Williams thing was an overpay. I think that it was too much money for him right now. I think they're hoping he gets better. Like, certainly it is a low enough number that there is potential for him to be outplaying this in 3 years. but he's not doing it now. I think he's a overrated, like he's a fine defender, but he's overrated. He doesn't shoot enough threes to be a spacer, even though he shoots a high percentage. He's actually a pretty bad 2-point finisher. Like the dunks are one thing, but like he's just not good at finishing. He can't really pass or dribble. Like I think he averages like a 1-to-1 assist to turnover ratio, or pretty close to it. Like it's not to say he's a bad player, but they're paying him like, you know, a 4th or 5th starter. And I'm not convinced that, and he's not a 4th or 5th starter on a good team right now. Maybe he gets there. I don't think he is yet. So maybe 90 million. We'll look back and there's definitely a possibility. He looks like this is an underpaid, but it's not yet. And I was surprised that number was high as it was, because I agree with Blake. I don't think too many teams would have been falling over themselves to give him $90 million at this point.
Yeah,
So,
no.
Corbin, anything to add?
No, I would go fair to overpay. So I'm more agreeing with Mike than not. I think just considering his age and potential that I think Chicago and certain people believe he has, it was fine. But I definitely agree with you. Like nobody else is gonna be knocking on the door. Those who would, yikes.
So we have a tweet from Michael KB, who does work with ESPN Radio 973, ESPN FM, does Sixers coverage for them. He just tweeted, Sixers want to land both Paul George and Klay Thompson, if possible, which it might not be. The only real way, apparently Jake Fisher reported 8 hours ago that Klay Thompson would be open to signing the MLE with either the Lakers or the Clippers if it came down to it.
Although Jake
quote me on it.
been having some misses.
Yeah, he had a rough draft night.
Draft-
Jake Fisher's a friend of the pod. He's usually very reportable. I know he's had a rough few days. But if this is true, the Sixers could give Klay about mid-level exception money, even after they sign Paul George. Or let's say Paul George is that much of a market. Daryl Morey says, look, if you take $190 million instead of $212, and we could add Klay Thompson here as well for a 3-year deal, I think that's something Paul George might be open to. I really do, given the lack of market he has right now. They said, we'll give you the 4th year, but we're going to give you, again, $190 instead of $212 to bring in Klay Thompson. Do we think this is feasible?
I would be shocked if Paul George takes a cent less than the max. Like, I think all things being remotely close to equal on an annual value basis, he would have just stayed in Los Angeles. I think he was irritated that they weren't willing to give him a max, and I think he's going to go take the max that he can get. Like, I think in some respects, if they were only going to give him 190 over 4, you may as well have just taken the 150 over 3 and then, you know, had one last chance at a reasonable role player contract instead of, you know, having it for the extra year, right? So, like, to me, there's no way he's going to take less than the max. I'd be shocked if that happened. I want to back up and go back to your report from Fisher that Klay would take the mid-level from a couple of teams. Blows my mind, because like he's being offered, I don't know what exactly the Warriors offered him, but it was a lot more than that, wasn't it? And I think Klay is somebody for whom, you know, he equates the money to the respect he's being given or whatever. But at the end of the day, he cares about the money a lot. And so that is shocking to me based on everything he's said and done up to this point.
So for Klay Thompson, again, we talked about he was having meetings with the Sixers, Mavs, Clippers, and Lakers. Right. It would probably have to be a sign and trade if he's going to try to make at least $20 million starting salary a year. For, let's say, the Lakers, I can't imagine the Warriors wanting D'Angelo Russell back in a sign and trade. They already did that experiment once.
I mean,
unless they just want his
directions.
expiring, I have no
did the
idea.
D'Angelo experiment once, and you know they did it again.
So yeah, I mean, they could do a sign and trade for Klay Thompson and D'Angelo Russell, or the Lakers could do Gabe Vincent and Jared Vanderbilt for Klay Thompson in a sign and trade. I think that's a feasible scenario as well. LeBron would have to take a pay cut to bring Klay Thompson on, but I think it was Tim Bontemps or McMahon, one of them, basically said Klay's wanted the 3 guys LeBron would take a pay cut for to open up the mid-level exception for, or to get in another scenario, I suppose. So the Lakers are feasible. Mavericks are feasible. It would be like Josh Green and Maxi Kleber. That would work financially for Klay Thompson at a salary starting about $23-24 million a year.
That's it for the Warriors.
And then the Clippers could also make something work similar to how they could make Klay Thompson work, or DeMar DeRozan, which we've already talked about. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out. I will say this. I was between staying on here between 10 and 10:30. If it stays like this next 18 minutes, I'm going to say to listeners, we will probably end at 10, maybe 10:15. But I don't see a necessity. I know the second we get off, Paul George is going to sign or some domino is going to fall.
Well, then we
But-
hop back on.
Yeah.
I mean, then you hop back on. You know, if we're still up, if he's not gonna do it at the midnight, I'm gonna want to talk about it.
Well, let's see how the next 20 minutes or so go. Otherwise, I don't know. We've talked about every potential signing. I feel like we've talked about every trade that has transpired. I think that just the two dominoes we're waiting on are the Paul George and Klay Thompson one. Let me pull up Blake's Orlando cap sheet. How much cap space does Orlando have left? Because I'm interested to see what they. I know we talked about the Gary Trent Jr. I'm just excited to see what they could do with the remainder of that space. They have. I'm pulling it up now. Once it loads. Okay, let me see. We have. I'll show my screen here. Like, is it feasible Clay still ends? Is it still feasible Clay ends up in Orlando? Because I know they were one of the top landing spots. And if they walk away with KCP and Klay Thompson, I think that's a home run for them. I know they weren't
absolutely.
mentioned in the initial. I know they weren't mentioned in the initial 4 teams that Clay was meeting with. But let's see.
I don't know if that's going to work on the court though, because what that means is Clay is going to end up or KCP would end up being the 6th man, because you're not going to bench Franz or Banchero or Suggs, I wouldn't think, because you need a point guard. So you can't run like Clay at this point is basically a 3, I would think. And you still need a center, because I don't think you can run Banchero at center. So that means that only 3 of the 4 guys could start between Wagner, Banchero, and KCP and Clay, right? So someone would have to go to the bench, I think, unless they really want to get crazy and put Suggs on the bench. But I don't think that they're going to do that.
So what? Who's going to be the starting point guard? Suggs? Because I don't know if he's good enough of a playmaker to be a full-time. I like him.
That's the only answer right now. Fultz is a free agent. They're not bringing him back.
Unless it's Anthony Black.
God, they can't shoot already. I don't think that.
Yeah, I know. That's an issue.
Yeah, my instinct from what they did today, I think it's going to be KCP plays the 2 and Suggs plays the 1. Last year, Suggs was a 2, and I don't really think he's a 1. Like, I don't think like you said, he's definitely not a good enough playmaker. But Banchero does so much ball handling and Wagner does so much ball handling that they're thinking they can get away with having a bunch of like B+ playmakers instead of having 1 A playmaker. And I don't really think that's viable anymore. Like, I think the Suns proved last year that you need to have a real point guard if you really want to go far. That was my big takeaway from Phoenix's experiment.
True. I want to say something, Mike, on that, because I think that you're right. I think the Magic are basically running like an inverted lineup, right?
Yeah.
Where your bigs are your playmakers and, like, you know, your guards are more defenders, shot make specialists, right?
Yeah.
What I will say though, like, Phoenix didn't have a point guard, but they also didn't have playmakers. Like, I think like Booker did a good job. Like, he grew a lot in that aspect, right?
Yeah.
And then Beal as well, when he played, like, got better as it went on. Durant,
I think those are both better playmakers than anybody the Magic have, though.
Than Banchero and Wagner.
Right now, yeah. I hope that changes.
Yes, I just feel like they're less school. Like, I feel like at the end of the day, no, you're probably right. I guess I feel like Booker, and Beal are more hardline to score than I'd say like a Wagner is. And I guess you're right. Like, Banchero is definitely more of a scoring focused guy. So no, when you think about it, no, you made it perfect. That's a perfect example. I guess I was just thinking, because I'm like, they had guys who can make plays, but like that wasn't like their necessarily strong suit. Where I do feel comfortable with Banchero and Wagner, you know, making plays. And it's a delicate balance because you want to have a guard, like a point guard, but you don't want to take the ball out of those guys' hands.
Yeah. And so
like, they are more of that combo wing type guy.
Yeah, and I think this to me indicates they're going to make Suggs that guy who's point guard for 50% of the time, 30% is Banchero, 20% it's going to be Wagner bringing it up. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if that's going to work, and they might make some other moves that change that, but that seems to be what they're doing because they don't have a traditional true 1 on the roster right now who's anywhere near starting quality, except for Suggs, who again is more of a combo 2 guard. Man, Basketball Reference is getting crushed tonight. I don't know if you guys have had any problems, but I've been looking stuff up and it keeps timing out on me.
I have not looked at Basketball Reference, but I believe it because I'm sure everyone's refreshing at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. I know we talked a little bit about who were the teams pursuing Tobias Harris. I remember Utah being one of them. I think San Antonio was one of them. I'm trying to pull up that Keith
Sacramento, I want to say.
It was Pistons, Jazz, Spurs, and Mavericks in on Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
Do
okay.
any of those teams sort of make sense for Tobias?
I think all
I
of
know.
them.
I know Utah's wanted him for years. I know Detroit has been discussed with the reunion for him for a couple of years now as well. San Antonio only has, I think, what do we say, 17 mil left in cap space, and Dallas would have to be a sign and trade, which the Sixers aren't going to be able to facilitate. So,
yeah, I think Tobias Harris is a good basketball player, and I think now that he doesn't have to worry about the burden of his contract, he's going to be paid something that's maybe more befitting what he should be paid. Like, I think he's going to be a positive asset to whoever ends up landing him. Like, I think he is at least an average level starting forward. And on his better days, he's better than that. So, like, he can't be the number 1 or the number 2 guy probably, but could he be the number 3 guy on a pretty good team or the number 4 guy on a really good team? Yeah, definitely. I think. I mean, he was the number 3 guy on a pretty good Sixers team this year. That would have done better if Embiid had been healthy. So,
I definitely think he's a solid utility guy.
I'm interested to see if Tobias were to go to like Utah, what that'll look like in terms of Larry Markkinen and a potential trade for him.
I think that means Markkinen's gone. I think
potentially.
I mean, you would know this better than us, but I feel like Tobias is more of a 4 at this point. I don't think he's quite quick enough to be a 3. And if he's out there, you can't play Markkinen at the 5, not really. And I think that is a contingency plan I shouldn't say contingency plan. That is a plan for if you're moving Markkinen, but you still want to have like competent play at the forward spots to help you just have a real NBA team as you tank for picks. Like, he's a great guy to have there for that. Like, he's not going to stunt the development of your younger players. He's but he's also going to provide a floor of real NBA quality play around some of these guys you're trying to develop without winning you too many games.
The perfect mix.
For some people it is,
I mean, for some teams, yeah, you're right. They can't all be, going for the chip.
No, the league is best when there is I think the league is best when it's close to what it is right now, where there's a lot of teams that are really going for it. There's a bunch of teams that are pretty good or at least entertaining. And then there's a handful of teams that are like, we're going to get next. And, I think in the past we've had too many teams that are trying to tank, or we've had too many teams that are happy riding in the middle. I feel like right now the NBA is in a really healthy spot in that regard. And the Jazz are clearly signifying they'd rather be one of those teams that's going to be next.
Yep.
Well, now in the new CBA, there's a salary floor that you basically pay a luxury tax penalty if your salary is not at least $127 million on your payroll,
which is 90% of the salary cap, I think. So,
yep.
I think that's great because I don't like it when you have teams that are running out absolute garbage. And this is something I've already talked about, but like, I think it is truly detrimental to the team's players if your team is so bad that you can't develop properly because you can't even evaluate your talent properly. And I think that salary floor, one nice thing about it is that it will force teams to roster NBA quality players instead of having 12 prospects on their team at a time. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like, I think in that regard, it's probably good for tanking teams. It'll make them hopefully a little bit more respectable.
Well, and Tobias Harris specifically, he's known to be a great locker room guy. So he would help a young locker room like Utah who's trying to establish a culture. I think that would make a lot of sense for him. I think he has a better shot of going to Utah than he does Detroit, despite the smoke around him potentially going back to Detroit. I wish Bryce was on still. What do we think Detroit's going to end up doing? Like, are they just going to be a landing spot for teams trying to, like, are they going to take on Andrew Wiggins in order to acquire more assets? Like, what are they going to do at this point, Detroit? I want to say that's what they're most likely to do. Take on Andrew Wiggins in a first into cap space. Take on Zeke Naji in a few seconds if Denver could somehow swing that into cap space. Like, that's what I think makes the most sense for Detroit. And then maybe they have like one signing. Maybe they get like a Gary Trent Jr. or something. Some shooting on the team. But,
they're definitely going to end up getting some of these like, third or fourth tier free agent guys who can shoot a little bit. I think Gary Trent's a great example of somebody. That's
Najee Marshall is another great example.
I think Najee Marshall's too in demand from good teams, but I think Gary Trent isn't. Might be an example of a guy that they could sign because like you need a guy who can actually shoot a 3-pointer. I mean, Trent's got his own problems, but yeah, guys in that tier, I think Detroit's probably going to end up with 2 of them. Maybe they'll do a little better than that. Maybe they will end up with like Tobias Harris somehow, but that's my instinct is like they're going to use that space on like semi-decent supporting cast veterans because like some of the sellers don't have sweeteners to offer. Like you mentioned Denver, I don't think they have any second round picks left to trade away with Zeke Naji. I think they're pretty much bereft or pretty close to it after the Reggie Jackson deal. So like there are just people who don't have things left to attach to their salary.
So, okay, I think we should start wrapping things up given, I don't think anything else is going to happen in the next 7 minutes. So let me ask you guys. I don't think we talked about anything regarding the Emmanuel Quickly re-sign or the Obi Toppin re-sign.
Yeah.
What do we think about those?
So they both baffle me a little bit.
I was also shocked.
Like I mean, like the Quickly thing, once you trade for him, I guess you kind of have to sign him. The contract's not terrible, right? Like,
not shocked they're back, just the terms.
Yeah, like it still ends up making him in the teens, I think, in terms of point guard money. But like, essentially, your core is going to be Scotty Barnes, Emmanuel Quickly, and RJ Barrett going forward. And like, what kind of a core is that? That's a leap that you are hoping. That is such pressure you're putting on Scotty Barnes to become like the man, like a top 10 guy really soon, because Barrett and Quickly are going to make enough money that it's just going to be tough to field like a fourth really good player around them right now. I've always thought Quickly was maybe a little bit overrated. Like I think he is a good player who is getting paid more like a very good player. He's not very schematically. I think it's kind of hilarious that the Raptors spent so long putting together all these super long switchy guys. And now they have like Quickly, who can basically only guard point guards, can't really guard anything else. And I think that's kind of funny. But so, yeah. And then on the Toppin thing, man, Toppin might be the worst non-guard defender in the NBA. I thought his strengths, however, are very accentuated by the Indiana Pacers play style. Like he is a one-man fast break next to Tyrese Halliburton, obviously, is a perfect match for him. Still felt like a lot of money for me. For a guy that lost his starting job before the Siakam trade. I put this on Twitter and people blasted me, but they forget he lost his starting job to Jalen Smith first, and then Siakam was traded for a couple weeks later. Like you're paying $15 million a year, I think it was, right? $60 million over 4 for a guy who couldn't hold down a starting spot in literally the best place in the league for him. I thought that was interesting. I thought that was an interesting outlay of cash for a team that you would think would know better just based on how they treated Toppin, But yeah, Corbin.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you on both. I thought, again, like they wrote due for the teams they ended up signing with. Like I think that was kind of a given, right? I thought a little bit for Toppin. I was like, interesting, and I have a little affinity toward him because I during SBC I was in the scouting department and we had to scout players, and he was my assignment. I watched a lot of corner threes and defensive inattentiveness, but he's grown in some aspects of that. With that,
we have a signing.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Corbin, this one's from the mock off season that you put together.
Let's hear it.
Mason Plumlee has agreed on a 1-year deal with the Phoenix Suns.
Hey,
look at me.
We hit that spot on in the mock off season.
We did, and I'll say the same thing I said when I offered the signing. I like him as a backup big. There's some playmaking there, some rebounding, a vet who knows the way around. You know what I mean?
I like that as Nurkic's backup.
Huh?
I like him for being Nurkic's backup.
I do as well. Exactly. So I think it's really solid. There we go.
They had a hole at center last year, man. Like Nurkic played better. I've always been a little higher on Nurkic than most people, but I think he still played better than anyone really expected last year. But man, they had some tough times when he was off the court. And I think Plumlee is a perfectly fine backup center, and he will help them.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I mean, the fact they tampered for Drew Eubanks and he played the way he did is hilarious.
It is. It was talk about disappointing, man.
And then opted out his player option, so we'll see where he goes.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it feels like the Suns are getting slept on a little bit going into this season. Like I think Grayson Allen, you've got the big three, and you've got Nurkic, and you've got Grayson Allen, and you've got Royce O'Neal re-signed, and now you have Mason Plumlee. Like it's shaping up to be a pretty good roster again. And health will probably be derailing them again. And like, they're still going to be missing something like they were last year. Maybe it's truly point guard play, but I'm not 100% sure what, but I do think Phoenix is just getting completely like, even by me, like we talked about the contenders very early on, Steven. And I think I forgot to mention Phoenix being a tier 1 or tier two contender.
And I will say Phoenix, because their second April team only has minimums to utilize. So right. Plumlee for a minimum, I think is completely fine for them. Yeah. I think that's the best they could do, really, for backup center.
Totally
I
agree.
do want to ask you both a question because I saw this on Twitter. I want to get your thoughts on. So Law Murray, and again, it's team spin, but the way that was put, it was Law Murray quote. The way it was put to me today, the Clippers are the first victims of the new CBA second apron, but expectations they will not be the last. Now, do we think that's like the main reason as to why they lost Paul George? Like, are they really, in your opinion, like a casualty of that?
So
100%, in my opinion. Like, I don't think Ballmer's scared about money. He just spent a bazillion trillion dollars on a new stadium, right? Like, if it was purely about paying 6x luxury dollars for every $1 you spend on the roster, I think that he could have eaten that. I think that this tweet was perfect. That's exactly how it feels to me, because like there's just nothing you can do when you're a second apron team. Like, it is sign minimums, or if you're really creative, like you can do sort of like what Minnesota did and throw whatever assets you have into like moving up in the draft and trying to get somebody
to get a player there,
to get a rookie there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But like, there's just nothing you can do. And if you think flexibility is more important than top line talent, you know what? I think that that's a reality that's played out on the basketball court. Like, I think it's no longer super teams collecting, your big threes and stuff is no longer as important as having flexibility and versatility across as many positions as possible. And I think the same is true for roster building now. And I think we're seeing it.
I tend to agree with Mike. I just would say I don't even think it's the fact that Steve Ballmer will pay the luxury tax all day and pay whatever he needs to pay. But I think it's when you become a repeater tax team and your second apron team, then your draft pick gets frozen and moves to the last pick in the draft, and that's when it gets tricky. So I think this is an opportunity for the Clippers to kind of reset a little bit.
That makes sense. Yeah. No,
But
I was just curious on y'all take. And then my follow-up was, how do we feel? I mean, there's been really I think I forgot who I gotta give credit to for this. I think it was Steph Noah who said that the NBA replaced the candy of the NBA offseason with raisins. Like, how do we feel about the new salary cap structure, second apron, all of that? Because I wasn't a fan of it when it first got announced. See in action, I think the way that Mike feels about Chris Paul is how I totally feel about him right now. And to a lesser extent, Grant Williams. Like, it doesn't, I get it, but like, it only punished quote unquote a very small amount of teams, and it's like frozen everything else for reasons I don't understand.
I think it has a lot to do with putting small market teams and large market teams on more of an even playing field, because typically the larger market teams are the ones paying into the second apron, like the Clippers, like the Warriors, like the Lakers, like the Knicks, eventually, potentially Brooklyn at some point. Like Philly. I know Philly has paid the tax last few years, but it allows teams like Indiana and Memphis to get advantages over the bigger market teams in the deeper pockets, essentially. So, okay. At this point, it's 10 o'clock. I think when we got excited about a Mason Plumlee signing because we had something to talk about. I think that means it's time to sign off. I know whenever we sign off, a Paul George breaking or Klay Thompson breaking is going to happen 10, 15 minutes whenever we get off. We could stay until 10:30, nothing will happen, and then he'll sign at 10:45. We get off now, hopefully he signs at 10:15. So unless either of you have something to add.
Well, we did get a question half an hour ago that I didn't see from Remy Remison asking who the Wizards starting five will be.
So
somebody still wanted us to talk Wizards, which I'm pretty sure is a joke, but
we have a Woj bomb. We have a Woj bomb.
Oh my God, that Wizards question saved us.
There we go. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Wizards. Thank you, Remy.
Najee Marshall has agreed on a 3-year, $27 million deal with the Dallas Mavericks.
Whoo! I love that.
Whoa.
So that means Derrick Jones Jr. is not coming back.
Whoa.
And like, here's the thing. Derrick Jones Jr. is a better defender than Najee Marshall. Najee Marshall is very good. Derrick Jones Jr. is better than that. But Najee Marshall is a much more versatile and much more reliable offensive player. And he's not giving up much on defense. And I think he brings a lot more on offense. I think that's a great play. And I'm a huge DJJ fan. But I still think this is a nice upgrade for Dallas.
Wow.
I wonder how much this takes them out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes, if at all. I can't imagine at all. 3
years, $27 million is pretty good terms for Dallas. I thought Najee was going to get at least $10 million a year. He's shown plenty to me to deserve that, and he's still reasonably young. Like, I think he's 27 maybe. 26. Okay. Yeah. So he's just really good, man. He's a pretty good passer. Like he's actually a sneaky good passer, which doesn't matter much when you're on Dallas, to be honest. It's kind of a wasted talent. When you get the ball in Dallas, your job is to shoot it. Right. And, but I think he can do that. He doesn't put up a high volume of threes, but you know what? That is something that systemically he's just going to get better at, because that's your job in Dallas, to shoot the ball when you get passed by Luka and Kyrie. And I think he'll be able to do that fine. And he's a good defender. And he has a little drive and kick game to him. I love Najee. I think that's a really nice pickup by the Mavericks.
I will say Keith Smith just tweeted saying Derrick Jones Jr. is available unless Dallas is getting Najee Marshall via sign and trade. Otherwise, it would have to be the MLE. I wonder if a sign and trade will take them out of the Klay Thompson sweepstakes at that point, because they wouldn't have the matching salary to get to $20+ million for Klay. It would be, as I said, Maxi Kleber and Josh Green most likely to Golden State for Klay. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I like Mike's breakdown of it entirely. I think offensively a much more versatile player, but also reliable, like he said. And then defensively, and not much off the table for what he brings offensively as an upgrade over DJJ. With that being said, it does suck to see him go. Like I thought he'll get a good contract somewhere. It just won't be in Dallas. And I really liked that core kind of staying together. Whatever, as much of a core as you could call it in Dallas, right? They kind of feel like they almost stumbled into that. But yeah, I mean, I guess it is what it is. And I think Najee at the end of the day is a guy who's still, just coming to his prime, can do a little something with the ball, won't be required to do it. But, on the minutes that Luka's not there, when the Mavs offense typically goes to Kyrie or chaos, then, you have another guy who can do something.
So I imagine Dallas's lineup is going to be something like Luka, Kyrie, Najee Marshall, PJ Washington, and either Lively or Gafford, with Quinn and Grimes coming off the bench probably as a sixth man. That's a fun team. That's a pretty good team too. Obviously, they just made it to the championship.
I'm not a huge Grimes guy, but yeah, I do think like they're like making a lot of nice moves on the margins with or without Klay Thompson, right? And they're gonna have another year and a whole offseason to develop chemistry, because like this rotation is gonna look a lot different than what the Mavericks started last season with by now. Like obviously they picked up some guys halfway through last year, but like it'll be really nice for them to get a little chemistry in the offseason and just figure out how everybody works and where everybody fits. And there's no reason to think Dallas is not going to enter the West as the front runner at this point, I think, unless you're really high on the Thunder, I should say, because that is the one team. But Denver took a step back. Dallas is taking small steps forward. Good move. It's a good move, man. I'm really happy for Dallas.
I will say I'm surprised Najee didn't get the full MLE from someone. Maybe I'm sure he was offered it, but maybe he just thought Dallas, is a legitimate contender, and that's what he prioritized.
You don't see that too often in like role players who haven't gotten paid anything in their career up to this point, though. A couple extra $1 million a year for somebody who's made $10 million is worth a lot more than for somebody who's made $100 million. So I would be surprised, because I would imagine somebody like Najee, just based on his career, would go where the money is, and as he should. Maybe I'm not saying you're wrong by any means. I would just be surprised historically. And he's worth more to me than $9 million a year, especially since it's probably going to scale up. So it's probably going to be cheaper than that to start year one.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. I think it's time to sign off again. Luckily we got Najee Marshall right at the buzzer. If something transpires in the next 5 minutes as we're signing off, we will, maybe go till 10:30, but that doesn't seem likely. So Corbin, where can everyone find your work, and what do you have to promote?
Not a whole lot of work to promote at Corbin NBA for Twitter. It's funny that Mike is here. We can both double up on basketball intelligence there. Staying tuned on that. Aside from that, we're kind of through the off season. So whatever collabs I do with you, Steven, I will hopefully have both of y'all on my show kind of talking off season Fallout stuff here in the future. So roster construction on Switch Theory, check out Switch Theory. And yeah, we're kind of on the low right now. So check me out there. A lot of Puma stuff coming this last month. So if you're into high school AAU top talent, like that sort of thing, follow me there as well.
Okay, Mike, anything for you?
Yeah. So I run Basketball Intelligence with Corbin. Go to basketballintelligence.net. It's a daily roundup of all the best stories and reporting from the NBA every day. I also do basketball poetry, as you can see plastered all over my screen. This is a blog that comes out 2 to 3 times a week. It's pretty wordy. I will warn you, it's not light reading usually. It's not really for super casuals, but I like to spend 2,000 words talking about Najee Marshall, for example, as I did earlier this year. So if you're into long form analysis of marginal NBA players, basketball poetry is the place to go. And of course, B-Ball is poetry on Twitter.
So good.
Thank you.
Okay. Then you guys can follow me on Twitter at @the_NBAgle. Go listen to the Bird Rights podcast on Apple Podcast, Spotify. Listen to your podcast. Go listen to the One and Done podcast as well. That's my college basketball content that I'm doing. Obviously, with the offseason going on in both basketball leagues, both college and NBA, there's never downtime in the NBA, obviously. It's the sport that never sleeps, is my favorite saying. But otherwise, let me see. Nothing else is coming in. So we are going to sign off. So thank you, gentlemen, for both coming in, and I'm sure we will collab again shortly. For everyone listening, we appreciate it. And if a Paul George signing or anything happens, then I'm sure we'll be tweeting about it. But who's to say when it's going to come in?
For sure.
And Mark Stein, one final thing. He said, despite signing Najee Marshall, they are not out on Klay Thompson. So we'll see how that transpires as well. So, okay. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you to everyone for listening. Both Mike, myself, Corbin, we will talk to you guys soon.